Chapter 901. The appearance of red light broke all the prohibitions of Danshu Tower on the spot. Visible power. But at the moment, Yichen felt that his body would burst. It hurt so much. After Lin Qingxian dissipated, the light of the stars seemed to tear his body. Break him down. Even the spirit seems to be burning madly. He is dead to bite the tooth. Let the god thunder and the body cover the whole body. It doesn't work. Master, you can't hurt me. Maybe this is the real chance. The whole body is covered with the energy of the eyes. These energies touch the light of the stars and are absorbed instantly. Click. Yichen seems to feel a layer of obstruction in the body is forced to break open. His Versace casual clothes just burst open. It shows strong muscles that refract light. He lowered his head and found himself in red Sanskrit which flowed like blood. It's like a seal. At the same time, he clenched his fist and felt a violent force. You don't need to use the power of true qi. Is this the real exercise? How powerful it is, Yichen exclaimed. He was so excited that he forgot even his pain. Then he gave a soft blow. Extremely casual. But it is such a random punch that makes the whole Danshu Tower surging and the mountains and rivers breaking apart. Even he could feel the air around him showing signs of cracking. Lying trough. If you don't try, you don't know. Yichen enjoys this feeling too much. When he intended to use this power to integrate into the Vajra fist of 10,000 Buddhas, he found that the golden Sanskrit on his body disappeared. That sense of power was gone. Even so, he knew that his body had changed dramatically. It's a pity that although the power is powerful, it doesn't know how to control it. If it can be completely integrated and controlled, the next road will be much smoother. When Yichen murmured to herself, a red-dressed Chenying came out. Congratulations to the owner of the tomb, who has directly crossed the shackles and stepped into the bone-setting stage. It was Emo Ninger who spoke. But when Emo Ninger sees Yichen has no clothes on and her face is slightly red, she immediately turns around. Although she was a great power in ancient times, she had the heart of a maiden who was not in charge of human affairs. In a sense, Yichen is the first man she has been in contact with for thousands of years. Yichen looked at Emo Ninger in front of him and said curiously, "You said that there was not much energy coming out?" Emo Ninger said with a smile, "It's true that this sentence was put before, but when the strength of the person who made the statue converges in the reincarnation cemetery, I can absorb some of it. After all, among his strength, there are countless powerful people's blood essence, which is enough to condense the entity, but it will not be long. It's a pity that Master Lin can't be like me. His mental power has been exhausted for a long time. He should have left. He has been using some means to support him." At this point, the words suddenly stop. Emo Ninger some sorry look at Yichen, she seems to mention Yichen's sad things. Yichen hears Lin Qingxian again. He is so lonely in his heart that he doesn't continue to speak. Emo Ninger didn't want Yichen to be sad, so he changed the topic and said, "Tomb owner, we'd better talk about body refining. There are 9 levels of the formula of cultivating body, which are also the level of body refining. The 9 levels are breaking body, coagulating bone, dominating body, transforming gang, virtual body, spirit body, supernatural power, breaking soul, immortal. Now the tomb owner's level is Tsongu. In the bone-setting stage, a fist can have 10,000 kadis of power, and there is a Sanskrit barrier in the body, which can bear most of the damage. When necessary, the Sanskrit power can also be used, and it is powerful. As far as I know, there are very few people who practice physical exercise in Kunlun. After all, it depends not only on talent, but also on the fitness of blood. There is only one person out of 10,000. In addition, there is no complete and excellent body training method in Kunlun, which makes most people pay no attention to it. This is the greatest opportunity for the tomb owner. Tomb master, you can use the power of Sanskrit when you recite the Dharma formula. The tomb owner might as well try again." After that, Emo Ninger waves her arm, which is a hard and incomparable Shoshanite from the Samsara cemetery, which is obviously for Yichen to try. Yichen naturally understood, and did not talk nonsense. He ran the formula of refining body by nature, and the golden Sanskrit flowed in his arm. Then, a punch. Break it for me. Yi Chen didn't use any real chi, and his extraordinary fist hit the Shoshanite like this. The fist actually naturally generated an air wave, such as thousands of troops, crazy collision. Yi Chen only felt the whirling of the sky. The blood boils and the spirit is in danger of being shaken. At the same time, the huge Shoshanite broke on the spot. Even a quarter cracked into countless pieces flying out. Yi Chen is so surprised that he almost reaches the strength of returning to the virtual state. Or in the case of no use of real gas. Cool. If he had known that his body was so cool, he would not practice the 9-day Xianyang Ju. As if feeling Yi Chen's negativity, Mo Ninger replied, "Tomb owner, don't think about it. There are some restrictions on this fist. It doesn't mean invincible. If you really meet those strong people, you still have to avoid it. The biggest role of bodybuilding is not the strength of strength, but the immortality of the body. What's more, Mr. Lin, before leaving, let me remind you to invite that great talent out as soon as possible." Yi Chen this just thought of what, attention to reincarnation cemetery on a tombstone. The tombstone is flashing mysterious light, extremely mysterious. It's ready to move. What's so hard about that? Yi Chen closed his eyes, just want to use the idea to move, but in the tombstone came a voice of angry rebuke, "Roll." The next second, a fist shadow burst out of the tombstone. Yi Chen's face changes greatly, subconsciously is to use the strength of refining body to blow out. Click, click, click. When he got here, he was completely useless, but his arm was broken on the spot. It's too embarrassing. Mo Ninger looked a little ugly and said with a bitter smile, "Tomb Master, this power is not easy to deal with, and you should not use your fist to fight against his strength. In ancient times, this man broke a mountain with a finger. No one can survey the depth of his strength, and no one dares to confront him." Yi Chen didn't think that this great energy was so terrible. He just wanted to ask his identity. He saw a few lines of words on the tombstone. It's so long and lasting that it's amazing. "I dare to ask the world who I am. Don't destroy Zhan Zun, 7 nights of blood." These words alone make Yi Chen feel that his breath is under control, and his sense of depression is over him. This is the absolute pressure. In front of a few great powers did not feel the pressure. After a few seconds, the text finally disappeared. Chapter 902. Everything returned to silence. Yi Chen wanted to try again, but he gave up when he thought of the sound in the tombstone just now. The more powerful the samsara tombstone appears, the more detached from the rules. Even if he is the reincarnation tomb owner, the other party will not look at himself. Unless you do something to convince or interest the other person. Yi Chen is not anxious, he does not believe it. When he is in absolute danger, this great power will not save him. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Xiao Huang's body. At the moment, Xiao Huang's pain has disappeared and fell into a sweet sleep. I don't know if it is because of Lingya Danzan's pill that Xiao Huang has a faint light on her body. There is not much change in the body, there should be no second evolution, but this light makes Xiao Huang feel inviolable and fierce. It's like a sleeping tyrannical lion. Yi Chen returns to reality. He doesn't want to break through the remaining 3 layers of Danshu Tower. I have to go to Mo's. Mo's family is the only chance to see Hanyun. Mo Ninger sees Yi Chen for a long time without saying a word, and then he wonders, "Tomb owner, the matter of Danshu Tower is solved. Will you go back to Qingxian Peak?" Yi Chen shook his head and his eyes slightly coagulated. "No, I plan to go to Mo's house. Last time you made a move, I owe you a great favor, and it's time to return it. Besides, I still have something to deal with when I go to Mo's house." Hearing this answer, Mo Ninger was obviously a little excited. "Thank you for the success of the tomb owner." Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense. He went directly to Danshu Tower. When he came down, he saw Lingyi Danzun pacing back and forth on the first floor. When he saw Yi Chen's safety, he breathed out a long breath and said, "Mr. Yi, you are really scared to death. I'm afraid that you have something wrong, so I can't explain to that one. Ling Yi Dan Zun has been hanging heart also put down, fortunately there is no danger. What can I do for you? It's almost time for me to leave. Yi Chen Dao. Ling Yi Dan Zun nodded and suddenly looked at Fong Lao and Lao Yang. Mr. Yi, do you want my two gatekeepers to follow the adults? It helps a little bit in times of crisis. Yi Chen directly refused. Old Fong and Old Yang still have injuries, so it's unnecessary. I can solve my problems. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yi Dan Zun felt something. His eyes were cold, and he said, Mr. Yi, it seems that the changes here have attracted some people who want to die. In this case, I will personally send Mr. Yi away from Danshu town. No problem. Yi Chen and Ling Yi Dan Zun went out of the door, and Luo Yao and Luo Wuyuan met them. What did they want to say? When they saw Lin Jiden Zun, they swallowed them back into their mouths. Mr. Yi, Ling Yi Dan Zun. Yi Chen nodded to Luo Yao. Miss Luo, thank you for your care all the time. I still have some things to do today, and I may have to leave early. When Luo Yao heard that Yi Chen was going to leave, she was more and more frustrated. She had even thought about it. These 2 days, she was looking for a chance to take Yi Chen to see the scenery of Danshu town. Now it seems that there is no chance. Goodbye today, I don't know when I can see you again. Mr. Yi, Luo Yao didn't do anything. On the contrary, he made Mr. Yi suffer. I wanted to take Mr. Yi around. It seems that I can only do it next time. Yi Chen thought of something, so he took out a common stone, on which was engraved Yi Chen's name, and there was an array gathered on it. He handed it to Luo Yao and said, no matter what, Yi Chen owes Miss Luo a favor. If Miss Luo needs to break the inner array, I will arrive as soon as possible. If this sentence is put in the past, Luo Yao and Luo Yuan will certainly scoff at it. But at the moment, Luo Wuyuan saw his daughter in the same place without any plan to take over. He took a step first and said respectfully, Mr. Yi is really very polite. I thank you for replacing my Yaoer. Yi Chen took a look at Luo Wuyuan, without much words, and he Ling Yi Dan Zun went to the outside. No, at the same time, a man standing on the roof in the distance. This man is like Eagle General Sharp Eyes, dead staring at Yi Chen. It's Xing Tian Dan Zun. When he arrived, he saw Yi Chen come out of Danshu Tower again, looking very gloomy. He knew that Yi Chen was a threat. But at the moment, Ling Yi Dan Zun is around, and he has no chance to start. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen came out of Danshu town. Under him was a spirit beast with 4 legs and 4 flames. It's called Huyunlu. If it's used to drive, it's bound to be faster. This time, Yi Chen didn't take Duan Huayan and Xiao Bai on the road together. After all, it's absolutely dangerous to go to Mo's house. Besides, the 3 people still have injuries. He can't put the people in danger. Duan Huayan and Xiao Bai have been longing for Danshu Tower. He let Ling Yi Danzuan take care of him and personally instruct him to refine pills. It is absolutely a great chance. After seeing Han Yun and confirming some things behind the reincarnation cemetery, he came to Danshu town to pick up some people. Then I'm gone. Ling Yi Danzuan, please take good care of the people of the medical gods sect. Yi Chen reminds away again. Mr. Yi, don't worry. In Danshu town, the people I want to protect are not qualified to move. By the way, Mr. Yi, I forgot to give it to you. Lin Jiden Zun handed out a jade pendant. The jade pendant is engraved with the design of Danshu Tower, and there are several big characters on the back. Yi Chen, Virtual Dan Master. Danshu Tower 7 floors. This jade pendant is extremely simple and precious, just like a symbol of identity. Extremely noble. Kunlun Void, Dan Division has many levels. Every level, land level, heaven level, Xian level, spirit level, saint level, holy king level, virtual level, Su King level, Daoyuan level, Emperor level. And the virtual level has been regarded as a rare class of the whole Kunlun. Mr. Yi, this jade pendant must be kept well. When necessary, the identity of Dan Master can solve many things. It can be used for many purposes. You can stay in 90% of the hotels in Kunlun. You can use this jade pendant to borrow money from major auctions and banks. You can also visit most families with this jade pendant, and you can freely go to Linhai City where Mo's family is located. Even, this jade pendant can enter and leave any upper-class society in Kunlun, and the Dan Master certified by Danchu Tower is a resource that countless forces strive for. Yi Chen took the jade pendant, which is a good thing. I remember that in the place of killing, the elder Feng showed a token of Danchu Tower and asked Hong Tao to serve him carefully. This is obviously a lot of higher level, I don't know what kind of effect it will produce. Well, Mr. Yi, please go on the road. Maybe you can get to the city where Mo's family is before dark. As for some tales, I'll help Mr. Yi deal with them. Chapter 903. Lingyi Danzuan finished speaking, he was walking towards a figure in the dark, it was the Xingtian Danzuan. Xing Tian, do you have the habit of tracking? In other words, what kind of calculation do you have in mind? Along the way, Xingtian Danzun snorted, Lingyi, don't frame me. I'm just going out to do something. Do you have to take care of it? His voice is not polite. Seeing that Xingtian Danzuan was about to leave, Lingyi Danzuan was holding his shoulder, and his strength was suddenly released. What's the attraction out there? We haven't won the war that day. The next second, the spirit of a Danzun is a palm shot, Xingtian Danzun can only fight. But when he took the palm, he found that Yi Chen still had a figure. And now Yi Chen is on the way to Linhai City. According to Linjai Zun, the Mo family in ancient times changed 3 places because of aura and finally stayed in Linhai City permanently. Surrounded by the sea, Linhai City is an island on the sea, similar to Xiamen, a tourist city in China. Because of the sea water array, Linhai City closed the aura, which also made the aura flow continuously, enough for the people of a city to practice. At the same time, Linhai City is also a famous food place in Kunlun. This is the season of seafood, so when Yi Chen arrived at Linhai City, he found that most people were surrounded outside. Most of these people have no way to enter the coastal city and want to take a chance outside the city. If there are big families in Linhai City, or they come out to ask for help, it is an opportunity. Yi Chen just wanted to enter, but heard an uncertain voice coming from behind, Temple Master? At this moment, Yi Chen's body is almost stiff. Goosebumps all over. Even a little chilly. This voice is too familiar with, did not hear for a long time, change incomparably strange. Only the group of people in the Dark Hall of China would call themselves so. But he remembered that no one from the Dark Hall came in. Yi Chen rigid turn around, is to see a body some ragged, the skin is dark man. A man's face was dirty, and he could hardly tell his face. But Yi Chen knows who this person is. Yi Lingtian. One of the Dharma protectors of the Dark Hall. Yi Lingtian is not in China. How can he be here? No, Yi Lingtian is a few people who know the existence of Kunlun Su. When Yi Chen was brought into Kunlun Su experience by his master, he met Yi Lingtian by chance, and he was worshipped as the hall leader by Yi Lingtian Xian. Yi Lingtian confirms that this figure is the master of the hall. He is so excited that even his eyes are red. Plop. 1. Kneel down directly. Yi Lingtian, see the hall master. Voice trembling. Yi Chen quickly came down from Huiyan Deer and helped Yi Lingtian up. He asked, Yi Lingtian, you shouldn't be in China. Why are you here? Yi Lingtian just want to talk, the whole person is down, into a faint. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, also gave up the intention to go in, put Yi Lingtian on one side, and then a point in Yi Lingtian's eyebrows. He can feel Yi Lingtian's weakness. He even tore Yi Lingtian's clothes and found all the wounds. Obviously, during this period of time, Yi Lingtian was treated with inhuman treatment. This pain is almost fatal. If Yi Lingtian didn't use some skills to prolong his life, he might have died long ago. Although I don't know what happened to Yi Lingtian, let alone why Yi Lingtian is good at advocating to enter Kunlun Void from China, he, as the leader of the Dark Hall, should never let Yi Lingtian have an accident. He took out a pill to Yi Lingtian. At the same time, the silver needles fell one after another. He patted Yi Lingtian's chest with one hand, and the endless real qi rolled away. The true qi passes through Yi Lingtian's viscera, just like a hot spring. It works wonders for injuries. As a skill of Lin Qingxian and medical Shinmen, Jiutian Xianyang Ju naturally has its particularity. The most special is that he can not only be used to fight martial arts, but also to save people by medical treatment. Poof! Suddenly, Yi Lingtian vomited out a mouthful of black blood, and his face recovered a few minutes. Yi Chen sees black blood, in the heart more and more certain a few points, so congestion blood, in the end is how vicious. Yi Lingtian's character, he knows that he will never do it unless he has to. More will not be in this strong place, not convergence. Water, I want water. Hearing Yi Lingtian's call, Yi Chen comes back to God, and quickly takes out a bottle of mineral water from the reincarnation cemetery, and gives Yi Lingtian the service. Yi Lingtian grabs mineral water, which is crazy intake. For 5 minutes, Yi Ling opened her eyes. When he saw Yi Chen, he sat up by force. Master, did I really see you? Is this not a dream, or am I on the way to the netherworld now? Yi Lingtian is a little confused. After all, he knows his physical condition. Maybe he can see the master of the hall when he looks back. Yi Chen white one eye Yi Lingtian, pull out a silver needle, instant pain spread, Yi Lingtian expression ferocious, this is not a dream. A hand caught Yi Chen and said excitedly, Lord, this is not really a dream. Too great. Yi Chen sees Yi Lingtian's injury unimpeded and asks, how can you be here? Good China does not stay, who let you back to Kunlun Su? I remember when I left, I asked you to protect Xia Ruoxua and Tianjin Group. Yi Lingtian gave a bitter smile and explained, Lord, there is Lu Lingfeng guarding China now. The strength of the Dark Hall is enough to protect everything. What's more, Huaxia has been taking care of everything for you. How could anything happen? As for why I was here, I actually had some personal matters to deal with. A month ago, a Su came to Kunlun, and I received the news that my father drove to the west. It is. This just rashly entered the Kunlun void. Please don't blame the hall master. Yi Chen patted Yi Lingtian on the shoulder. He knew Yi Lingtian was born in Kunlun Su. If it was not for himself, he would not have entered China from Kunlun Su and began to build his strength. You can't be reborn after death. I'm sorry. Yi Lingtian nodded, but there was not much sadness in his eyes. He was only tired, master of the palace. I was in a daze after I entered Kunlun Void. Because I didn't step in for many years, I wanted to take refuge in a few friends, but I found that my friends were gone. Even my family disappeared, and things changed. When I arrived at my family's land, I saw a flat land. I was completely confused. I was also mainly responsible for this matter. When the person who informed me asked me if I knew the place, I naturally said that I knew. Later, after all kinds of efforts and inquiries, I learned that the family had moved to Linhai City many years ago. Because of its aura and geographical location, many families have taken this place as a new place to take root. Chapter 904. Unfortunately, I don't have the right to enter. I have to stay outside all the time. I hope someone in the family will pass by. But this guard is for many days. The experience in these days is like a nightmare. Yi Chen originally wanted to ask what things, but look at Yi Lingtian's dodgy eyes, also do not intend to ask more. Some things, or to wait for Yi Lingtian to take the initiative to tell themselves. Later, he helped Yi Lingtian up, let's go, I'll take you into Linhai City. When Yi Lingtian heard this, he shook his head and refused, Lord, this Linhai City is heavily guarded. Without the guidance of the people inside, it is impossible to step in. I'd better wait for the family members here. Although he respected Yi Chen, he also knew that Yi Chen was powerful. But this place is not Huaxia, but Kunlun Su. There are many strong people here. The power of Yi Chen to win the throne in China is not worth mentioning here. He didn't want Yi Chen to take risks for him. What's more, Yi Chen's style of doing things, he knows. Once he conflicts with the gatekeeper, his temper will definitely ignite and he will not do it on the spot. Yi Chen is helpless to Yi Lingtian. This guy is the king of Nanjiang at least. In China, he is a master of wind and rain. how can he shrink when he arrives in Kunlun? But on second thought, Yi Lingtian's strength here is really not enough to see. After all, it's just the beginning of transcendence. It seems that it is time to bring part of the Dark Hall in. Only here can it be powerful. Yi Chen didn't think much about it anymore. He patted Yi Lingtian and said directly, "Yi Lingtian, listen to the order, step on the mount and go in with me." After all, Yi Lingtian is injured and his brother. At this time, he naturally gives up his mount. Yi Lingtian, who dares to sit on Yi Chen's Huiyan deer, just wanted to refuse, and yelled, "Yi Lingtian, do you dare to violate my meaning?" Yi Lingtian looks pale, but he knows the character of the temple master. If he disobeys, he will be furious. Although this is the goodwill of the temple master, it is not good if it turns into anger. Hesitated for a few seconds, or stepped on the fire cloud deer. Because of the injury, he can only lie on his stomach and grasp the two horns of Huiyan deer. He still has to listen to the orders of the temple master. After all, it is for his good. Later, Yi Chen led the fire cloud deer and went to the city of Linhai. In this way, he is somewhat like a servant, and Yi Lingtian is even more nondescript. After all, what he wears and looks like is absolutely humble. This is also the reason why Yi Lingtian did not dare to fire the cloud deer. He also no longer thought, raised his head, staring at the gate of several strong gatekeepers, breath-holding. The realm of these strong gatekeepers was like a mountain to him, and the sense of dignity sent out to him was very hard. "Stop! Show me the sea order." And Linhai order can only take one person. Those who violate it will be killed at all. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian are not close, but the cold words are coming, shaking the world. It's killing. Yi Lingtian is so nervous. The palms are covered with sweat. Yi Chen is to those a few people shake head, "Excuse me, I did not face the sea order." If you don't have the order of facing the sea, you dare to approach here and die. As soon as the words fell, a spear came. Have not touched Yi Chen is not in a hurry to take out the spirit of a Dan Zun to his Danshu Tower authentication jade pendant. Virtual Dan Master, Yi Chen. These words, shocking. But it also shows the supreme dignity. Jade pendant is not a mortal thing. Guanghua circulation. The spear stopped, and the gatekeeper naturally recognized the jade pendant. Virtual Dan Master. Chenai. There was some panic on the faces of the people. After all, they have never seen such a young Dan teacher. Not to mention the Dan Master of virtual level. Although they doubted, they did not immediately start to Yi Chen, but a gatekeeper rushed to the inside, obviously to ask for higher level existence. After a while, an old man in blue came out in a hurry. He was extremely oppressed and said in a loud voice, "Where is the Dan Master? If you forge a token, it's a capital offense." Before he finished speaking, he noticed the jade pendant in Yi Chen's hand. His eyes shrank to the extreme and hurriedly stepped forward. "My lord, let me have a look at the jade pendant." "Take it." Yi Chen threw it casually, which scared the old man in blue robe to death. When he caught him and pointed at the jade pendant, his eyes were full of panic and even knelt down on the spot. "Feng Tai has seen Yi Danzun." Dan Zun, these two words can only be used in the identity gap and noble Dan Shir body. And Yi Chen, obviously has this qualification. Even the gatekeepers are confused. Feng Tai is a big man in Linhai City, and he is also an important person in charge of the entrance and exit. Countless people fawn and please the existence. Even Feng Tai's own strength is extremely strong. It is such a character that kneels down to a young man. At the beginning of their dream, the gatekeepers knelt down and said respectfully, "We have seen Yi Danzun." Yi Chen nods, takes back the jade pendant, and directly steps into Linhai City with Yi Lingtian. At the moment, it is completely petrified. He never thought that the temple master could really take him into Linhai City. It is also called Hu Dan Zun by Feng Tai. His blood soon boils. He knew he wasn't with the wrong person. After entering Linhai City, Yi Chen asked Yi Lingtian, "Where is your family? I'll take you first." Although Yi Lingtian's father was buried, as a son, the first thing he did in the city was to visit his father's grave. Yi Lingtian's heart is a little grateful, just want to speak. A wild spirit beast is quickly rushed over. On the spirit beast is a girl with a mask on her face. Sitting on the spirit beast, the girl was obviously unable to tame the mount. She kept struggling and did not dare to let go. And after her several return to the virtual environment, Strong is in a hurry to chase. Miss, wait. We'll help you right away. Those strong people who return to the virtual state want to shoot arrows and hunt the crazy monster, but they are afraid to hurt the girl. Seeing that the fierce spirit beast is about to collide with Yi Lingtian, the Huiyin deer under Yi Lingtian instinctively raises the front feet and kicks the spirit beast out. If you don't kick, Yi Lingtian and Huiyin deer will be injured. Huiyin deer is the mount given to Yi Chen by Ling Yidan Zun. How can it be bad? Under the feet, the fire twined, and the wild spirit beast was smashed out in an instant. Even that girl is also, because the center of gravity is not stable, mercilessly fell down. It's quite a mess. Yi Chen did not make a move all the time. After all, Yi Lingtian was injured, and the only thing he could do was to protect his brother. Seeing the girl fall down, the faces of those strong people who returned to the virtual environment changed greatly. Rushed over and helped the girl up. Miss, are you all right? You are a Jinji. You can't be hurt. Otherwise, we can't afford to blame you. Chapter 905. The girl was obviously angry and broke free of several hands. Get out. Su Cheng, Su Lu, you two are rubbish. Can't you subdue this mount? Miss Ben was so hurt. I think it's time for Dad to get rid of all your rubbish after today. When they heard the young lady's threat, their expressions were extremely embarrassed and even scared. After scolding two people, the girl is angry to stare at that fire cloud deer again. In her opinion, her injury was obviously due to the beast. If the beast didn't move her feet, she might be able to subdue the mount a little bit. Damn it! Come on, cut off the leg of this beast. I'm tired of looking at it. What's more, my disobedient mount has also been killed. Even if this kind of unruly animal is precious, it doesn't need to exist. The girl ordered, in a mean and angry tone. Yes, miss. The two strong men named Su Cheng and Su Lu immediately drew out their long swords and cut them on the fury spirit beast with their violent power. The wild spirit beast's painful groaning was too much to avoid. Blood flowed out and the ground was red. In fact, the spirit beast in Linhai City is a kind of clever one, but the girl's pants are decorated with some spirit stones, which pierce into the beast's skin, and naturally go mad. It's an animal instinct. It's a pity that I met a tyrannical master. After killing the spirit beast, several other people started to fight with Huiyin deer, but when they saw Yi Lingtian on Huiyin deer, they all shrank together. It's you. You're not dead. How did you mix into Linhai City? Damn it, all the rubbish can come in. How do the guard dogs do it? Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen Mao's son instantly panned cold. It is obvious that these two people know Yi Lingtian. Looking at Yi Lingtian again, Yi Chen obviously finds that there are some terrors and fears in the eyes of the latter. Obviously, after Yi Lingtian entered Kunlun Su from Huaxia, his shocking injury must have something to do with these people in front of him. The anger in Yi Chen's heart is ignited instantly. Of course, the Dark Hall is only a power of China. It doesn't extend to Kunlun Su. But with him as the temple master, anyone who wants to move the Dark Hall is impossible. Not to mention the life and death of Yi Lingtian. How can those who have made great contributions to the war be shamed? The strong man named Su Cheng, who is in a strong state of returning to emptiness, does not talk nonsense. He cuts at the burning cloud deer with a knife. Seeing that the knife will fall, Yi Chen Meng kicks out. This foot is the most powerful one. It reaches Su Cheng's wrist. The long knife broke free in an instant, and a radiance flashed through the girl's veil. The veil was torn and the girl's face was pale. She was sitting on the ground. Su Cheng stepped back a few steps and his face changed greatly. Yi Chen stares at the girl with interest. Her face is pretty, with a trace of coldness. If you put it in China, you can definitely become a hot flower in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, Yi Chen has met too many beautiful women, Ji Xiqing, Wei Ying, Sun Yi, Xia Ruoxue, and even Luo Yao, who just left, are more beautiful than this person. He really does not understand that there is any need to cover up such a face. Miss Su Lu reacted with embarrassment. After all, his knife almost hurt the girl. The girl stares at Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian, her face is frosty, and her cold voice rings out, "Let them both kneel down and apologize to me." Su Lu and Su Cheng, as well as several strong men who return to the void behind them, surround Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian one after another. "You two bastards, don't kneel down to apologize. Don't you know what kind of existence you have offended?" The breath of returning to emptiness suddenly releases. The one named Su Cheng is in the peak of returning to the virtual realm, half-step in the virtual realm. Tyranny almost devours the world like a demon. Too strong. How could Yi Lingtian, who was injured, bear the pressure of such a strong man? A mouthful of blood spurted out, and even fell the Huayan deer. Pale. This is the gap. This even makes Yi Lingtian think of these days of torture, nightmare. If there is no Yi Chen, if there is no will to support, he may have fallen down. Yi Chen holds Yi Lingtian in a hurry, and asks him to take a pill. At the same time, the true qi is transported to Yi Lingtian's body. Pressure can't continue to hurt. After all this, his cold eyes are staring at the strong people around him. Want him to apologize? For what? No way. Even if he is not familiar with his native land in Linhai City, he does not know the power of several people in front of him. But even if these people are here, so what? Yi Lingtian's injury, he has not recovered, it is this group of people who should apologize. Damn it, if you're deaf, believe it or not, I'll break your hands and feet. Su Lu and Su Cheng are surrounded by endless pressure. They thought they could surrender and kneel down. But it's impossible. Even because of the release of too much pressure, they are full of sweat, blushing. To them, it seems like a shame to them. The girl did not expect to see two obstinate stones. She said to Su Lu and Su Cheng, "What's the matter with these wastes? Since these two garbage don't kneel, cut off their feet and let them kneel down forever." How wicked this girl is. However, this is normal in front of Kunlun Su's cruelty. Even because the movement is too big, surrounded by a lot of people, pointing. Yi Chen vaguely heard what Fangjia, what top power. Obviously, it's a big story. Two animals, since they don't kneel down, they'll cut off your hands and feet. Remember not to offend the wrong people in the next life. The meaning of Tao is vertical and horizontal. Full 6 cold light to Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian. Too strong. Yi Lingtian's face turned pale. He felt that he had hurt the hall master. If I didn't say hello to the temple master just now, I won't meet the present situation. But what should they do? He looked at Yi Chen beside him like a dead man. It is found that Yi Chen smiles. The smile is bloodthirsty and indifferent. The sight of the beast was like a prey. Even eyes are scarlet. Suddenly, smile convergence, Yi Chen step out, eyes shot a cold light, such as Eagle General. At the same time, the extremely cold voice is like Xian thunder resounding through the world, "One mouthful of waste animals, since your parents don't teach, I Yi Chen will teach you." All on my knees. Yi Chen's voice fell like this. There was a great silence around. The onlookers even feel ridiculous. This is in Linhai City. Someone dare to let the Su family kneel down. Crazy. Looking at Yi Chen's young face, everyone felt a little ridiculous. What an ignorant and fearless young man. I'm afraid he will die soon. The smile on the corner of the vicious girl's mouth was especially strong. Her eyes are haughty and her hands are crossed to her chest. Waiting for the bloody picture. And these two ants kneel in front of her. She likes this feeling, can determine the life and death of some low-level characters. Chapter 906. In her eyes, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian are the bottom of the struggle of those people. In the face of power and strength, vulnerable. Can be at this time, the strange picture appeared, startled people's eyeballs. Seeing that the knife's intention is about to fall, an invisible force suddenly surges. Then, 6 knives were suspended in the air. Can't get any closer. It's like, cut on a wall. How could it be? This is the first reaction of those who made the move. They see through Yi Chen's cultivation, the Holy Kingdom. It's impossible to stop them from returning to the void. And 6. But now how to explain? Damn it, what's going on? Why can't the knife move? The tyrannical several people's evil spirit and killing intention have no restraint. They look at Yi Chen, but find Yi Chen incomparably calm. However, in this calm, even out of the fist, a little arc around. The blood evil spirit surges in the arm. One punch. They even want to shake the sword made of their spirit stone. Ridiculous. But their smiles soon froze. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking is endless. No one could have imagined that the 6 knives were broken on the spot. The fragment is stabbed into several people's bodies, the blood spurt shoots. In addition to Su Lu and Su Cheng, the rest of them fell to the ground on the spot. Absolutely dead. Dead appearance is half kneeling. And Su Lu and Su Cheng are not well. A mouthful of blood spurts out, and the internal organs seem to be shaken. What's more, he stepped back several steps. Look to Yi Chen again, the eye is left with panic. They found that the man in the Holy King's land was still a body refiner. Otherwise, how can fists have such power? Kneel down. Yi Chen's hands are negative behind her, her expression is indifferent, and her tone has no temperature. His head was low, the wind was blowing, and his coat was like a saint. Su Lu and Su Cheng take a look at the young lady and find that the latter is completely frightened and shrinks in the corner, pale and afraid to say a word. Then, the two looked at each other and said coldly, "We are from the Su family. Do you know what will happen if you offend the Su family? I advise you not to go too far, otherwise, you will not be able to end the matter. Kneel down." Yi Chen still repeated the 2 words, "I don't want to say it the 3rd time. Besides, you did my friends injuries." Yi Chen's voice is getting colder and colder, just like coming from Jiuyo Hell, which can break people's life and death. Su Lu and Su Cheng are trembling. They just want to talk. Yi Chen kicks on the sword fragments on the ground. Debris, light. Poof! The fragment went straight through their knees. Broken bone. Blood spray, like spring water. They want to, but they have to stand on their knees. The sound of pain is ringing through the street. Those onlookers, who originally wanted to see the excitement, retreated one after another. Don't dare to get close to Yi Chen. I don't know the origin of the youth. Yi Ling Tian looks at Yi Chen's action and clenches his fist. He is worried about the hall master. But he chose to believe in the Lord. How could the Lord of the Temple not be like this in China? Every time it seems to be in crisis, it is the nightmare of others. This is the god of war. He believed that the temple master could become the invincible god of war in Kunlun. Yi Chen has come to the girl in front of her, the feeling of fear makes the girl unable to breathe. All his men are down. What can she do? She did not dare to look at Yi Chen, but lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "What are you going to do? You can't move me, or my father will let you die. This is not a threat." Yi Chen coldly smile, stretch out a finger unexpectedly to hold up girl's chin. However did a girl ever think that she would be so blasphemed? She is angry, wish to suck Yi Chen's blood. Yi Chen keeps approaching. She swallowed and even thought that this guy would not insult her in front of so many people. Crazy. Suddenly, a cold language fell, "I let you all kneel down. Are you deaf? It's all of you." Hearing this, the girl's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe that the young man made her kneel down on her knees. Linhai City's many talented disciples, all of them bow down under her pomegranate skirt, and are obedient to her. But the young man made her kneel. "Do you know me?" "Pa!" Yi Chen slapped him out. Although did not use too much strength, also let the girl fall to the ground. Your face is red and swollen. Blood-red palm print seems to take away the girl's cover. The girl is confused. People are more confused. Even look at Yi Chen's eyes also changed. How many people dare to fan this girl in Linhai City? Yi Chen came to the girl in front of her, looked at her from above, word by word, this slap is for my friend. And you owe my friend an apology. You can protect your dignity and choose not to apologize, and I can use my means to end your life. Yi Chen doesn't show pity for her. For such a proud and vicious girl, kindness is cruel to oneself. Since his parents don't teach, Yi Chen teaches himself. The girl was completely flustered. She didn't even dare to look at Yi Chen and cover her red and swollen face. She believes Yi Chen's words, this madman really dares to kill her. She doesn't dare to bet. Hesitated for a long time, she raised her head and looked at the injured Yi Lingtian. She recognized the dirty man. A few days ago, at the gate of Linhai City, she went to recruit some slaves on behalf of the Su family. Because of the crowd, the man approached a little bit. She didn't like the smell of this man. She even felt that the man was blaspheming her, so she let Su Cheng and Su Lu take them down to solve and torture. Originally intended to throw the corpse into the sea, but did not expect that this man did not die. Came back with a demon. Is this man here for revenge? She clenched her fist, and her fingertips fell into the flesh, trying to suppress a few words, I'm sorry. Yi Chen's look never changed, but turned to look at Yi Lingtian, are you satisfied? Yi Lingtian, who dares to say that he is not satisfied, feels that things have completely lost control. Su, if you don't want to leave home again. Hall Master is strong, but this is Linhai City. He must immediately take the Temple Master to find the family, only the family can protect a little bit. Lord, I'm satisfied. It's getting late. Let's leave as soon as possible. Yi Lingtian urged. Yi Chen nodded. He didn't kill the girl. He could feel that there was a force staring at him in the dark. Kill those guys, this force may not be able to fight. If you kill this girl, I'm afraid that guy will come out. From the perspective of prestige, it is very likely that they are strong in the source of Taoism. This kind of old monster-like figure should be the guardian of one side, and will not be exposed until it is absolutely necessary. His eyes fell on the girl again. Today I don't want to kill you, you can choose to revenge me. Remember, my name is Yi Chen. But next time, I won't give you a chance to live. Even the family behind you will be uprooted. Chapter 907. The girl stares at Yi Chen dead and does not dare to speak. She even hides the surging anger in her heart and the determination to kill Yi Chen. She wants this young man named Yi Chen to die. Anyone who offends her will die. Torture to death. Yi Lingtian took a look around him. He felt uneasy and said to Yi Chen, Lord of the Temple, go. Good. Yi Chen is not nonsense. Will Yi Lingtian help Huiyandir, lead Huiyandir then intend to leave? Just as they were about to pass through the crowd, a majestic exclamation fell down. Stop! Then, Yi Chen saw dozens of strong men in armor around, blocking all routes. At the same time, a man nearly 2 meters tall and with a sense of explosion in his muscles came out of the crowd. The man is dressed in red armor, holding a broad sword with gold stripes. He brings a breeze all over his body, and his strong momentum blows from him. His arms are very thick, full of Yi Chen's more than twice, and his gait is extremely stable. The sense of pressure strikes, giving people a sense of oppression. People feel as if they are facing a war machine. His whole body is permeated with a sense of despotism. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, he can feel the blood boiling in the body. This sudden man, let him feel the danger. This man is not a general practitioner, but a body refiner, a real physical overlord. No private fighting in Linhai City. Do you know the consequences? The burly man opened his mouth, and his cold eyes swept his fist with great dignity. Those onlookers exclaimed, who reported the letter? He brought Xiang Yingjie from the penalty bureau of Linhai City. Xiang Yingjie is praised by Linhai City as a martial arts crazy lion. Cruel means, no one can stop it. Most people don't dare to make trouble in Linhai City because of Xiang Yingjia's style. The Punishment Bureau is no joke. In Linhai City, it is the real rule controller. The 3 words of Xiang Yingjie are the responsibility of the Punishment Bureau. Now Xiang Yingjie appears here. The boy is dead. It's said that Xiang Yingjie was the number 1 in the list of Lingfu decades ago. If it wasn't for his roots and bones that exceeded the limit, it's estimated that Ji Xiqing would not be the number 1 in the list of Lingfu. However, Xiang Yingjie's pursuit is not a list of spiritual fu. What he pursues is probably the real strength list of Kunlun, the sky list. There are only 1,000 places in the sky list, which is limited to the sky of Kunlun. Kunlungsu is the real top strong one. Some back to the peak of the virtual state of strength cannot go up, only the virtual king, Daoyuan, Emperor Zun and other strong people are qualified. However, the hero of this event, at the age of 37, has stepped on the 912 end place in the sky list. We can see the horror. The key point is that he stepped on with bodybuilding. I'm afraid that in Kunlun Su, few people can compete with Xiang Yingjie before their bones are 40. Although Ji Xiqing may have the strength to enter the sky list, she seems to be only interested in cultivation and has not killed or defeated the experts in the sky list. No, there is another person who will never lose Xiang Yingjie. Don't forget Yi Shitian, who was born in the sky. It is said that this person's talent is very likely to surpass Ji Xiqing, and even have the strength to fight the sky list. It seems that Yi Shitian's root bone has not even arrived at 30. This is the real terror. What are you talking about? How many people have seen Yi killing the sky? I've heard that Yi Shitian's strength fluctuates from high to low. I'll know it only after the real battle. Forget it. Xiang Yingjie will die when he hears it. The crowd gradually quieted down. Yi Chen listens to the voice of the crowd in the ear, her eyes wrinkle tightly. He knew about the Lingfu list, but it was the first time he heard about it. However, on second thought, the list included the Virtual King realm, the Daoyuan realm, and even the Emperor Zun realm. Compared with himself, it was much worse. When Yi Chen is in a trance, the injured girl is full of new life. Step out and take Xiang Yingjie's arm. Inger. You have to decide for me. Some people not only killed my entourage, but also slapped a little girl, even threatened to destroy my Su family. Woo-woo. Xiang Yingjie glanced at the girl and frowned. Yaxin, your face. Naturally, he saw the redness and swelling on Su Yaxin's face. Although he has a general relationship with the Su family, however, this is his feat. How could someone be so rampant? He followed Su Yaxin's eyes, straight shot at Yi Chen who led the fire cloud deer. Eyes kill and ferocious. It was you who did it just now. Yi Chen nods without fear. After getting the answer, Xiang Yingjie stepped out, and his broadsword was inserted on the ground. Be bold. Not only in Linhai City, but also dare to kill people. You know what the crime is. In front of my punishment bureau, it's a death penalty. Drink 2 sentences, Xiang Yingjie's endless power to penetrate and go. Breath like a sword through the body, Hu Yunlin kneels down directly on both knees. Although it is a spirit animal, it is only a beast. Yi Chen Mao's son is shrink, know the terrible breath, the first time all the strength gathered in Yi Lingtian body. Yi Lingtian can't be hurt again, or he will die. And Yi Chen has no defense, and it's too late to call out Xiao Huang. On the spot a mouth of blood spurted out. His eyes were red with blood, and the sound of vibration came from his bones. Yi Chen was angry in his heart, raised his head, regardless of the injury, and said word by word, grass. Do you know what the hell happened? What others say is what? What a bullshit. The crowd is silent. Never thought Yi Chen would dare to say such lies. This is not killing. Xiang Yingjie's eyes also flashed a trace of coldness. Although he did not know why under his own momentum, he did not shatter the internal organs of these 2 people, but he did not care. He pulled out the broad sword in his hand. Such lies, today I will punish you, a mole ant, on behalf of heaven. When Su Yaxin saw Yi Chen's death, she sneered at him, hoping Yi Chen would die immediately. In her opinion, the innocent young man who offended Xiang Yingjie was a death penalty. Yi Chen is naturally fearless. He is furious in his heart. Even if he can't defeat Xiang Yingjie, how about it? He has already communicated with Mo Ninger of the Reincarnation Cemetery. Is a great power not qualified? At this critical moment, a blue-robed old man came in a hurry, and was even more in front of Yi Chen. It's Feng Tai who tests Yi Chen Dan's virtual pagoda jade pendant at the entrance and exit. Feng Tai was sweating. He looked at Xiang Yingjie and said, "Mr. Xiang, can you spare this one for the sake of Feng Tai's face, Mr. Yi?" He wanted to say the word Dan sure, but on second thought, Yi Chen was a secret and could not be publicized. If we publicize and other forces come to flatter Yi Chen, then his Feng family will have no chance. Chapter 908. Xiang Yingjie's broadsword is hanging in the air, and his eyes are strange. "Mr. Yi? How could Feng Tai address a young man as a gentleman? What the hell is this? Does this guy have a history?" Even Su Yaxin's expression is hard to see the extreme. "I thought Yi Chen was going to die. Now it seems impossible, Chow." Seeing that Xiang Yingjie didn't take up his sword, Feng Tai continued, "Mr. Xiang, as for the punishment bureau, I will go and talk to those people. This Mr. Yi is a guest of our Feng family. Please give me some face." Mr. Yi came for the first time. He didn't understand the rules here. "I'll talk to him later." Xiang Yingjie hesitated for a few seconds, but he took back his sword. "Mr. Feng's face, I will give it naturally. But if I see this boy dare to fight in Linhai City next time, I will kill him on the spot without any hesitation. Don't try to stop you Feng family. Go." The last word, obviously, is a threat. That cold eyes as if the flame, trying to burn Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't dodge any, his eyes were full of anger, and he even said in return, "If Feng Tai didn't save you, Xiang Yingjie might be a corpse." Although Xiang Yingjie is incomparably strong now, he is still in high position. Yi Chen, if it is to practice a few points, not by Reincarnation Cemetery, still can fight. This hatred, Yi Chen will die and die, remember. Unfortunately, Xiang Yingjie has led his troops to leave. Su Yaxin was afraid of Yi Chen's revenge, so she quickly followed up. Feng Tai is scared to sweat. Turning around, he even said, "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid it's the first time you've come to Haicheng. This hero has a long history in Linhai City, and his strength is extremely strong. According to him, he once smashed a strong man in the virtual kingdom with one punch. Of course, it was in the early days that his fame of refining body came from Kunlun. What's more, he has stepped on the list of the sky. It's better for a scholar like you not to conflict with this kind of martial arts man." Obviously, in Feng Tai's eyes, alchemy is for literature, and martial arts is for martial arts. Don't mention it. If really fight, Xiang Yingjie may be able to scrap Yi Chen with a finger. Yi Chen doesn't talk nonsense. Nodding his head, he can be regarded as thanking Feng Tai for his kindness. As soon as Feng Tai's eyes turned, he thought of something and said, "Mr. Yi, it's getting late now. You two should not have dinner. I wonder if Feng can invite you to your house for a party." Yi Chen originally wanted to refuse, but thinking of Yi Lingtian's injury and his family's affairs, trouble Feng Tai is undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Huiyan Deer is injured and needs to rest for a few minutes, so it can't go on its way immediately. Then, he arched his hand and said, "That will trouble old Feng." "No trouble, no trouble. If Mr. Yi can go to your house, it's just like making your family shine." Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian came to Feng Tai's house. It is a courtyard, surrounded by bamboo groves and mountains and rivers. Feng Tai first arranged for Yi Lingtian and Yi Chen to take a bath and changed into a suit of clothes. It can also be regarded as relieving the fatigue of the road. Then, 3 people directly came to the restaurant, 1 person, 1 table, countless delicacies on the long table, more beautiful wine accompany. But Feng Tai saw that the beauty could not shake the 2 men, so he waved and let the servants leave. After a meal, Feng Tai took the lead to say, "By the way, Mr. Yi, you are a virtual Dan master. Why did you suddenly come to Haicheng?" There seems to be no alchemy competition here recently. Naturally, Yi Chen would not say anything about looking for Mo's family. Instead, he looked at Yi Lingtian and said, I may have to trouble old Feng. My friend's father died. This time I came back to deal with the affairs of my father. But because I left home many years ago, I didn't know the family had moved to Linhai City. Now, of course, I have already stepped into Linhai City, but I don't know where the specific family is. Feng immediately understood that he asked Yi Lingtian a few questions, drank a glass of wine, and asked his servants to bring a pamphlet and read several pages. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Lingtian with interesting eyes. I probably know where it is. Just a few months ago, a family leader surnamed Yi died in the south of the city. It's not far from here. It's just. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, ask away, just what, Feng old but say okay. Feng put down the book and went on, it's just that something has happened to this family. It seems that the dead owner has not been buried, and his bones are not cold. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian hear this sentence, the expression moment ferocious. How long has it been buried? Do you want the dead to rest? In Kunlun, there is no rule that the ancestors must be buried in the earth within 7 days. Under special circumstances, it must be buried within 15 days. But it has been several months since Yi Lingtian's father died. What's this? What do the family members do to eat? Feng, what is the reason for you to put down the wine glass? Mr. Feng touched his beard and shook his head, after all, this is a private matter of other people's family. I have no right to know about it. However, according to my guess, it should have something to do with property distribution. The deceased owner had some reputation in Linhai City. Although his strength was not strong, it was said that he had acquired some strange treasure by accident, which enabled them to move here. What exactly is it? Feng doesn't know. Why don't I send someone to ask? Yi Chen took a look at Yi Lingtian and could feel his impatience. He stood up and said, Mr. Feng, it's not necessary. It happens that we are going to go there. We can solve this problem ourselves. Please tell us the specific address. Feng had some regrets in his heart. Although he wanted to leave 2 people behind, he also knew that Yi Lingtian could not be delayed anymore. He handed a map of Linhai City to Yi Chen and marked it. Yi Chen received the map, naturally cannot take advantage of others, is handed out a pill. This pill is called Jingwenling pill. The product level is very good. Only the virtual Dan master can refine it. Mr. Feng, when we meet for the first time, this is a gift. Please accept it. Old Feng looked at the pill, shortness of breath, eyes red, he wanted to refuse, but still quite cheeky took it. I'm afraid it's a fool to refuse this pill. Mr. Yi, I didn't do anything. It really made me blush. But Mr. Yi can rest assured that I still have some status in Linhai City. If anything happens, I will help Mr. Yi straighten it out. Yi Chen nodded, also not nonsense, with fire cloud deer is toward the outside. I'm afraid that Su Yingjie's revenge has not been done to the old lady Su Yaxin. I'm afraid that she's not used to taking revenge on the old lady's house. Chapter 909. Yi Chen did not speak, the corner of his mouth outlined a smile. Su family in Linhai City. If you really want to move yourself, you can't blame him. Yi Shitian's name has not been used for a long time. It's time to erase some things that are looking for death. At the same time, Linhai City Su family. The atmosphere is dignified to the extreme. The dim light is extremely cold and bloodthirsty. There is a pool of red blood on the ground, and 2 cold heads. It's Xucheng and Xulu. If they don't protect the young lady well, they are capital crimes. What's more, he has already been injured. Of course, returning to the peak of virtual state is of no use value. A few middle-aged men were sitting on top of the royal palace. The middle-aged man is the current head of the Su family, Su Jisheng. The 4th level of Shuang realm. 899 in the sky. The other old people are all important people of the Su family. One of them is an old man who is the 3rd level of Daoyuan realm. Su Jinshan, 651 in the sky. The whole body exudes the breath of terror. Under his high hall is the young girl Su Yashin, who conflicts with Yi Chen. At the moment, Su Yashin's face is covered with a silver leaf. The sap of the leaf drops on the red and swollen face, and immediately subsides a lot. Of course, the red palm print is still there. "Dad, if Yi Chen doesn't die, I won't eat for a day." The boy not only blasphemed me, but also threatened to uproot my family, Su Yashin said with a sad face. "Pa!" The two spirit stones in Su Jisheng's hands suddenly burst, and an invisible air wave dashed into each other. Not far away, the table made of basaltic stone is also broken. Although my Su family is not a top family in Linhai City, it is not a cat and dog that can move. I didn't expect that some animals would dare to move my Su Jisheng's daughter. "Yeah, Xian, don't worry. Even if the Feng family stands behind Yi Chen, I will kill him. Abandon their hands and feet, cut off their heads and kill the 9 clans." Words fall, a servant rushed in, looking at the depressed atmosphere of the hall, kneel down directly. "Su Jisheng Mao's son Pan Lingyi, open away, Jing Yuan, let you investigate that boy's identity how?" Although his Su family was not afraid of the Feng family, Feng Tai was so careful in his service that there must be a reason for him. Therefore, he ordered people to investigate the identities of Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be invincible in 100 battles. This is one of the reasons for the prosperity of his Su family. The servant nodded his head, and then said, "Report to the master, the identity of Yi Chen has been found. This son comes from China, and the ancestral gate behind is the door of medical god." Hearing these 2 words, Su Yashin cursed, "How can it be? This little animal came from such a low-grade place as China. That place is a wasteland with little aura. It's impossible for such a strong man to be born. What's more, you said the door of medical god. Isn't the door of medical god the door of medicine of Kunlun deficiency? It's disappeared long ago. Why did it come out again?" Su Jisheng also nodded, the same doubts. In his eyes, Chinese people are a group of mole ants that can't be cultivated. They can be easily erased. As for that piece of land, in the eyes of their Kunlun practitioners, it is no doubt abandoned land. Not to mention the door of medical god, garbage cannot be garbage door. But how can such wasteland be born to make those who return to the void to kneel down? The servant quickly shook his head, like a rattle. "Master, miss, you don't know. Yi Chen was originally a waste for everyone to fight. But a few days ago, Mr. Jing Shui held a battle of talents in the Shuzong Gate of Kunlun. On the Qianjua Square, that Yi Chen was born and defeated many talents. It is said that he also killed the elder of Qingyuan's sect, which offended Mr. Jing Shui and made him angry. If it was not for the people of Danshu Taluo's family to protect Yi Chen, he would have died long ago. Although I don't know whether this legend is true or not, the boy's strength must be a little bit. He is just too arrogant in his character. He also agreed with Mr. Jing Shui for a life and death battle in 2 months. I don't know the details. Mr. Jing Shui ordered to block the news. Su Jisheng and Su Yashin hear Yi Chen and Mr. Jing Shui agree on a life and death war, inexplicably want to laugh. What an identity Mr. Jing Shui is. It is the existence of the top 500 in the sky list. I don't know the specific rank, but Yi Chen can never shake it. I'm afraid this kind of garbage is trying to make a name with Mr. Jing Shui. It's a pity that I chose the wrong person. It is estimated that 2 months later, he will die. Su Yashin suddenly thought of what, curiously said, "This little beast around that beggar." The servant continued, "The beggar's identity is better checked. He has some relations with us. His name is Yi Lingtian. He belongs to the Yi family in the south of the city. He has only been away from the family for many years. It seems that he has gone to China. I don't know what this guy is doing in such a spirited and tired wasteland. I'm afraid he's coming back for his father's sake. But with our families in control, his father's coffin has not yet been buried in the ground." After hearing all the news, Su Jisheng's mouth showed a cruel smile and murmured, "It's that guy's son, That guy has a hard mouth and won't reveal the whereabouts of that thing. He wants to go to the ground. Don't think about it. He looked at his daughter and said, Yashin, what price do you want these two people to pay? Dad promised you. Su Yashin clenched her pink fist. Dad, I want them to kneel down in front of me, and I will cut off their hands, feet and heads to feed the dog. At this moment, her beautiful face was full of malice. Su Jisheng nodded. Good, meet you for your father. But before killing them, we should show them the strength of our Su family. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian soon arrived at a manor in the south of the city. From the external facade, it is even more magnificent than Feng's. Even Yi Lingtian can't respond to it. When he left the family was not in decline, but it was just a small family. How can you be so grand? If it was not for the rise of the Lord of the Temple by his ancestors' anti-heaven technique and huge cost, he would not have left Kunlun Su to go to China. Master of the Temple, Mr. Feng said that my father had obtained the foreign treasure. Is it the foreign treasure that comes from all this of the family? Yi Lingtian has a wonderful way. Yi Chen patted Yi Lingtian on the shoulder and said faintly, you go up to the fire cloud, dear. This is your family. After so many years of leaving, you should go back in a proper manner. Today, I will be your servant in front of strangers, and I will give you a face. Yi Lingtian, who dares to let the hall master be his servant, shook his head repeatedly. The Lord of the Temple can't. There is a distinction between you and me. If the people in the Dark Temple know about it, I will go back to take it. Yi Chen's real chi rippling, directly let Yi Ling Sky Huiyan dear, invisible pressure bound Yi Lingtian, let him think about it also cannot come down. Chapter 9-10. Yi Lingtian, don't use any noble words in front of me. Yi Chen has never regarded you as a servant, but a brother. Brother, I'm going to say something when I go home. Yi Lingtian heard this sentence, eyes slightly red, fist clenched. If there is such a master, he will follow him to the death. Yi Chen leads the fire cloud deer in front of the road, and soon comes to the Yi family gate. There are two strong guardians of the Holy Kingdom. Who are you? At the point of the spear, the gatekeeper is extremely vigilant. Yi Lingtian just wants to talk. Yi Chen is a step out. Don't you even know Yi Lingtian? Don't kneel down to meet you. Yi Chen's endless pressure release. He is stained with the blood of unknown number of people. How terrible it is to release the pressure. The gatekeepers were completely frightened. Get down on your knees. One of the gatekeepers obviously recognized Yi Lingtian and exclaimed, Young master, you are back at last. Yi Ling, the world's Huiyan deer, nodded. What happened to the family? Why I heard that my father's coffin has not been buried. Hearing this, the gatekeeper turned pale and didn't know what to say. Young master, it's hard to say. Yi Chen took a look at the gatekeeper's hesitant appearance, and felt something was wrong. He gave Yi Ling and Angel a look, and he went to the living room together. When Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian come to the hall, they are completely stunned. A coffin fell quietly in the hall. There are countless sword marks on the key coffin. The damage is extremely serious. The dead in any place should be respected and revered. But here it is treated like this. Yi Lingtian's body trembles, and then he comes to the coffin and opens it slightly. When he sees everything inside. Kneeling directly in front of the coffin, suppressed for a long time mood and tears broke out completely. Dad, Lingtian is unfilial. Bang bang bang. Kowtow after kowtow. Extremely powerful. The forehead instantly blood red. Yi Chen did not stop. When Yi Lingtian opened the coffin, he had noticed his father's situation. The wounds are numerous, shocking and even incomplete. And Yi Lingtian's information is totally different. Only in this way can he vent his emotions. Maybe there was too much noise. Two people came into the back of the hall. A woman of about 40 or 50 years old, with a mean face and a good foundation of cultivation, looks quite young. Beside the woman stood a young man, somewhat similar to Yi Lingtian's facial features, which should be brothers. The cultivation of the youth is much higher than Yi Lingtian, which should be on the 7th floor of the Holy Kingdom. When the woman saw Yi Lingtian, she clearly recognized each other and was slightly surprised. Then she said with a sneer, Do you dare to come back? Yi Lingtian stopped his tears, raised his head and looked at the woman with cold eyes. Why did my father die? After such a long time, why not go to the ground? My father is very kind to you. Don't you do anything? There was a trace of anger in his voice. This woman was his father's remarriage. Should have called a tuma, but Yi Lingtian can't call out. He didn't care what the woman had done to him. And now, my father is in such a situation that he doesn't care. How could he not be angry? The woman snorted coldly. What attitude do you have? I am your elder at least. What I do is none of your business. Aren't you going to fulfill the last wish of your ancestors? How can you still have this strength? What bullshit, China? The man found it. Later, the woman also noticed Yi Chen and asked, who is this boy? Who allowed you to bring in outsiders? Yi Lingtian saw the other party's attitude, just wanted to talk. Yi Chen was the first step. If you speak to the young master again, the consequences will be borne by yourself. When the woman heard the word young master, her disdain expression became more and more obvious. Yo, Yi Lingtian, you are promising. You went to China and brought back a dog. With that, the woman looked at Yi Chen and said aggressively, I'm talking. When is it your turn for a dog slave to interrupt? Don't kneel down. Yi Lingtian's face changes. He accepted the Lord's kindness, but he would never allow anyone to insult him. Qiu Wanjun, shut up your mother. He clapped his hand on the ground, and his strength made him get up directly. Then, he took out a fierce slap. Hard fan in the woman's face. The woman is aware of the wrong, even if dodge, or be fan, is more staggering fell to the ground. It's a mess. She looked at her son and said angrily, Lingyun, as the current owner of the house, don't you care? Yi Lingyun's face was full of pride and said in a loud voice, come on, drive these two animals out of Ye's house. Yi Lingtian stares at the big eyes and stares at the immature half-brother in front of him. Is he the current owner of the house? When Yi Lingtian left, his father once said that, no matter what, the position of the head of the family would only be left for him. Just because he left the Yi family to look for Yi Chen, it was for the good fortune of the Yi family. Father can't break this promise. Obviously, a lot of things happened during the time he left. The death of the father, including the Lord. With the yell of Yi Lingyun, the hall suddenly poured into a dozen strong people. From the Holy King state to the back empty state, the evil spirit surrounds. Yi Lingyun took out a chair and sat down with great interest, and asked his servants to bring him a cup of tea. At the same time, the feet are placed in a corner of the coffin. Incomparable contempt. Yi Lingtian was completely angry, just wanted to start, but Yi Lingyun said, you are not in the family for a long time, there are 3 things you should not know. First, as my mother said, now that the family is in my hands, you don't want to compete with me for power. You are not qualified. Second, you have been expelled from the genealogy by the family, and you are no longer a member of the family. I advise you to leave early. You are a disgrace to the Yi family if you don't come back for several years. Third, there is no need to bury the old man's body. The thing is not found. Those people are not allowed to be buried. The old man refused to tell us the whereabouts of that thing. We were nearly forced to death by those people. It's so damn hard to die. I'd be damned. Hearing this kind of words, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian are completely angry. This is still human. Yi Lingtian stepped out, pushed Yi Lingyun's feet away directly, and then said, Yi Lingyun, isn't he your father? You're going to be struck by the thunder like this. Yi Lingyun saw a waste also dare to push himself, some angry, directly ordered, these 2 guys break hands and feet throw out. Chapter 9:11. Yes, master. In an instant, more than a dozen figures went towards Yi Lingtian. Yi Chen came to Yi Lingtian in front of him, patted his shoulder and comforted him, with this kind of person, there is no need to talk nonsense, kill is. In the next second, Yi Chen's killing breaks out, and his arm is stretched out, and a lightning bolt is instantly held in his hand. Then, the body as the shadow of the Wei Wei, fiercely rushed out. Light and shadow surround, poof, 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 poop, poof, poop, poo. One punch after another hit on those figures. Yi Chen is enough to crush some of the people in the early and middle period of the Holy King's realm and returning to Su state. Don't even move the sword. One punch after another, all through. The blood is dying. Less than 5 seconds, a groan, all fell to the ground. Either dead or disabled. This scene, let Yi Lingyun and his mother completely can't react. Yi Lingtian's strength he knows, but what ghost is this subordinate? Is this a fucking servant? Such a cruel servant. Grass. Before Yi Lingyun reacts, Yi Chen appears beside him and steps out. The power of refining body and the power of divine thunder burst out. How to stop it? Bang! Yi Lingyun fell to the ground in an instant, and the powerful air wave even broke his ribs. His big mouth spits out the blood, is uncomfortable to the extreme. Yi Lingyun's mother exclaimed, "Just want to start." Yi Lingtian's hand has been clasped her neck. Click. Direct fracture. Big eyes. She had no idea that death would come so fast. Yi Chen took a look at Yi Lingtian, whose eyes were red. He knew that this guy was completely angry and lost his mind. He said faintly, "What should that guy know? Ask clearly. The death of my uncle is not simple from the point of view of the injury. When we find out the source, we will bury our uncle's wind and scenery today." Yi Lingtian wakes up and nods his head seriously. Then he steps on Yi Lingyun's 5 fingers. Click, click, click. Step on it one by one. Yi Lingyun, what happened after I left and how my father died? Say it. If you dare to tell a lie. Yi Lingtian has broken several fingers of Yi Lingyun. The latter screamed almost like killing a pig. Don't know. I say everything. Yi Lingyun himself had no courage and bloodiness. He directly begged for mercy, "Elder brother, you are my elder brother. Don't kill me. My father went up the mountain a few years ago and accidentally found a temporary secret place. I got a lot of things, including one exotic treasure." Yi Lingtian Mao's son a congealing, "What exotic treasure?" Yi Lingyun shook his head and wept bitterly, "My father never told anyone else. He just gave us some pills and spirit stones that he got inside. As for the foreign treasure, he didn't mention it. At that time, out of curiosity, I sneaked into my father's room when my father was not in and found a 2-meter-old box. When I opened the box, I found that there was a strange spear which was full of rage and evil spirit. What's more, I didn't expect that when the box was opened, there was a vision in the sky above Ye's house, like a magic dragon from hell. It was extremely frightening. This vision has shocked the whole coastal city. Then many masters of Linhai city came to this side. After that, my father also found that he pushed me away and left the family with the box in a panic and disappeared for 3 days. 3 days later, when he comes back, those people are already waiting for him in the family. Father seems to have known these things for a long time. He said a few words to those people and left. It was only a few days later that my father came back. Only this time, it was a coffin. I really have nothing to do with my father's death. After listening to Yi Lingtian's anger, a fist hit Yi Lingyun's face. Face was hit instantly, deformation and distortion, blood DC. You beast! Beast! Why did you kill your father? One punch after another, Yi Lingtian vent his anger in his heart. But Yi Chen on one side is Mao's son Tiny Mai, thinking about everything. It is obvious that Yi Lingtian's father has indeed got a treasure. Can cause such a vision, the level is not inferior to his sword of chopping dragon and asking heaven. And it's a long gun with arrogance. For those strong people, it's a treasure. After that, he asked, "Who is the first time you want to see the other party's hand, and then you will be killed? Second, who are those people in your mouth?" Yi Lingyun seemed to have caught the last straw and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He continued, "All the other things that my father brought back have been taken away, but no one knows where it went. For this reason, all members of our family have been interrogated. As for who they are, you don't dare to do anything when you know it. Su family. Situ family. Even Mr. Xiang of the Punishment Bureau. Hearing these words, Yi Chen and Yi Ling Tian look at each other and see the meaning of each other's eyes. It's not that enemies don't get together. The Su family and Xiang Yingjie are also involved. There is only one treasure. So many forces are fighting for one. What's the use of this ancient gun? Yi Chen frowned. Yi Lingyun obviously knew something, and even said, this is not a secret in Linhai City. Mo Qingtong, the matchless talent of Mo family in Linhai City, needs a gun weapon. These families are just to please the Mo family. Well, I said everything. Can you let me go? Yi Chen hears Mo's house, slightly a-zhang. This time he came to Haicheng for the sake of Mo's family, but he didn't expect that the first contact was actually this matter. So many families flatter the Mo family. The ancient details of the Mo family have not disappeared. Yi Chen doesn't think about it anymore. He smiles and says to Yi Lingyun, naturally, I will keep my promise. I won't kill you, but Ling Tian, you can kill it. Yi Lingyun Mao's son stares big, the gas spits out a mouthful of blood. Renege? It's too damn mean. He just wanted to speak. Yi Lingtian's fist is full of vigor and vitality. He smashes down fiercely and directly. Endless qi is raging. Yi Lingyun is dead. Not even a complete body. Looking around our corpses, Yi Lingtian is powerless to sit on the ground, with his back against some dilapidated coffin behind him. Blood and tears stain the eyes. He is the Dharma protector of the Dark Palace in China. He is a man of iron and blood. In the father's eyes, it is a child. He knew his father. His father disappeared for 3 days. There must be a reason for hiding the treasure. Father came back, there is a reason, that is the responsibility on the shoulder. He was willing to use his life for the safety of all the Yi family, but he did not expect that the people he saved made his bones cold. Cold heart. People are warm and cold. Chapter 9:12. This family is strange to Yi Lingtian now. How about the blood gradually dying? Only the man in this coffin is the most respected man in his life. The man told him to take on the mission of his family, and then he left Kunlun Su to look for the temple master. My father said that the luck of the family has been exhausted. Only when we find the master of the temple can we ascend. Phoenix Nirvana. Perhaps from the beginning, my father knew his fate, but he still chose to accept it. Fate, samsara, that's it. What he can do now is to continue to move forward, complete the mission of the family and guard the temple master. Follow the Lord. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen patted Yi Lingtian on the shoulder and said, Lingtian, carry the coffin. Let's bury my uncle in the earth. We can't enjoy peace before we live, and we should go to Pure Land after death, right? From the map of Mr. Feng, there is a fun cemetery in Linhai City, which can help the dead to avoid suffering below. Let's go. Yi Lingtian stands up and solemnly nods his head. His eyes are firm. One hand directly resists the coffin on his shoulder. This kind of weight is nothing to the cultivator. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian, who is carrying the coffin, go outside and leave Ye's house. They are just going to go to the fun cemetery, but they find 3 old people blocking their way. All 3 are in the realm of Virtual King. The breath is terrible. It seems that I have been waiting for a long time. They are wearing jade pendants. There are several words carved on the jade pendant. Su family. Situ family. The other man had no jade pendant, but he was wearing armor. Similar to Xiang Yingjie. Must come from what Kunlun Su Punishment Bureau. The identity of these 3 people and Yi Lingyun said before his death, the same. Hall Master. Yi Lingtian Mao's son some hesitation, plans to put down the coffin. The reason why he hesitated was that there were no rules in Kunlun. Once the coffin was on his shoulders and ready to go into the earth, he was not allowed to put it down halfway. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to the dead. His father has had enough of it. If he put it down again, it would be really unfair. Yi Chen Mao's son is indifferent, without any fluctuation. Wei, Ling Tian, you back off. This way, you don't have to hand, you have to do is to carry your father's coffin, never land. Can this be done? But these people. Yi Ling Tian hesitated, he didn't want to add trouble to the hall master. Yi Chen interrupted, no, but I will prove with my actions that your father's choice is correct. He gave birth to a good son. Language down, Yi Chen is toward the 3 virtual kings strong. The figure is lonely. Hearing the exchange between Yi Chen and Yi Ling Tian, the elder of the Situ family sneered and said, don't you know that the corpse in the coffin can't be buried without our permission? Or do you want to challenge the bottom line of our 3 families? The old man of the punishment bureau wearing armor also said, there is no need to talk nonsense with these 2 people. Just wipe it out. But the owner is urging us to investigate the whereabouts of the weapon. If we don't get any information, I'm afraid our heads will also land. When the elder of Su family heard this, he said with a smile, my master has spoken. I can withdraw from the Su family after fighting for the weapon. However, these 2 people have offended my young lady and must plan to let my young lady deal with them. If you want to kill these 2 cheap lives, I'll take them lightly, so as not to blow them up. Ha ha. A burst of laughter, in their eyes, as if unconsciously had dealt with the fate of these 2 people. They have the right. After all, they are virtual kings. In their eyes, Yi Chen and Yi Ling Tian are rubbish. Rubbish. You can play with ants. But at the moment Yi Chen is incomparably indifferent, his hand appeared a sword. Cut the dragon and ask the sky sword. It's just that the sword has changed a little bit. After all, it's not too difficult to change the shape of the sword. Is it too much to let go of the dead? Today, I don't want to kill again. If you leave, I think nothing has happened. I just want to finish the last journey quietly. Yi Chen's tone is plain, as if telling a very common thing. There was a brief silence, but the 3 old men were ferocious. Even the old man of the Su family, who knows Yi Chen's strength, has a strange expression. The 3 of them are not the strength to return to the virtual state. It's the virtual kingdom. Even in the early stage of the virtual kingdom, you are too calm. Even the meaning in the word seems to be let them go. Ridiculous. Incomparably ridiculous. Elder Situ took a step forward, spit, and said with a smile, do you mean that if we don't leave, all 3 of us will die? Yes. Yi Chen nods. Elder Situ's smile became more and more interesting, but soon, the smile solidified. Release the cold killing intention. The breath of the strong in the virtual kingdom. Press like a mountain. Then, he sacrificed a sword in his hand. The sword suddenly expanded, and the shadow of the sword was covered. The best sword. A sword out, Su Wang's territory, only death. Not to mention the scum of the Holy Land. Su's parents frowned. They didn't agree to give them to the Su family. Why did the elder of the Situ family kill them? This is facing a mole ant. Yi Chen couldn't take the sword at all, or even turned into blood fog on the spot. You mean to kill us, little bastard? You should take this sword and try it. See if you can catch your sword. Ha ha. Elder Situ's face is ferocious. Even violent. When the sword intends to devour Yi Chen, he sees that Yi Chen's eyes are fixed, and he inserts the sword into the ground. Then, the light way, you don't deserve my sword. In the eyes of people disdain, Yi Chen step out, a fist smash out. This fist does not have any genuine chi, incomparably pure, relies on the flesh. Then he said, break it for me. People are completely scared. Fight the sword with your fist. In Linhai City, no one dares to do this except Xiang Yingjia, who is a strong bodybuilder, and the unique genius of the Mo family. What's more, it's a boy who practices to the Holy Kingdom. However, in the public doubt, crazy, disdain, Yi Chen's fist has hit on the sword. No blood missed. No pain. But... click. Click. Elder Situ's sword is really broken. Very clear. This is not over. After that, Yi Chen directly breaks through the sword and obstacles. Finally, the fist hit the chest of Elder Situ. There is a blood dragon running out with God Thunder. This time, Yi Chen wants to try the power of body refining, the power of blood dragon, and the power of God Thunder. What kind of power can be broken out? This blow, covering his outrage. Elder Situ's pupils are dilated. He can't believe it. And how to believe that this blow broke out on a king's land boy? He stares at the shadow of thunder and blood dragon. He suddenly thought of a man. Yi Shitian. No, Yi Shitian is a cultivator, and the person in front of him is obviously a practitioner. This how to explain it. Chapter 9:13. Now. Elder Situ's mind is full of many thoughts. He could feel the power of the fist. If he resists all, he must be seriously injured. The meaning of blood dragon and thunder and lightning carried by this fist is really fierce. But now his weapons are broken. If we sacrifice weapons again, it will be too late. He had no choice but to clench his fists, and his true chi swept through. Bang! The two forces suddenly collided. The sound of roar shakes the world. The ground split in all directions, and a series of deep gullies suddenly formed. Rolling dust, rolling air waves, crazy explosion. No one knows what's going on inside. The old man in the armor of the Punishment Bureau and the old man of Su family hold their breath and look forward to it. They're waiting. Wait for a result. I feel something's wrong with me. The old man of the Su family said. Words just fell, a heartrending roar sounded. The dust is gone. But saw a figure mercilessly fell over. It's Elder Situ. To our surprise, one arm of Elder Situ has been broken and his clothes are full of blood. The broken wound even spread to the chest. What a shock! Touch! The Elder Situ with broken arms smashed on the ground, and a huge pit leaped into it. But this is far from over. They felt a dark shadow passing by, and they saw Yi Chen appear in front of Elder Situ, full of evil spirit, just like evil spirit. Little beast, you are. The words have not finished. Yi Chen 5 fingers, originally inserted in the ground of the chopping dragon asked sky sword in the sky, fly to Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen clenched the dragon and asked the sky sword, her eyes twinkled with madness and killing. No! Elder Situ is completely flustered. The key is that he can feel that this boy really wants to kill people. At all costs. Even if he wants to use his cards, the boy will not give him this right. Before he spoke, he asked the sky sword, which was full of thunder and lightning. It was like a sword falling down, as if tearing the air. And then, through his body. Poof! The dragon chants furiously, kills everything. In situ Elder's frightened eyes, he instantly turned into a blood mist and fell down. He never thought that he would die in the hands of ants, he thought. The key is to break the sword with one fist and kill with one fist. How many people are there in Kunlun? He is a virtual kingdom. Even if the boy is practicing physical training and double cultivation, it is not so exaggerated. Even before he died, he did not know the identity of Yi Chen. If he knew it, he would not. It's too late to wake up. The cold wind was bleak and the surroundings were extremely silent. Yi Lingtian, who was carrying the coffin, trembled a little. He knew that the master of the palace was very strong, but he did not know that he could crush a strong man in the virtual kingdom like this. What did the temple master experience when he left China these days? More surprising than the remaining 2 old men. Their control and understanding of strength is much higher than Yi Lingtian. At least, in their view, Yi Chen's strength now reaches the realm of virtual king. What the hell is this monster? It's normal in Kunlun. But how many fucking steps the boy has gone? The old armor man of the Punishment Bureau narrowed his eyes and suppressed his astonishment. He said, "This boy is a little strange. He can use chi to train his body. If he controls the cultivation and body training at the same time, most of the martial arts will be out of the ordinary. However, the boy can transform easily. It's like 2 bodies at the same time. How strange. Old Sue, if you and I don't work together to deal with this boy, the consequences will be very serious, extremely serious. But we don't have to be afraid of this boy. I feel his elixir field carefully. It seems that he is exhausted and weak. It must be that this boy used this kind of power to use the secret method. Now, it's very difficult for him to use it again. Don't talk too much, kill. The elder of the Sue family was impressed and stepped out. The whole body was covered with black shadows, just like a ghost. However, the old man of armor offered a long spear, which vibrated gently in the air. Then, a shot was fired, surrounded by red light, and there were all kinds of storms around. This is the famous martial art of the old man with armor, blast gun. The gun's skill moves, the gale rises, the god faces east, breaks the bone wound. Like a tornado, the gun-like storm is devouring Yi Chen. All the onlookers were scared back by the storm. If they got closer, they would be seriously injured. It seems that Yi Chen is dead today. After all, he has only one person. Some onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Yi Chen does not move like a mountain, swallowing a few pills. After all, just the strength of his body also hurt a few points. If not, with his strength, how to crush? The pill entrance, the body recovered a few minutes. Yi Chen grabs the chopping dragon to ask the sky sword, roars a roar. Don't destroy Kendo, get up. In a flash, all the aura in the 10 li radius condenses towards Yi Chen's dragon sword. The whole world is repressed to the extreme. Endless aura gradually condensed into millions of sword meaning. Controlled by Yi Chen. It's the same wind. Do not extinguish Kendo, fall. With the word falling slowly appeared, the strong wind rushed to attack, facing the force. This move, Yi Chen, is to display the sword meaning of the immortal lord. It's been a long time since he put it into practice. Now his strength is more and more in control. Two strong winds collide in the air, gusts of storm overflow in all directions. At the moment, Yi Chen is like the god of heaven and earth. Bang! Between heaven and earth, as if by a strong vibration. It's no match. There is something wrong with the old man's expression of armor. He hastily forces out a drop of blood essence. If you don't force it out, he will die. It seems that there are some secrets in him that can't be controlled by him. Endless force pressure and go, the sense of oppression instantly let Yi Chen some pale face. The gap is too big. At this time, a figure appears behind Yi Chen. It's the old man of the Sue family. The old man of Sue's family snorted coldly. His sword idea condensed to the extreme and stabbed Yi Chen's heart. Seeing that the meaning of the sword was about to penetrate, Yi Chen released another hand, and then he grasped the sword like this. It's hard to hold. The sword can't move forward. Can Yi Chen, even though the body is strong, the blood is still gushing out. Master of the temple. Yi Lingtian can't bear it. As his subordinates, how can he let the Hall Master fight alone? If it goes on like this, the Hall Master will surely die. He was about to put down the coffin on his shoulder, but he heard a voice of reprimand. Yi Lingtian, I said, what you should do is to carry your father's coffin. Leave it to me. Do you understand? Chapter 9:14. With that, Yi Chen tried his best to burst up his arm blue and blue ribs, and the power of God thunder spread. At the same time, high up the right foot, directly sweep the wind, kicked out. Sue family old man sneered, this means still want to deal with me. Dream. He was not dodging, but hard to carry, he firmly, Yi Chen hands to exert their full strength, this foot must not have too much strength. Then, he flashed a cold light in his other hand, and the blow was too sudden. The cold light penetrated the shoulder of Yi Chen. Yi Chen retreats in a moment, and the two people are completely separated. But it is because of this retreat, gave the armor old man the opportunity, the long gun concussion between, the horizontal shot in the chest of Yi Chen. Yi Chen Ben killed one man and paid a price. Now he faces the joint encirclement and suppression of the two virtual kings. He flew out of the air and a breath of blood spewed out. I can't help it. Yi Chen finally turned over in the air a few times, barely holding his body. He did not use the power of the reincarnation cemetery, he wanted to try how strong he really was. A taste of dependence only let him more rely on. It's not a good thing. Two old people saw Yichen finally hurt, eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Sure enough, the boy's strength is just that. It must have been a secret technique. Little beast, you were not very strong just now, why is it so embarrassed? Although we both hurt you at the same time, some disgrace. But it took a long time to write for the winner. Who will remember you loser then? But you are assured that I will not kill you. Your body is still valuable to miss. The elder of Su family laughed and appeared quite mad. And the armor elder also ascended to the extreme, ready to take the leaf chin again. Yi Chen's eyes are extremely serious, he has some headache. If we face these two people in their present state, the consequences are very serious. It is likely that they will be seriously injured if they are not enemies. Yi Lingtian can't help himself. Do you want to ask Imo Ninger? It's too expensive. The Blood Seven Knights still did not know how to come out. If the continuous consumption of Imo Ninger's divine power, the back still do not know how. Just as Yichen thought, a yawn suddenly sounded. There was a cat on his shoulder. Yellow. At this moment, the little yellow stretched out a lazy, some like wake up not wake up feeling. He then glanced at the two old men in front of him, and then he had no expression to go on sleeping. How can Yichen allow a button to hold the back neck of small yellow, raised? Xiao Huang, how long have you slept, should you get out of your hands? Xiao Huang was angry with Yi Chen's move, and wanted to struggle, but found that the back neck of the fate almost left him helpless. Then he could only turn around and gently said to Yi Chen, I didn't say I didn't help, let go. I am also a fierce beast in the past. You treat me like this and let my face go there. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen let go of his hand. A smile came out of the corner of his mouth, and he knew that Xiao Huang would not be saved. Next second, the small yellow body around the air waves, a flip, is 4 feet stable fall in the leaves Chen side. He looked up and stared at Elder Su family. Yi Chen confidence greatly increased, facing a person, he has enough qualifications to determine the results. Su family elders and armor elders naturally noticed Xiao Huang, and their expressions were extremely strange. They haven't seen fierce beasts fight. But I haven't seen anyone sacrifice one when it is down the wind, kitty. The key is that the cat is too ordinary. Look at its soft appearance. The Su parents were honest and couldn't help but laughed and said, boy, don't tell me, this cat is your companion, haha. I think it's better for this cat to carry that coffin. Of course, if you let that kitten kill me, it will be okay. Just as Su's parents laugh, Yi Chen bends his knee, and his body momentum bursts out, and rushes out in a flash. This time, he was dealing with the old man in the punishment bureau. The fire that cannot be extinguished is wrapped in the body of the sword, and the sword fires. The temperature of the whole world seems to rise accordingly. The old man in the armor of the punishment bureau changed his expression. Why does this flame make people feel so uncomfortable? And, how can this boy master the fire because of his lightning attribute skill? He dare not think about going down, and immediately sacrifice the long gun, which cuts out an arc in the air, which seems to tear the light of the night. Su, you can't drag it anymore. This kid is so weird. Bang! The spear collides with the dragon's sword full of fire. Almost equal. But when the dragon chants in the sword, the fire changes into a fire dragon. The old man of armor is not calm at once. Quick! What are you doing? Do it! The old man of the Su family reacted completely and his whole body momentum climbed to the top. He no longer used the sword, but 5 fingers for claws, toward Yi Chen's Tian Lingai. He thought Yi Chen would spare a hand to deal with himself as he had just done. But I didn't expect it, not at all. On the contrary, he stabbed the old man with all his strength. This kid is not going to die. Leaving your back to the enemy? Ha 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 ha, the old man of the Su family laughed. If the death of the punishment bureau for this boy, then he is the biggest winner. It can be said that there is a competition between snipe and mussel, and fishermen get profits. His eyes are full of madness. When his 5 fingers surrounded by true chi are about to touch Yi Chen, a voice suddenly rings in his ear. "Hello, your opponent is me." "Yeah? What sound?" The old man of the Su family is totally confused. He took a glance at Yi Lingtian carrying the tombstone, which was still there. "Where does this sound come from? Are you old enough to hear?" "Hello, I'm on top of you." The indifferent voice sounded again. This time, the elder of the Su family determined the direction, raised his head, and just wanted to talk. He found it was a cat. And this cat is in mid-air. How is that possible? Is it the beast that is speaking? Chapter 9:15. Su's elder looks a little confused. Completely confused. Any strong Kunlun Su can't calm down when he sees this scene. But this strange picture is not over. The cat in front of her eyes suddenly stretches out her claws. Red lightning around the claws. This claw looks so small that when the paw and his hand touch together, Su's parents still feel strange. Tear. It turned into blood. He actually felt a mountain of pressure to swallow, and then, he stretched out that hand, was actually in front of the kitten, on the spot tear. Even white bones can be seen. There's rubbish on the first floor of the virtual kingdom. Xiao Huang spits out this sentence lightly, then, that claw-like steel knife actually magnifies. It's like a few swords stabbing out directly. You can't defend yourself. Su family elder's back thoroughly chills, the cold sweat has soaked through the whole body. He was almost 100% sure that the cat in front of him was an ancient fierce beast. Otherwise, it is impossible to break out this kind of terrorist force. Subconsciously, he wanted to pick up the jade pendant on his waist and report the news. But will Xiao Huang agree? The magnified claw severely slapped on the Su family elder's body. Instant body burst out of thin air, into blood fog. Not even a complete body. The fighting power is terrible. Then, Xiao Huang is feeling sleepy again, lightly jump, come to Yi Chen's shoulder again. Curled up and completely asleep. Although Yi Chen and the old man of armor are no match, the old man of armor has been paying attention to the situation of Su family elder. When he saw that Su's elder was easily killed by a cat, he was completely flustered and full of flaws. Yi Chen seizes the opportunity to seize one of the flaws, and cuts the dragon to ask the sky sword to directly penetrate the other party's body and smash out the withered and decadent air waves. He nailed the old man to a giant tree. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the eyes of the old man of the punishment bureau turned into panic. This is the fear he never felt in Linhai City. Holy Land. Exercise. Blood dragon. Fire. Thunder and lightning. Ancient fierce beast. So many things gathered in a young man less than 30. I can't imagine it. If you want to imagine, he can only think of one person. Yi Shitian. You are Yi Shitian. You must be. This time, he was absolutely sure. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Huang on the shoulder. Light way, now just know is not too late. Get Yi Chen's reply. The old man's breath seems to be choked by a force. People in Linhai City are familiar with the name, but they are unfamiliar with it. Most people think that Yi Shitian's reputation is false. After all, few people have seen the true face of Yi Shitian. It's often inferred from a few plum blossoms or something. Some people even think Yi Shitian is not a person, but a killer organization. We can't do those things by ourselves. But now it seems that this is more terrible than the fact. He looked at the sword in his chest, and felt the meaning of death wrapped him. He was a little afraid. He no longer cared about his armor and begged for mercy. Mr. Yi, I'm from the Punishment Bureau. The Punishment Bureau has a special position in Kunlungsu. You can't kill me, or the consequences will be very serious. I swear that I won't disclose what happened today. From then on, I am Mr. Ye's dog. A very obedient dog. Yi Chen did not have any reaction. The old man had no choice but to learn a few dog barks. But it can't relieve Yi Chen's anger. Finally, Yi Chen said, "The punishment bureau is, I want to see if he dares to punish me." Yi Shitian. Yi Chen holds the dragon and asks the sky sword, and splits it directly from top to bottom. The old man, in fear, was completely in two. Completely dead. Yi Chen does not have any pity. The rule of Kunlun Su is so cruel, either you die or others. If he survived, he should have stepped on other people's bodies and climbed up. Yi Chen wiped off the dragon and asked the sky sword, and threw it into the reincarnation cemetery. Then he went to Yi Lingtian. "Lingtian, go." Yi Lingtian has no reaction. He's petrified. The shock degree of this picture in his heart, for a long time, can't disperse. These are the three strong virtual kings. It also represents the three forces of Linhai City. They're all dead. And he died in the hands of the Lord. Yi Chen repeated, "Go, do you want to carry your father's body on your shoulder all the time, unable to sink into the earth?" Yi Lingtian, this just reaction come over, want to say what, finally, or swallow down, carrying the coffin stride away. Yes, Lord. He now believes more and more in the words of his father and his ancestors. This man can change the fate of the family's decline. This man is enough to set off a storm in Kunlun. And now, Su family. Su Yashin is pacing back and forth in Su's home, and her heart is expecting to the extreme. At the thought of those two people will become the object of her play, her smile is overflow. But after half an hour, there is still no movement. Su Yashin is a little fidgety. Is it so troublesome for the three strong virtual kings to take down two boys? Of course, it's just a few people who just broke through in the early stage, but it's not Yi Chen who can fight against it. She was in such a bad mood that she looked at her father who was drinking tea and urged her, "Dad, why haven't those people come back yet? It's too unreliable." Su's father laughed, and his eyes were filled with heartache and love. "Yashin, it is estimated that Yashin has delayed with the other two waves of forces, and may even get the whereabouts of the baby. This time, my father gave up the opportunity to contact Mo's family to achieve your goal. You should be obedient in the future." The words just fell, Su's father's blood gushed up, without warning, a mouthful of blood gushed out. At the same time, a consciousness in his mind suddenly broke. Every Su elder has a consciousness in his mind. Once broken, it is proof of death. Something's wrong. Su's father directly stood out and his body was shaking. The teacup on the hand also fell to the ground, split in pieces, the eyes seemed to be filled with blood, too terrible. Su Yashin noticed something was wrong and quickly asked, "Dad, you look so scary. What happened?" Bang! Su's father slapped the armrest on the chair, and his energy burst out. The chair in the living room and the table broke together. Su Yashin looks pale and dare not speak. Then, Su's father's cold and angry voice rang out, "Who is it? Dare to block the way of my Su family? Who the hell is it?" Words fall, his body rushed out. This matter, he must want a result. The same thing happened to Situ family and Xiang Yingjie. At the moment, Xiang Yingjie's body is entangled with a raging blood-red evil spirit. The pressure generated by the body refining power makes his men almost unable to breathe. Chapter 9:16. It felt as if someone was holding his throat with his hand. "Check it for me. Look through the whole city of Linhai and find out the person who moved our punishment bureau. If you can't find it, get out of here. Anyone in the realm of virtual king should pay attention to it." In Xiang Yingjie's eyes, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian naturally can't kill the strong man of the virtual king. There must be a strong hand behind. Linhai City, the land of happiness. There are many tombstones. And the most amazing thing is a mountain wall. The mountain wall seems to be split by a sword of Deneng, which is extremely smooth. At the same time, there are caves on the mountain wall that can be put into the coffin. Many coffins have been inserted into it. Buried in thick soil. There was a steady flow of aura from the ground, wrapping the coffin. For the dead. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian arrived at the land of Fuse and found that many people came here. Some came empty-handed, others came carrying coffins. A sense of desolation covers it, which makes people indifferent. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian just intend to walk into it, and a wooden stick is transverse in front of two people. It's a rule to leave something behind before you can enter the tomb. Yi Chen Mao's son a congealing, this just noticed the person that talks. An old man with a bent back has wrinkles all over his face and is as thin as firewood. This kind of old man in Huaxia is obviously a person who has suffered a lot for a long time, but it makes Yi Chen a little dignified here. His blood is boiling, which is only in the face of danger. He was sure that the old man's accomplishments were extremely high. The virtual kingdom is not only the realm, but also the source of Tao. Even if we say that the old man is Emperor Zun realm, Yi Chen also believes. This is the first time Yi Chen met such a strong man. Naturally, he did not dare to do anything about it. He arched his hand and said, "What do you need, master?" It seems that Lao Chen didn't pay attention to it. Yi Chen turned his eyes and took out a pill refined in the previous period from the Samsara cemetery. "Master, is this pill enough?" The old man's nose moved, obviously smelling out the special pill, eyes opened, surprised to the extreme. Not waiting for Yi Chen's reaction, it is a finger move, the pill forcibly broke away from Yi Chen's hand and fell into the old man's hand. The old man looked at Yi Chen and said, "Is this pill refined by you?" Yi Chen has no need to hide, nodding. "In my 20s, I'm a virtual Dan master. It seems that Danshu Tower is a character. Since you have taken your things, you can go in. Can you see the tomb?" Each tomb has a different effect and aura. Some of the candidates will benefit the descendants for a lifetime and let the deceased sleep forever, while others will destroy the family and dig their own grave. These things depend on luck, do you understand? Also, once selected, it must be buried. If you regret it, both of you will fall here, understand? The old man's voice dropped slowly, which made Yi Lingtian frown. What kind of rules is this? If you knew it was so dangerous, you might as well find a place to bury it. Yi Chen arched to the old man and said to Yi Ling, "Let's go." When the two left, the old man was lying on the chair, as if closed his eyes to rest, no longer concerned about everything around. But the spiritual consciousness is covered, 100 miles. All in sights. 3 minutes later, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian arrived at the land of the 10 million tombs. Looking at the dense hole, Yi Lingtian frowned and said, "Lord, how should I choose? I feel the same. It's harder to win than to buy a lottery ticket." Yi Chen also has some headache. No matter how strong the aura is, the shape or the breadth of the tomb are almost the same. If you want him to choose, he can only guess one at random. Suddenly, Yi Chen's shoulder sounded a lazy voice, "The 27th row, left, start counting, the 9th. Yi Chen Zheng looked at Xiao Huang, but found Xiao Huang or sleeping posture. Is it pretending to sleep? Although I don't know why Xiao Huang is so sure, he has no choice but to take Yi Lingtian to Xiao Huang's place. The mountain wall is dangerous and winding. When they were about to get close to the tomb, the old man with closed eyes suddenly stood up. Dead staring at Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian's direction. In his eyes, there was even a strange look in his eyes. It's strange. How did this boy do it? Among all the thousands of people, he chose the heaven-level tomb. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, the 4 levels of tomb, the heaven level is undoubtedly the best among the thousands of tombs. The tomb chosen by Yi Chen is the best in heaven level. How can he calm down? His eyes narrowed into a line, staring at the back of Yi Chen, the sense of tension disappeared instantly. He sat back in his chair, and his mouth outlined a smile. Interesting, really interesting. In Linhai City for thousands of years, it was the first time that someone made me curious. Standing in front of the tomb, Yi Chen took a look at Xiao Huang and said to Yi Lingtian, "Lingtian, put your uncle's coffin into the ground." "Yes, Lord." When Yi Lingtian planned to put the coffin into the tomb, a cold voice fell slowly, "Wait a minute." Yi Lingtian stops for a moment and looks at the source of the sound. The veil of a young girl is covered. The girl's figure is better. Although she covers her face, she has a temperament that can't be found in the world. The long skirt can't wrap the graceful and proud breast. With the delicate waist, the whole person looks charming and elegant. It's not too much to compare a girl to a fairy in the sky. The girl looked at Yi Lingtian and said, "This child, can you give this place to me?" Yi Lingtian can only look at Yi Chen, hall master. The girl noticed Yi Chen, because the coffin just blocked Yi Chen's figure just now, so she couldn't see clearly. But when the eyes of the beautiful eyes fell on Yi Chen's body, she was stunned, but her eyes flashed a surprise and doubt. It's a sense of déjà vu. Even the young man's breath was familiar. Chapter 9:17. But she was sure that the man had never met. Strange, strange. In fact, Yi Chen also has the same feeling. She always feels that this woman is very familiar, but cannot say. He found that he could not see through the veil at all, so he had to give up. Naturally, he couldn't give up here. He directly refused, "Girl, I'm sorry, this is the tomb of my friend's father, so I can't let him." The girl was lost. After all, Yi Chen chose this place first. Just as she was about to leave with regret, a middle-aged man behind her said, boldly, "What Miss Mo likes, you dare to occupy it. How do you know how to write?" Miss Mo Mao Sun a cold, must not be rude. The middle-aged man hesitated, "Miss, but here. What others choose first is others. Everything should be done first and then. What's more, the tomb is not urgent for the family, and the two little brothers obviously need it. Let's go and choose tomorrow." With that, Miss Namo was ready to leave. At this time, a breeze dancing, that shade the face of the blue yarn even exposed a corner, the girl's face revealed. It's a great country. But Yi Chen was shocked completely. Not because of beauty, but because this face is not Imo Ninger's face. As like as two peas. It's weird. Yi Chen even communicated with the reincarnation cemetery, but found Imo Ninger still in it. Who is the person in front of you? No, this person is an entity. His accomplishments and breadth are different from Imo Ninger. This is the real existence. Even a bone is only about 20 years old. He thought of the 3 words that the middle-aged man called the girl just now. Miss Imo. Linhai City Majia. It's a coincidence. Yi Chen's immobile body just blocks Imo Ninger's way. Girls show eyebrow a frown, of course, to Yi Chen some favor, but also do not allow others to be so presumptuous. The middle-aged man also drew out the cold sword. In his opinion, the young man's behavior was disrespectful to the young lady. Should be killed. Just wanted to start, but the girl stretched out her hand to signal the middle-aged man to step down. Her eyes curiously look at Yi Chen. She read some special things from Yi Chen's eyes. "Do you know me?" The ethereal voice fell. Yi Chen then reacted and looked at the girl in front of her. Yi Chen suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Miss Mo, I don't know. But Miss Mo is very much like a friend of mine. My friend's surname happens to be Mo." The girl came to a trace of interest and said curiously, "The young master can ask us to meet some other day. I'm very curious. Is there such a thing like me in the world?" Yi Chen thought of the purpose of this trip. Miss Mo may be the key to get in touch with Han Yun. Naturally, he should seize this opportunity. In order not to delay Yi Lingtian's father's burial, Yi Chen said, "Miss Mo, I have something important to ask you. I'd like to see you in a tea house outside the land of Fuse in an hour. How about that?" How dare you hear that middle-aged man met Yi Mo Chen for the first time? Don't get angry at all. This is a blasphemy to Miss Mo. What is Miss Mo? What is his identity? Meet again. Toads want to eat swan meat. Stinky boy, you really don't know how to write a dead word. Get out of my way, or my sword is merciless. Yi Chen does not pay attention to, stare at the girl with burning eyes, waiting for the answer. Look at each other. Yi Chen did not dodge. The girl was slightly surprised. After a few seconds, she smiles and says, "Okay, I'll see you at the tea house outside in an hour. And my name is Moaning. I prefer to be short rather than excessive." Yi Chen heard the word moaning, look more and more wrong. This amazing similarity is too weird. Moanin. Emo Ninger. Although the words are different, the pronunciation is almost the same. The key figure and face are the same. Miss Emo, my name is Yi Chen. Moaning read a few words, which was a note. Moaning finally left, leaving a fragrance. Yi Chen originally wanted to ask Emo Ninger of the Samsara cemetery, but he found that there was no movement. We can only give up. He looked at Yi Lingtian and said, let's go. Yes, Lord. Yi Lingtian clasped his hands, and the coffin fell down slowly. When he put it down, an invisible force is to suck the coffin in. At the same time, a golden light came through the coffin like a holy light. The light is getting stronger and stronger, so strong that Yi Chen can't open his eyes. The aura of the whole land of bliss suddenly changed its direction, and all of them came to this side. This vision is so strange that everyone in the land of bliss can feel the change of qi and magnetic field. Even Emo Ning, who is far away from Yi Chen, stops and looks at Yi Chen curiously. In her beautiful eyes, she looks at Yi Chen deeply, and her beautiful face is full of joy and surprise. She wants to see through Yi Chen. Was he really right? Master just gave me a general direction. I still can't be sure. But Yi Chen is the best one among the thousands of tombs. It seems that Yi Chen is not so simple. It's just a tea house appointment to explore the origin of this boy. And now, the ceremony is over. The light faded away. The last touch is also into the tomb. Yi Lingtian looks at his father's final entry into the earth, and the feeling in his heart is beyond description. He knelt down again and hit his head heavily. Dad, the child is unfilial. I can't see you for the last time. Now, I just want you to be free from some torture below. In my next life, I would like to be your son. 3 more kowtows. The forehead was covered with blood. All of a sudden, the originally quiet tomb vibrated. A red light came out from inside and fell on the eyebrows of Yi Lingtian. Yi Chen did not stop, because he could feel the red light on Yi Lingtian. Is this the successor of Yi Lingtian's father? When the red light penetrates into Yi Lingtian's eyebrows, Yi Lingtian only feels a memory coming out. In the picture, it's his father. There is still a sea. When all memories wake up, Yi Lingtian is stunned. Because the treasure my father got was hidden under the sea. Father had long expected everything. This red light is the father's retreat. Father also knew that Yi Lingtian would come back, and he knew that Yi Lingtian could not be buried before Yi Lingtian. So a huge chess game appeared. Everything goes through. Yi Lingtian fiercely stood up and looked at Yi Chen with resolute eyes. Hall Master, please follow me. I know where my father's thing is hidden. It has to be fast, there is a time limit. Yi Chen Mao's son is serious, not ahead. The two figures did not hesitate to rush out in one direction. That's the endless sea area surrounding Linhai City. Chapter 9:18. Soon after, there was a tea house outside the land of Fukuzawa. The tea house has been cleared. Outside stood 5 or 6 strong men. The breath was terrible. One of them is a strong source of Tao. Monin sat alone, drinking the best tea. 1. Another drink. Time goes by. There was a trace of irritation in Monin's flat eyes. Yi Chen hasn't come yet. From small to big. She never waited for anyone else. Others are waiting for her. But now, unexpectedly in Linhai City, someone dares to stand her up. No matter what reason, this is unforgivable. The middle-aged man came in a hurry. His face was ferocious and he said angrily, Miss, don't wait any longer. These 2 bastards are really looking for death. I have informed the Punishment Bureau. They'll bring them later. Where have they been? Monin said, suppressing his anger. The middle-aged man even said in a hurry, as soon as the tomb is over, the 2 heads will not return to the sea, then they will go. Grass. I must have run away. I also sent people from Mo's family to take down these 2 animals. Don't worry, miss. Moaning hesitated for a few seconds, stood up, and his clothes fluttered. Go, take me to the sea. In Emo Ning's opinion, Yi Chen has no reason to let her go. Why do you leave if you don't kill him? The key is to go to other places, but to the sea. It's weird. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but since the young lady had spoken, he could not say anything but nod. At the same time, Xiang Yingjie and others have come to the scene of the crime. Xiang Yingjie thought about countless possibilities, but he didn't think of the picture in front of him. It's not too much to describe as shocking. The key to their own people are also split in two. So cruel. Who is it? This is challenging the entire Punishment Bureau, but also challenging him. Xiang Yingjie. Xiang Yingjie's fingers touch the sword marks on the ground. Obviously, the other side uses the sword. There are traces of flame burning around, and the flame is unusual. This is the clue. At this time, a man in armor came to me in a hurry. Lord Xiang, there is a body with thunder and lightning. The other party may cultivate lightning attribute skills. I also asked people around me. It seemed that someone heard the sound of dragon chanting. Xiang Yingjie nodded, stood up, his hands behind him, staring at the two half of the corpses, flame, thunder and lightning, dragon, sword, and above the virtual kingdom. There are not many people who meet these 5 conditions, but why do I have no impression? Suddenly, I thought of something terrible. My lord, could it be that? Xiang Yingjie said curiously, who? Do you have someone in mind? The hand trembled and said, Yi, Shi, Tian. 3 words down, Xiang Yingjie's violent breath erupted. Yi Shi Tian. Good. Good. How dare you come to Haicheng? I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I'd like to see if Yi Shi Tian can bear the blow of my Xiang Yingjie. The sound of the cold seemed to ring through the sky. The man was very uncomfortable, and he thought of something else. He even said, My lord, there is one more thing. Just now, the Mo family informed the Punishment Bureau and asked us to arrest one person. That person is Yi Chen we met in the morning. It said that the guy went to the Endless Sea. Xiang Yingjie was so murderous and restrained that he sneered, Is that little thing that contradicts me? Exactly. Xiang Yingjie turned the broadsword in his hand and directly carried it on his shoulder. He said, I gave the boy a chance. He didn't cherish it. He offended the Su family in the morning, but now he dares to provoke the Mo family. In this case, I will erase it myself. Endless seas. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian have come to the shore. Temple Lord, according to my father's memory, his disappearance in 3 days is at the bottom of this sea area. Yi Lingtian Dao. Yi Chen fingers Ju, 2 barriers wrapped Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian. Come on, and see what your father left you. 2 plops, straight into the sea. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the bottom of the sea like walking on the ground. Because of Yi Chen's technique, there is no obstacle for them to walk underwater. You can even breathe. Under the leadership of Yi Lingtian, Yi Chen has discovered a submarine cave. The cave is unfathomable. After hesitation, they still choose to enter. Yi Chen is full of vigilance and asks the Sky Sword to hold hands tightly. Although Yi Lingtian's father would not harm them, the place always gives people a sense of uneasiness. Fortunately, after going deep into it, the darkness disappeared, and the light in the cave even flickered. All in sights. Yi Chen looks around and finds that there is a place for cultivation built by man. From the perspective of recent years, it should be the trace of creation. It seems that Yi Lingtian's father has been preparing for a long time. Here, Lord. Yi Lingtian hastened. Yi Chen followed the sound of the past, is to see a standing simple box. The box is very long. It must be the existence with the gun. The exotic treasure that countless people want to find. There is a small stone box beside the antique box. Small enough to be negligible. Ling Tian, these things are left by your father. Open them and have a look. This place is in the sea, and there will be no vision to disturb others. Yi Chen Dao. Yi Lingtian nodded and stretched out his hand to open the antique box directly. When the box opened a corner, endless black breath rolled out. What a powerful evil spirit. When the box is completely opened, Yi Chen actually saw a long gun surrounded by magic gas. The spear is 2 feet long. The whole body is full of black momentum, and there are scattered stars on the dark surface. The evil spirit is pressing. The dragon totem is carved all over the body. It is lifelike. It's like a black dragon coming out of the gun. Not only that, but also the head of the gun flashed blue light. Extremely sharp. If only touched the human body, blood mist is inevitable. Although I do not know the origin of the blue light, but Yi Chen's heart is the emergence of 2 words. Joyo. 1 shot, break 9 you. All of a sudden, the barrel of the gun shook. The entire ocean floor was shaking and rolling. The spear seems to have a spirit. It bursts out of the simple box in an instant. It is towards Yi Chen. Cold light means killing. Yi Lingtian's face changed greatly. If this shot killed the hall leader, he would be the culprit. He exclaimed, "Master of the temple, get away from me." But he found Yi Chen motionless and did not intend to fight back. The spear shuttles like streamer, spinning around Yi Chen for several weeks. Finally, unexpectedly a turn, direct toward Yi Chen's eyebrow heart and go. Yi Lingtian is short of breath. He wants to die for the temple master, too late. Seeing that the spear is going to pierce Yi Chen's eyebrows, Yi Chen doesn't blink his eyes and doesn't move like a mountain. All of a sudden, the gun was hanging. And at the moment, Yi Chen's eyebrow heart is also abnormal. Twinkle the dark light. Like the eyes of hell, open. Then, the wild spear bent. Twist around Yi Chen. The gun head is still facing Yi Chen. This feeling, it's like looking at Yi Chen. Chapter 919. 1 person, 1 shot, thus forming a century-like gaze. Yi Chen didn't do anything. The magic beads that once penetrated into the eyebrows twinkled with strange light. His eyes were as red as blood. The evil spirit of the whole body even turned into a majestic black cloak. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingtian is not calm. How can this ancient thing bend? Unheard of. Also, it feels like a spear is recognizing the Lord. Did the Father protect this thing at the cost of his life, not for himself, but for the Lord? Absolutely possible. Yi Lingtian did not lose any, but excited. He himself was used to using the sword, even if his father left the spear to him. He was of no use. On the contrary, it will only slow down his control of kendo. But the temple master seems to like to use the sword. At least since he knew the temple master, he did not see the temple master used a gun once. This gun is extremely powerful. If there is no strong gun technology support, the consequences are unimaginable. He's a little worried now. At the moment, Yi Chen seems to be silent in a magical world. He found that everything around him had changed completely. As if in a dreamland. And this environment is the bones of millions of people. The bones are all over the place. Blood was all over the sky. It seems to be an endless abyss in the world. The vigorous wind dances wildly, the blood color coagulates moves, the ghost cry wolf howl sound comes from the deepest place. Suddenly, there was a flame among the countless bones. Blue and cold flame. A cold flame. 2 different properties of the flame actually fused together. Even in Yi Chen's eyes, the blue flame seems to be a pair of eyes, staring at him. This flame is not weaker than an immortal fire. When Yi Chen is lost in his mind, the flame turns into a long gun shadow and penetrates directly into the darkness in Yi Chen's eyebrows. The next second, the pain hit. When Yi Chen raised his head, he found that the picture in front of him had changed again. Picture backtracking. The dead bones live and turn into practitioners. Every cultivator is full of violent killing intention. The lowest level among them is the virtual king state. There are also many Daoyuan realms or Emperor Zun realms. All of us are heading for the abyss. Roar, roar. Just then, a figure came out of the darkness. The fall of the feet, as if to let the surrounding air completely solidified. The mottled light hits on that person's body, is some familiar to Yi Chen. It's getting closer. Yi Chen finally saw the man. How could it be? Yi Chen is stunned. It's not other people's figure. The evil spirit cloak is surrounded by evil spirit. The spear in your hand is the one you see today. Inside the eyes, the devil burst out. Then, one shot pointed out that he killed those practitioners. Every shot is cold and killing. The void burst, the true chi reversed, and the whole time and space seemed to explode under the gun intention. The dreamland turned into a sea of fire, and the thunder and lightning fell down from the sky. Thunder, fire, devour everything. Life lost. And the master of this piece is the demonized self. These thousands of skeletons were made by ourselves? The demonized figure seems to have noticed something, glanced at Yi Chen's direction, and then everything turned into dust. The illusion disappears. Yi Chen finds himself back in reality. The spear no longer looked at itself, but was suspended in front of him. Obviously, it's for him to hold it. Yi Chen did not hesitate, he could feel that the long gun was born for him. He learned Lin Qingxuan's 3 unique weapons, and he just lacked a satisfactory weapon. And this spear from the 9 Hell is the best choice. However, Yi Chen's heart is still confused. What is the meaning of the illusion? If it's true, then it means you will be possessed? What's more, why do you want to kill so many people? He could feel that it was all real. Very real. It seems that it will happen one day in the future. But even if he stepped into the killing road, he could not be so crazy. Unless something happens in the future that will arouse his endless anger, this thing, let him want to destroy and end everything. Yi Chen put aside all the thoughts in his heart, stretched out his hand and held the simple gun. Tear. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's palm is cut open, blood gushes out instantly. It was absorbed by the spear. Yi Chen feels the connection between the sea and the spear. Then, Yi Chen's hand holds, the true chi condenses, simply one gun sweeps away. The surrounding sea water instantly turned into 2 parts, and the violent gunshot idea actually tore the whole ground, dozens of feet. It's like a deep-sea canyon. Shocking. The meaning of the ground shaking is also spreading. Yi Chen took back the spear, touched it gently, and murmured, although there is a big gap between the power and the magic realm, I am already very satisfied. If combined with the 3 unique spears, the power generated by that time will definitely let me not be afraid of the virtual king state. Finish saying, Yi Chen just thought of what, ask away, do you have what name? Long Gun seems to be able to understand Yi Chen's words, twist again, as if shaking his head. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds and then said, just now the fantasy world seems to be in Joyo Hell. Then I will call you Joyo Sky Killing Gun. With the power of Joyo, you can level the hell and kill the way of heaven. This is my ambition. Joyo Sky Killer Gun knows that he has a name. He is extremely surprised. Even his body is close to Yi Chen, just like a snake winding around. The head of the gun flickered with dim flame light, which made people dare not look directly at it. Well, you now obediently enter the Samsara cemetery, if I call you, you come out again. Yi Chen ordered again. 9 You kill the sky gun obviously understood Yi Chen's meaning, fiercely nodded, and then disappeared. Everything returned to silence. Yi Chen looked at Yi Lingtian and apologized, Lingtian, I recognize the lord of this thing. It's really... Before the words were finished, Yi Lingtian said with a smile, Lord, you don't have to say anything. I know my father. This Joyo Sky Killing Gun is not what my father prepared to give me. It belongs to you. What's more, I'm the master of the temple. Even if the Lord wants to Lingtian to die, Lingtian will not hesitate. Yi Chen was quite speechless and scolded, what lies? Yi Lingtian must be around me in this life, and can't die. If anyone dares to move you, Yi Chen will destroy his whole family. Yi Lingtian Meng nodded his head. The words of the temple master gave him great confidence. If there is such a temple master, what can I ask for? Suddenly, Yi Chen noticed something, 5 fingers a grip, another tiny box appeared in his hand. There are only 2 things here. Joyo Sky Killing Gun is left by Yi Lingtian's father, so this box should be Yi Lingtian's. Sure enough, Yi Chen glanced at it and found that there were several big characters engraved on it, Yi Lingtian, Chi. Chapter 920. Yi Chen directly handed the box to Yi Ling Tian. Ling Tian, this thing is left by your father. It's very unusual to put it together with the Joyo sky-killing gun. You can open it yourself. Yi Ling Tian naturally saw the above words, took the box and opened it directly. This time, there was no light. Very quiet. When the box was completely opened, it was found that there was a drop of blood essence in the box. The essence of blood is charming, but it is cold. Yi Ling Tian is a little confused about his father's intention. What's the use of this blood essence? What's more, why is the blood essence still so fresh, as if it was just extracted from the human body? Yi Chen is also a little unclear. He just wanted to communicate with Mo Ninger of the Reincarnation Cemetery, but he found that Yi Ling Tian's jade pendant twinkles with strange light. When Yi Chen saw this jade pendant, the design on it was a dragon and a teenager. That young man is himself. It is this jade pendant that makes Yi Ling Tian firmly believe that he is the master of the temple he is looking for. When Yi Chen and Yi Ling Tian are confused, the jade pendant suddenly breaks. And then it turns into a little star light. The light of the stars suddenly gathered and formed a figure. It is Yi Ling Tian's dead father. The shadow of the starlight seemed to turn into substance. He glanced at Yi Ling Tian and said excitedly, "Ling Tian, we have finally met. If I have not guessed wrong, my Numenon has already died." Yi Ling Tian never thought that he would see his father again after his father died. He bent his knees and knelt down. "Father." The shadow of starlight showed a smile and helped Yi Ling Tian up. "If you can come here, it means I'm on the right track." The shadow of starlight suddenly fell on Yi Chen's body, and his eyes were excited. "Is this the master of Shaodian? The lord of the temple is up, please accept Yi Jinming's worship." Yi Chen naturally cannot let the other side kneel, an arm extended. "Uncle, please get up, you are a remnant, why kneel me?" Yi Jinming hesitated for a few seconds or nodded. "Little hall master, seeing you, I know that the task given to me by my ancestors is completely completed. If I fail here, I will be a family sinner." Yi Chen is a little curious. "Why did you choose me instead of others?" This time, Yi Jinming didn't explain, but said, "Shaodian Lord, some things are the secrets of heaven. You can't say more, but one thing is not a secret. You are a purple crouching dragon. You are born with the destiny of the emperor. Anyone who has contact with you can benefit future generations. Of course, I also believe that Ling Tianning is able to cover the wind and rain for the master of Shaodian all the way." Yi Jinming looks at Yi Ling Tian again. He glances at Yi Ling Tian's accomplishments and shakes his head. "Ling Tian, your accomplishments are too low. How can you win the world for the hall leader?" Yi Ling Tian's face turned red and he was embarrassed. "Father, I don't want to, but the power of the temple master is too strong against the sky. The Holy Kingdom can kill the strong one in the virtual king's environment. I can't follow him in this life, but I will try my best." Yi Jinming touched his beard and grasped it with 5 fingers. The blood was in his palm. There is an ancient character reflected in the blood essence. Ling Tian, in fact, our ancestors had expected that the family was defeated. When you came to your area, the ancestral spirit root against heaven was almost diluted. It is impossible for you to achieve great accomplishments in cultivation. The ancestors laid down the overall situation for 1,000 years. Being a father is just a chess piece. You can see this drop of blood essence. This is what the ancestors left for you. Later, I will put this blood essence into your brow. It will be very painful, because the power in the blood essence will forcibly change your blood vessels and talents. Fortunately, the blood in your body is still connected with your ancestors. If you change to an ordinary person, you will die. After today, being a father will make you completely different, so that you are also qualified to stand by the side of Shaodian Lord. In the sky, the essence of the leaf will be shot out. Just looking at the moment, suddenly. Yi Jinming didn't accidentally go to a secret place, but this secret place was the secret of their family and had been guarding it for thousands of years. It's not fully opened until now. What is the reason for this great effort? He looked at Yi Ling Tian, who was convulsed and lying on the ground with ferocity on his face. It's too painful. Yi Jiming looked down at his son and continued, Yi Lingtian, stand up for me. The blood flowing on your body is the blood of a soldier. If you can't bear the pain, you are a waste. Do you want to hide behind the little hall master all the time and be a useless waste? Is it now and will it be in the future? This sentence stabbed Yi Lingtian like a sharp needle. Yi Lingtian roared, I am not. He stood up trembling with blood in his eyes. His arms were full of blue veins, and his whole body was bursting with powerful air waves. Danta was broken and reborn. Yi Lingtian is not afraid of everything. Follow the master of the temple. Under the roar, Yi Lingtian's whole body waves are released, and the sea water rolls. Even the air waves make Yi Chen a little uncomfortable. Yi Chen looks at the aura in the sea water and rushes into Yi Lingtian's body crazily. Then, he was shocked to find that Yi Lingtian's breath was changing. A breakthrough. Layer by layer. It's incredible. I don't know how long Yi Lingtian has entered the Holy Land. No stop. Holy Land. Still not stop. Su Wangjing. Finally, he stopped slowly, and the final state was stable in the 5th level of Virtual King Realm. Although Yi Chen has a samsara cemetery, he has never seen such a method of ascension against heaven. Crazy. Yi Jiming seems to be aware of Yi Chen's doubts and explains, Shaodian Lord, this secret method is only mastered by our ancestors, and it is extremely demanding. It must be the blood essence of our ancestors. When Ling Tian was young, I let him soak in special potions every day, so that he could be integrated. If he was ordinary people, he would surely die. Yi Chen nods. He looks at Yi Lingtian and finds that the latter has stood up. The face has not changed much, but the breath on the body has experienced nirvana. Resolute eyes looked at Yi Chen and knelt down directly on one knee, Lord, this time, I will not stand behind you. If anyone dares to move you, I will let him fall into hell. Yi Chen nodded and patted Yi Lingtian on the shoulder, Get up, I said we are brothers, you are not my servant, there is no need to be so. Yi Jiming looked at the two people, and his mouth showed a gratifying smile, Shaodian Lord, Ling Tian, the mission given to me by my family, I've completed it completely. After today, it's your world. Chapter 921. By the way, I would like to remind you that if you meet a person with 4 characters, you must be careful. When the words fall, Yi Jiming dissipates and melts into the sea water, as if never before. For character man. Yi Chen frowned. At present, he has never met such a person. But Yi Chen took this warning to heart. This family sees through the natural mechanism. If a certain link is missed at this stage, it will collapse. You have to believe it. Lord, let's go. Yi Lingtian Dao. The strength of the strong, so that he is full of confidence, even the voice is to improve a few points. Yi Chen nods, the true chi surrounds at the foot, the instant faces the water surface. At the same time, the shore of the sea. More than a dozen armored soldiers of the Punishment Bureau were waiting. Xiang Yingjie's hands are behind him, staring at the sea with cold eyes. What are those people doing at the bottom of the sea? He asked the men around him. But the man shook his head, for what reason, I don't know. This sea area is still dangerous. If it goes deep, there must be something to attract it. Xiang Yingjie frowned. He didn't know what he was thinking about. After a few seconds, he said, forget it. Let's wait until these 2 guys come up. At this time, several figures came quickly. Seeing the man in a hurry, Xiang Yingjie turned around and said with a smile, what kind of wind has brought the eldest son of the Sidu family? There is no scenery in this sea area. He knows the origin of the master of Sidu's family. It's called Sidu Feng. The 6th floor of Shuang realm. Have some cards, just into the sky 1000. It's good, but it's called Crane Tail in the Circle. After all, it is the last one in the sky list. Sidu Feng suddenly appears here, I am afraid it is also for Yi Chen. Seeing Xiang Yingjie, Sidu Feng's eyes shrank and said in a cold voice, Xiang Yingjie, that Yi Chen is here. You are very well informed, but this place has been surrounded by my punishment bureau. Yi Chen is also the Mo family's full authority to arrest me. I'm afraid it's not good for you to appear here now, Xiang Yingjie said in a bad tone. Situ Feng sneered, ridiculous. When did Linhai City become the site of your punishment bureau? If Miss Mo wants the boy, why can't I do it? Since the Yi family's things have not yet fallen, I can only start from the little beast named Yi Chen. I've heard that this boy is so bold that he dared to stand up for Miss Mo. What a death wish. Xiang Yingjie doesn't care. In his opinion, it's impossible for Situ Feng to take people in his own hands. Sky List 1000, take Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian is really possible, but he cannot allow it. Just as they spoke, the waves surged on the water. The waves swept through. Then two figures appeared in an instant. See this figure, suddenly someone exclaimed. Young master, Yi Chen appears. My lord, Yi Chen appears. Innumerable Wei eyes instantly locked Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian. Situ Feng mouth has appeared a cold smile, the first step out toward Yi Chen. He knows better than anyone, as long as you win Yi Chen, it is an opportunity. It's very important for the Situ family to establish contact with the Mo family. The Mo family controls the cultivation resources. It is also an ancient family, holding the key to enter the place. Don't mention Linhai City, the whole Kunlun Su wants to please them. What's more, the Mo family is also closely related to the Han family in ancient times. Once you stand on the same front with the Mo family, you will be in contact with two ancient families. What is more valuable than this business? No longer think, Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian have fallen on the shore. Feel countless eyes hit, Yi Chen's expression is extremely strange. Yi Lingtian is also a congealed eyebrow, 5 fingers holding the sword handle. Hall master, the coma is not good. Yi Chen nodded and then went toward the outside. In front of him, Situ Feng and others were taken as air by him. When Yi Chen stepped out of the 5th step, a cold voice fell slowly, Yi Chen, did I let you go? Then, the 5 strong are blocking Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian's way. Release with intent to kill. Yi Chen steps to stop, eyes are still staring at the front. Wei, we do not seem to know it. No? Situ Feng laughed a few times, dare to put Miss Mo pigeon, the whole Kunlun Su you are the first one. After hearing that sentence, Yi Chen suddenly came over. Damn it! Because Yi Lingtian's emergency just now, he didn't even call. It's a big sin to let a girl wait. What's more, it's the lady of Mo family in Linhai City. Yi Chen can only helplessly shake his head, since the boat is done, can only then and Mo Ning apologize a few minutes. After all, it was him who made the mistake. But what does this have to do with these people? Are these people from the Mo family? Yi Chen thought for a while and then said, Miss Mo, I will naturally apologize. He just wanted to leave, but the 6 strong men drew out their swords and pointed at Yi Chen. Little beast, did I let you go? The man that I, Situ Feng, wants to take down, can't be stopped by the emperor. The words of Situ Feng just fell, a cold light flashed. The cold light was too fast. When he reacted, he found a sword touching his neck. If you dare to move the hall master, Yi Lingtian will cut your head even if I fight for my life. He turned his head in horror. When he saw Yi Lingtian, he became angry instantly. This person's origin, he naturally knows, the Yi family that left Kunlun Su instead went to China's garbage. How dare you use a sword in front of yourself? I'm afraid this guy didn't even reach the Holy Land. What a shame. At this time, Xiang Yingjie, who had not spoken for a long time, cut in. A mole ant threatened the bottom of the sky list with a sword. I really doubt the gold content of the sky list more and more. I'm afraid that all your accomplishments have been cultivated to women's stomachs, Situ Feng. Hearing this, Situ Feng became more and more angry. Without hesitation, he held out his 5 fingers and held Yi Lingtian's sword directly. Go away! A roar pierced. The sword should have been broken. However, the grain silk did not move. He even felt as if his power had fallen into an endless abyss. How could it be? Yi Lingtian's eyes were firm. Let your dog put down the sword. If they dare to point to the Hall Master again, I promise you, I will take your life. Yi Lingtian is qualified to be strong at the moment. The power of blood essence in his body has not disappeared. Before that, he was not afraid of Sidu Feng. Yi Chen is very satisfied with the present Yi Lingtian. He glanced at the sword around him and gently waved his arm. Let's all go. It's a random wave. Something strange happened. The 6 swords seemed to be crazy. They broke free from the hands of the 6 people and fell directly at Yi Chen's feet. It's like surrender. Chapter 922. Yi Chen now knows Wanchen's Jinjue in his heart. There is a sword formula between waving. Sword rhyme together, Wan Jian Chen Fu. Except for the top spirit sword, it can't be stopped. It was easy for him to do, but in the eyes of all, it was like hell. The 6 men stare at their hands, and then look at the sword on the ground. Eyes widened. What the hell is going on here? They gathered their true spirit and grasped them with 5 fingers. They wanted to hold those swords in the palm of their hands. But it's impossible. It's no use. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls, without any emotion. Besides, I don't like people standing in front of me. I don't like it very much. Xiang Yingjie not far away saw this scene and his smile solidified. There was a storm in his heart. What kind of technique is this? Can you control other people's swords? Unheard of. He looked at Yi Chen again, less despised, and his expression became extremely serious. There's definitely something wrong with this kid. Sidu Feng didn't know what happened because he turned to his side, but Yu Guang didn't know what happened. Yu Guang swept the 6 people still, and his anger became more and more burning. He even ignored Yi Lingtian's sword and growled, "What a bunch of rubbish. Don't start. I'm being held up by a sword, and you'll just watch it." 6 people give advice, also do not care to have no sword in hand, change fist to claw toward Yi Lingtian. They are determined, Yi Lingtian dare not hurt Sidu Feng. Scaring them at best. But they have not considered Yi Lingtian, but found Yi Chen has blocked in front of them. Did I let you go? Hearing Yi Chen's words, 6 people's eyes shrink and their eyes are violent. I don't know how you made our swords spiritless, but we don't need to use swords to take you down. Words fall, one of them is a blowout. Bursts of air explosion. A stream of white air turbulence out, as if into a sword, through. In a flash, break everything, see the white air is about to hit Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen cold hum, the same blowout. It's a flat and light fist, but it contains the power of infinite body refining and the power of blood dragon. The break is around the arm. As if a touch of red on the break. Sputter it out. Looking at Yi Chen's strength sweeping away, feeling the red waves rolled by, the old man who made the move realized that something was wrong. It's a bodybuilder. Body refining is not rare in Linhai City, and the auction of Linhai City has repeatedly auctioned body refining skills, which also makes many body refining practitioners here. But he never saw anyone break out of it. Except for those. Between thoughts, Yi Chen's fist has touched the white airflow. The white air burst on the spot. Can't stop. After that, Yi Chen's fist not is solid and touching the old man. The old man didn't think that there would be such a scene. It was too late to start again. The whole body flew out. In the air is spit out a mouthful of blood, is really too embarrassed. Sidu Feng witnessed the whole process and was slightly stunned. But how could he allow his subordinates to be so unbearable and roared, "A group of fuckers, a waste of the strength, can't be determined. You have 5 left to do it. 1 is injured, the other 5 are aware of the seriousness of the matter." Toward each and one after another. At this moment, the shadow of the fist is all over the sky, and the aura around is also changing to be frightful. But what's the use of killing? Yi Chen rushes into the crowd, and a flame comes out of his eyebrows. The fire started a prairie fire and immediately wrapped the 5 people. The flame of the unquenchable fire is stronger and stronger, burning all things. In the face of absolute strength, these people were madly suppressed. Yi Chen is just like a bulldozer in the fire, crushing directly. Everywhere we go, It's a mess. When Yichen goes out of the flame area, the flame is full of painful groans. Some people were devoured by the fire and died, while others were crazy toward the sea. I wanted to extinguish the fire with the help of sea water, but I don't know that the flame on them is called immortal. Once contaminated, it cannot be extinguished. In pain and screams, everything finally calmed down. Only a young man stood aloof and his cold eyes shot at Sidu Feng. Just a look in his eyes made Sidu Feng tremble with fear, and his back was cold. He madly wants to break through Yi Lingtian's sword, but he finds it is useless. Isn't it rumored that their strength is like ants? What the hell is going on here? It's totally different. Yichen step by step towards Sidu Feng, each step is a strong sense of oppression. Sidu Feng's neck is exuded a drop of bright red blood. He stares at Yichen and says, "You, what are you going to do? I'm from the Sidu family. If you kill me, you can't leave the whole coastal city." After that, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xiang Yingjie like a life-saving straw. He even said, "Xiang Yingjie, what are you standing for? As a member of the Punishment Bureau, don't you take this boy down as soon as possible." Xiang Yingjie frowns and his attention is focused on Yichen. He found that the young man couldn't see through. The strength of the other side was extraordinary. It's the fire that controls it. He should be a practitioner of flame attribute. Naturally, he couldn't associate Yichen with Yi Shitian, because it was just a kind of flame and the current strength, which was not worthy of. Then, he looked at Sidu Feng, and a sneer came out of his mouth. "Isn't it that Mr. Sidu asked me not to do it? I just did it. Master Sidu, you are right." The tone is extremely playful. This can make Sidu Feng Qi half dead, almost a mouthful of blood spurted out. But the current situation made him have to compromise, can only say, "Xiang Yingjie, I give up winning Yichen. Please put down the boy." Between the words, is full of suffocation. Yichen does not like to have trouble again. Direct command Wei, Ling Tian, kill. "Yes, Lord." These simple words made Sidu Feng scared to death. He said to Xiang Yingjie, "Xiang Yingjie, please do it. As long as you make a move, the Sidu family will no longer fight for that quota with you." Xiang Yingjie's mouth outlined a radiant, "Since you ask so, then I will not watch you die." Then, he moved. Even if we advance a quota in the sky list, it may be a huge gap. This is not about cultivation, but about real combat power. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yingjie appears in front of Yi Lingtian. 5 fingers caught Yi Lingtian's sword on the spot. Yi Lingtian's face changed dramatically, and the power of Virtual King's realm and the power of residual blood essence exploded. The ground cracked and the air exploded. He thought he could break free, but he found that his sword had been welded. Xiang Yingjie smiles, "What I want to destroy has no reason to exist." Of course, it also includes people. Chapter 923. Click with a sound, Yi Lingtian's sword broke directly. At the same time, the fury of the strength of body training collided away. Yi Lingtian can only break out all the strength to resist. Bang! When the two forces collide, Yi Lingtian directly retreats more than 10 steps, and a trace of blood spills from the corners of his mouth. Seeing about to fall into the sea, a slender hand is pressed on the shoulder of Yi Lingtian. It was Yichen. "Temple Master, my subordinates are useless." Yi Lingtian Dao. Yichen is patting Yi Lingtian's shoulder and comforting him, "You are already very good. You have not been used to this strength. When it is completely integrated, the strength will be stronger. And it's normal that you lose to this person." Yichen's cold eyes stare at Xiang Yingjie, and his sense of bodybuilding maintains a strong hostility. Even fear. All the strength of this man depends entirely on the flesh. Yi Lingtian's present state is impossible to defeat. Xiang Yingjie twisted his neck and finally looked at Yichen. He said, "Yichen, there was an old man to protect you before. What are you going to do today? Offend the Mo family? Even if the old guy stands here, he is not qualified to protect you. What I didn't expect is that you are also a bodybuilder, and it seems that you are the second solidification period. In the eyes of ordinary people, you are also a strong one, but you met me. I'm the peak of super sports period, half-step Huagang period. Today, I will let you feel what despair is. Words fall, Xiang Yingjie 3 steps out, in the third step when the air jump. More than 10 meters high. Then, one punch. I'll let you understand that everything is just a fly in the sky. Want to compete with me? Not enough. Break it for me. Xiang Yingjie's strength of bodybuilding is released. It's too violent. There was a light blue air flow in his fist. The airflow seems to tear the air, tear up the space and smash Yichen. The blue airstream bloomed, and the whole shore seemed to be a sea. The big waves are all to Yichen. Boom! The next moment the roar exploded, and the world shook. Yichen's eyes are firm and resolute, the strength of refining body breaks out, and the immortal fire twinkles on the fist. At the same time, run the power of Blood Dragon. Smash it out. One punch battle, complete touch. The sea water in the back suddenly heaved. Dozens of meters high. The mighty energy explodes. This blow shocked the world. In his eyes, Yichen will surely die. Although he is not used to Xiang Yingjie, his strength is beyond doubt. He can't shake it, no one else can. But this one punch actually lets two people not separate. There was no injury. It's still going on. How could it be? Sidu Feng exclaimed in surprise. He didn't die under one blow. And he carried it. Those who are strong in the punishment bureau and the crowd around take a breath. In the whole Linhai city, there are few young people who want to resist Xiang Yingjie's fist. But it can't be Yichen. At the moment, the air seems to be full of two energy. The two energies are like a lion and a long dragon intertwined. No one can stand it. Xiang Yingjie's heart is stormy. He can feel the power of Yichen. It's as good as him. Even if he didn't exert all his strength, how could this mole ant compare with his 70% strength? He can't accept it. No longer hesitating, Xiang Yingjie roared, and the lion broke out, just like a great beast swallowing to Yichen. Yichen Mao Sun Pan cold, swept all the strength in the arm above. No fear. But after all, he failed Xiang Yingjie in physical training. Puff! A sound, a mouthful of blood spurts out, Yichen whole person retrogress 3 steps. And Xiang Yingjie is also uncomfortable, the corner of his mouth overflows with blood, and his body also retreats 2 steps. His clothes had been blown to pieces, revealing rock-like muscles. Eyes extremely dignified. He can feel his internal organs, be shocked. It's something he's never had. Who the hell is this boy? Why can the flesh body of Zhonggu period compete with his dominating body? A fight. Just a fight, Yichen not only did not die, but also let Xiang Yingjie hurt. This is a shame to Xiang Yingjie. Xiang Yingjie's eyes are extremely strong. He knew that Yichen had been injured, and now is the best chance. You are very good, little beast. But you can't carry my next punch. With the words falling, Xiang Yingjie's whole body was full of evil spirit, and the upper stream of his fist turned the light of the stars. He was like a giant star beast, smashing the star river and running towards Yichen. This blow is his 10% strength, even if Yichen's physical body let him surprise, also can't resist. In order to be in case, Xiang Yingjie is forced out of a drop of blood essence burning, the momentum of his body is more and more terrible. It's the first time in years that someone has forced him into this state. His face was ferocious, like a bloodthirsty beast. At the moment, Yichen can feel the internal force and the shock, and even some paralysis in the fist arm. If he uses the strength of bodybuilding again, he will surely suffer losses. His eyes fell on the Joyo Sky killing gun in the reincarnation cemetery. Just in time, he wants to try the combination of Joyo Sky killing gun and breaking Sky 3 Ju gun. What kind of power is it? I don't know, but it's enough to destroy this hero's body. Yichen did not shrink back, step out. Just want to sacrifice Joyo Sky killing gun, stop it. The cold voice resounded through the audience. Then, a beautiful image is slowly falling. It's in front of him. Light fragrance diffuses, which is the inherent body fragrance of young girls. The back is graceful, and the ratio of wasp waist to hip is too perfect. A long dress, fairy spirit. Monin. Monin's appearance instantly makes the air in the air to kill completely. With a wave of Monin's slender finger, a golden round barrier is blocked in front of him. There are ancient words on it that keep flowing. Xiang Yingjie's punch hit the golden barrier, which not only did not collapse, but also reflected a force. Hit Xiang Yingjie directly. Xiang Yingjie did not expect that Imo Ning would suddenly rush out to save Yi Chen. The powerful force has been unable to stop, directly penetrated his body. Spit out a mouthful of blood, his whole person is weak to the extreme. The body almost fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he pulled out the wide sword from his waist and inserted it directly on the ground. The fierce flame flickers, a deep sword mark, let him stop reluctantly. Suddenly, the crowd screamed. Miss Mo has even used the art of reversing heaven and earth. No, the order to arrest Yi Chen was issued by the Mo family. Why did Miss Mo save Yi Chen? According to reason, Yi Chen can't resist Xiang Yingjie's fist at all. Chapter 924. The crowd was shocked. Even Situ Feng's expression changed completely, and he didn't understand the meaning of moaning. Even if he didn't know, Situ Feng was also walking towards Mo Ning with a flattering smile on his lips. There are two younger generations in the Mo family, which is the hope of the Mo family. One of them is the peerless talent of body training. They are looking for Yi family spears for this person. The other is his sister, Monin. The untouchable existence in the eyes of countless practitioners in Linhai City. You can only view from a distance, not to play with blasphemy. Situ Feng came to Mo Ning's face and said with a smile, Miss Mo, half a year ago, I finally met again. I am. Words have not finished, moaning indifferent and heartless voice sounded, roll. The air solidified instantly, and Situ Feng's expression was very ugly. He didn't expect that Monin would let him down in front of so many people. But what can we do? He has no choice. He could only smile and say, okay. And then, just leave. Xiang Yingjie, who was injured not far away, has stood up and stares at Yi Chen. In his eyes, all this belongs to Yi Chen. Miss Mo, why did you hurt me? This Yi Chen is what your Mo family asked me to arrest. Besides, this boy has insulted you. Even though his heart is not fair, Xiang Yingjie still asks. Mo Ning looks calm. His slender fingers touch his hair to his ears. Then he looks down at Xiang Yingjie and says, this person has offended me. Naturally, he wants me to deal with it. I don't want to use other people's hands. And, from today on, Yi Chen's life is mine. His people, also mine. Only I can kill. If you dare to do it, my family will have all the power to uproot you and the forces behind you. Cold words reverberate. Beyond all doubt. All the people present took a breath. No one would have thought that Miss Mo wanted to protect Yi Chen, or in front of everyone. From then on, Yi Chen's life belongs to moaning. At least the whole coastal city, no one can move. I'm not qualified to move. The key is why. Such ants are not only invited to tea house by moaning, but also broke the appointment. Now they have become the object of moaning's protection. Is Miss Mo's in love with this boy's skin bag? Xiang Yingjie's heart is full of blood, his fist is clenched, and he is extremely angry. His heart is too oppressive, today not only did not kill Yi Chen, but also made himself hurt. It's not worth it. Key in front of the woman to protect Yi Chen, who dared to move. There was a flash of violence and killing in his eyes. If one day, he is in charge of the strength, he will let this moanin in his crotch. And Yi Chen, he wants one punch to break away from Yi Chen's body. In order to ease the rage. At the time when everyone was thinking, a voice sounded from behind moaning, hey, I don't seem to agree. Yi Chen is not afraid of Xiang Yingjie. Why should a woman save it? The key is that the woman, in a simple word, is like buying herself. Yi Chen's words, of course, are light, but they fall into people's ears accurately. All corners of the mouth twitch, wish to pick up Yi Chen's mouth. However, Mo Ning's frosty eyes swept Yi Chen and said coldly, "Yi Chen, you have no right to refuse. Now, you go with me. I need an explanation from you. An explanation for standing me up. If I'm not satisfied, I'll kill you." Finish saying, a few Mo family masters in circle come up. One of them is a strong source of Tao. Although Mo Ning cold words, but in Yi Lingtian's eyes, this Mo family miss is obviously saving them. Yi Lingtian stood by Yi Chen's side and said in a soft voice, "Lord, I feel that Miss Mo is going to soak you." Yi Chen. One side of the middle-aged man heard this sentence, gas out. "Miss such a high vision, how can you be interested in ants like you?" He wanted to say something, but when he saw that Monin had gone outside, he said to them, "Don't go now." Yi Chen smiles, hands negative behind him, or follow up. Just in time, if you want to see the existence of the Han family who experienced the ancient catastrophe, he needs to take the line of Mo family. This Monin is extremely important. And a little bit more. He had to figure out the connection between Monin and Moling. According to the principle, Mo Ninger should be the ancestor of Moning. As time goes by and blood is diluted, it is impossible to be so similar. Inside, there must be something wrong. The original tea house. The environment is quiet. The strong man of Mo family keeps out the door and keeps away from anyone. Now, inside. Moning sat down quietly, and the waiter carefully brought the best tea in the restaurant. "Miss Mo, please use it." Then there was the retreat. And Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian stood like this. Mo Ning takes a sip of tea, looks up at Yi Lingtian and says, "This matter has nothing to do with you, you go out." Yi Lingtian nodded. The atmosphere in the air was so strange that he wished to go out. He's here, and he even feels like a light bulb. But he knows the master's peach blossom luck. It's very likely that this Miss Mo will take a fancy to him. After Yi Lingtian disappears, Yi Chen is directly sitting beside Moning and pouring a cup of tea. Mo Ning a zheng, displeased way, "I don't seem to let you sit, you must know, now you in my eyes and a corpse no difference, as long as I want." Yi Chen took a sip of tea, waved his hand and said impatiently, "Well, just the two of us, don't pretend to be forced. There must be a reason for you to save me, but it's not because I'll stand you up." Mo Ningxiu eyebrow a pick, "Wrong, this matter makes me very uncomfortable, I really want to kill you. But before I kill you, I want to know how you can see that tomb at a glance." Yi Chen is to drink a cup of tea, and then look up at the girl in front of her. Facial features are as like as two peas. Even a mole of earlobe, size, location, is still the same. If you really want to say the difference, the only difference is that Mo Ninger has a mark on her eyebrows, but this person does not. Answer my question. Monin was a little uncomfortable being gazed at like this. Yi Chen stretched out a stretch and said with a smile, "If I am ignorant, do you believe it?" "I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm really confused." Yi Chen naturally can't talk about Xiao Huang. Of course, it doesn't mean that the other party can know the secret. "You." Mo Ninger slaps on the table, the teacup and teapot are all broken, and the tea juice splashes out. Later, Mo Ninger stood up and supported the table with both hands, staring at Yi Chen, "This problem, I cannot investigate. But you have to tell me, why do you know my Mo family's skill, Zhaohua Lianti Ju?" Chapter 925. Yi Chen's expression is not right when he hears, the determination of the body refined by nature. Zhaohua Lianti Ju was given to him by Mo Ninger. If we really want to talk about it, it is really the Mo family's skill. But I have no connection with Mo's family, how to explain it? As like as two peas, you can't say that you know the ancestor of Mo family. Even if you say it, Monin won't believe it. When Yi Chen hesitated, Mo Ning went to Yi Chen's side, circled around, examined his mouth and said, "When I was in the land of blessing, I felt a familiar breath from you. I'm afraid it's the determination of the body by nature." Even if you are in the body of the nature-refined body decision, feel more strong than my brother. Who are you? Why didn't I see you in Linhai City? Mo Ning's voice is cold, but also 5 fingers pinch Ju, the hands of the golden light flashing. The ancient text is pointing Yi Chen's chest. I don't like to talk nonsense with others. If you want to survive, you can only tell me the truth. This golden seal is not ordinary, enough to make your body crack, unbearable pain. I will, please. Monin is particularly confident in the golden rune. She was also interested in Yi Chen, but now it seems that Yi Chen is full of doubts. Even the whole Mo family must investigate clearly. Even if this person met her in the land of Fukuzawa, it might have been planned. She's seen a lot of them. In the name of meeting, too close to themselves, want to follow this line to climb Mo Jia. The Situ family, the Xiang family, the Su family and so on are all like this, which is the reason why she has a strong attitude towards these people. Now, if Yi Chen is really like this, it will let her too disappointed. Yi Chen looks at the golden rune on his chest without any confusion. He's in charge of the rune. What does this little rune mean? Get your hands off me. This rune is no threat to me. Yi Chen's tone is indifferent. Then, the right hand is buckled on the wrist of Mo Ning, close to the skin. There was an exasperation on Monin's face. Let go. From childhood to adulthood, no one was qualified to touch her hands except some members of her family. And this man is so blasphemous. There is no excuse for sin. When she turns her wrist, the golden rune is patted toward Yi Chen's chest. The golden rune is shining like a dagger. Once it is pierced, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mo Ning does not want to kill Yi Chen, but the other party's action let her not consider the opportunity. Seeing that the rune was about to tear Yi Chen made a snap of his finger. The rune disappears. Mo Ning's jade hand is gently pressed on Yi Chen's chest. Monin is confused. My own runes failed. Who is Yi Chenji? Mo's family has been invincible with rune and body refining techniques. Although she is a hermit, she still has a lot of details. It's impossible for ordinary people to control one of them. But Yi Chen in front of me is casually mastered too. How can this calm down Monin? Miss Mo, it's not good to touch a man's chest like this. Hearing Yi Chen's voice ringing in his ear, Monin quickly took back his hand and stepped back a few steps to keep an absolutely safe distance with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you have the blood of Mo's family? I'm afraid the name Yi Chen is fake. Yi Chen shook his head, and did not intend to continue the nonsense, but seriously said, Can I trust you? Mo Ning Zheng hesitated for a few seconds, or heavily nodded. At present, in addition to me, no one can be trusted. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have saved you. You have a strange feeling. When you have an accident, there seems to be a voice in my heart that I must save you. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I, also not nonsense, direct way, I and you Mo family some origin, in other words, I know your Mo family's ancestor. The reason why Yi Chen said it was because Mo Ninger of the Samsara cemetery actually opened his mouth. Only said a few words, the tomb owner can rest assured that this daughter will not harm you. Mo Ning hears Yi Chen's words, the expression some is not right, you this kind of lie, treat me as a 3-year-old girl? She is only in her 20s. How can she know her ancestor of Mo family? Yi Chen doesn't look like an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. There is a way to explain the golden leaves of Buddha. 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist. The light of Buddha diffused, and the power of destroying the withered and decaying drove the whole table to pieces. The virtual shadow fist of 10,000 Buddhas has penetrated the whole tea house on the spot. When the walls collapsed, cracks appeared on the ground, and the smoke and dust rolled in all directions. At the moment, Moning's expression seemed to be frozen. Of course, she knows this 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist. Only father and brother control the whole family. As for other Mo family members, they can't learn, including her. After all, this is Jiang's skill. Now, she found a third person. Except Mo's. The most important thing is that Yi Chen's 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist is even purer than his father and brothers. At present, the only explanation is that the skill of this person really comes from his ancestors. But why did the ancestors give a person a different surname? Why do you come to Haicheng? Did my ancestors send you here? My ancestors are still alive? Monin asked 3 questions in a row. Yichen did not say Mo Ninger's whereabouts, but said, I can't tell you the specific things, but it does have something to do with your ancestors of Mo family. I need your help. Mo Ning thought for a moment, or chose to believe Yichen for the time being. He said, if you don't violate the interests of my Mo family, I will consider helping you. Language down, but did not expect Yichen language startled humanity. I want to see Han Yun of the Han family. Must see you. It's about the 100 great powers. There is still 1.5 years to go before the Blood Spirit Clan's agreement. Anyway, he wants to meet this man. Mo Ning heart set off a storm. If Yichen put forward other requirements, she may really meet Yichen. But it's about the Han family, even about the extremely mysterious existence of the Han family. She's not qualified to help even if she wants to. Yichen, I can't help you with this matter. Of course, the Han family has a good relationship with the Mo family, but it's useless to have a good relationship with Han Yun. What's more, Han Yun has been out of the world for many years. I advise you to die. Yichen Mao's son, a congealed, natural impossibility, give up at this point. Again, Wei, I just need you Mo family to take me to Han family, the rest of the matter, I will see to do. Mo Ning's beautiful eyes stare at Yichen. She can feel Yichen's determination. Of course, she did not know Yichen's purpose, but Han Yun was really related to an ancestor. Chapter 926. But the ancestor left Kunlun Su, went to that place, and never came back. I don't know life and death. This ancestor's whereabouts, Mo family has not given up. At least until you see the skeleton, you still believe that the other person is still alive. No, the ancestor in Yichen's mouth is this one. She couldn't believe it, but she had to doubt it. After hesitating for a long time, Mo Ning made up his mind and said, if you want to contact with the Han family, it's not completely impossible. You must go to Mo's home with me first. If my father and brother don't agree, then you can completely stop thinking about it. Good. Yichen is a little excited, at least prove there is hope. Mo Ningxiu opened the door of the tea house and said, first of all, my brother and father are not easy to deal with. I can only be an introducer. If you fail, you may even be in danger of life. Well, that's it. If you still insist on it, come with me. Monin twists his perfect figure and goes out into a carriage. Yichen also followed up, but before stepping on the carriage, he was stopped by the middle-aged man. Bold, this is Mrs. Carriage, what are you going to do? Before Yichen opened his mouth, a cold voice sounded behind the curtain of the carriage. Laotian, let him get on the bus, and his companion, also arrange a ride to go to Mo's house. Miss Tian's whole body is protected by his housekeeper. He knows better than anyone, miss. This carriage, no opposite sex can step on. But why is Miss today so abnormal? First, he was desperate to save Yichen, and now he let Yichen step on the carriage. Is it true that, as others said, Miss took a fancy to this guy? But this boy is so powerful, what qualification does he have to attach to Mo's high branch? Although the heart is not happy, he still obediently let Yichen get on the car. At the same time, he arranged a mount for Yi Lingtian, and they walked side by side. Yi Lingtian took a look at Laotian and said, I said that your young lady is interested in the temple master, but I don't believe it. The temple master has the title of goddess harvester in China. It's normal that your young lady is also occupied. What's more, Ji Xiqing, you should know. I heard that Ji Xiqing was also interested in the temple master. The news is not a secret. You can find out by asking. Forget it, you don't understand the emotional things. Laotian heard Yi Lingtian's words so light that he almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. China is a humble place. In the era of Kunlun Void, there is no aura and there is no way to practice. How can a mole ant from such a place match the lady? The key facts are developing in this direction. After the carriage and the crowd left, the two figures came out from the side of the tea house. It was Xiang Yingjie and Sidu Feng who were injured. They clenched their fists and watched Yi Chen step on the carriage, burning with anger in their hearts. Since Emo Ning issued the order of pursuing and killing, why protect Yi Chen? This is embarrassing for both of them. Seeing the anger in Xiang Yingjie's heart, Sidu Feng's cold voice rang out, "Xiang Yingjie, I think you and I should stand on the united front now. What happened today is that Yi Chen. If Yi Chen climbs up to the Emo family, we want to kill again in the future, which is impossible." Sidu Feng's eyes are full of killing intention. Xiang Yingjie glanced at Sidu Feng and said in a cold voice, "With Yi Chen's physical strength, it is possible to win the favor of the Emo family. But since he has touched the interests of Xiang Yingjie, I must let him die. The Emo family can't stop it." Sidu Feng was stunned and looked at Xiang Yingjie in surprise. "What do you mean?" The bones of Xiang Yingjie's whole body crackled and crackled, which even formed a virtual shadow of a lion on his head. "It's easy to kill a man in Linhai City. My punishment bureau has trained some death attendants, which should be used. Also, some women really think that they are born into a famous family, so they have no fear. I should let her understand that the rule of Kunlun is not power, but the law of the jungle. Sidu Feng, how about enjoying the high-ranking Miss Mo's family in Linhai City? She should still be a child. If she struggles under us, she must be very excited." Sidu Feng was completely stunned when he heard the ferocious words. "This Yingjie is crazy. You're going to shoot at Monin. If it fails, it means that Xiang Yingjie will bear the anger of the whole Mo family." He was just about to refuse, and a cold voice fell in his ear. "Now that you know my plan, you have only two choices, to die or to participate in it. If I remember correctly, you should have several top virtual kings in Sidu's family, and those with strong Daoyuan environment can use them." Sidu Feng was cold all over. He hesitated for a few seconds. He knew that once he refuted, he would become Xiang Yingjie's soul. He has no choice. If it is successful, he can even put the goddess under his body. It's a bit exciting to think about it. The excitement dazzled his head, and his fist and Xiang Yingjie's fist collided together. "Okay, I'll do a big damn job today. I've long tolerated that moaning for a long time. I can't get her heart. Can't I get her people?" Ha ha ha. Laughter resounded and reverberated. It seems that the two images have never disappeared completely. In the carriage, Yi Chen closed his eyes. Finally have time to come to the Samsara cemetery. The first time he found Emo Ninger in red. Emo Ninger is absorbing the energy in the Samsara cemetery, and her original feeling of weakness has improved a lot. Then, Yi Chen took a look at the 7-night tombstone of blood, trying to arouse a sense of resistance hit. Obviously, even if he is the owner of the tomb, the more he goes to the back, the more uncontrollable these powers are. Whether or not to come out depends on the meaning of the other party. Suddenly, Emo Ninger's eyes opened, stood up and looked at Yi Chen, Tomb Master, who is not willing to come out. Yi Chen nodded and then said, "That guy doesn't matter. I'm very curious. What's the relationship between moaning outside and you? Why do you look so alike? And when you left, I'm afraid you didn't have children." Emo Ninger's pretty face was slightly red. The tomb owner is fond of talking and laughing. "When I left Kunlun Su, and even now I am a virgin, how can I have children? How can you explain that, Miss Emo Ning, outside? Emo Ning er Mao Sun Tiny Mai, light way, can the tomb owner know that the mind is separated?" Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's heart seems to stop beating. Is this Emo Ning a part of Emo Ninger? Chapter 927. When the strength reaches a certain level, it can indeed leave a body in the world, which is no different from normal people, but can share memory and strength. But this is only those top-level talents can do it. Even Emperor Xuanjing is not qualified. It must have higher strength. Emo Ninger is very strong. There is no doubt about it, but if you say that she can condense her body and kill him, you don't believe it. Emo Ninger is aware of Yi Chen's doubts and smiles. Tomb owner, Ninger really does not have the ability to be separated. If Emo Ning is my sub-body, I should know the owner of the tomb. If you can see the whole reincarnation cemetery, only a few people can have this strength. As for Naminin, it's just a drop of blood essence that I left behind. It's just a part of Mo's family's cultivation with the anti-heaven technique. I know about the Mo family. The Mo family has always wanted to know the things behind the Blood Spirit clan, and even more want to know my whereabouts. The cultivation of moaning is the key, because the whole world, across the field of space and time, only the body can communicate with the noumenon. This is an opportunity, but unfortunately, the Mo family is still wrong. Moaning has my shape and meaning, but there is no God, only half of the body. Hearing such remarks, Yi Chen's heart is completely shocked. Can separate body also be synthesized by technique? What's more, is this moan inhuman? Mo Ninger understood Yi Chen's inner curiosity and explained, to Moner, the Mo family's skill comes from the ancient times. It's a kind of art against the heaven, and it costs a lot. I'm afraid that the Mo family spent at least 100 spirit Fu masters for this separation. As for this moaning, she is no different from a normal girl. She was pregnant in October, but the Mo family had already intervened. Yi Chen suddenly, just when he was ready to ask something more, Mo Ninger's eyes became extremely serious. She looked at a direction and said in a cold voice, to Moner, it seems that some people don't want you to go to Mo's house. Yi Chen understands Mo Ninger's meaning and returns to reality, but finds that the carriage has stopped. Monin was extremely cold. She looked at Yi Chen, who opened her eyes, and said, Yi Chen, stay in the car. Remember, don't get off the bus. If you get off the bus, you will die. With that, Monin lifted the curtain and walked out. At the moment, outside the carriage, dozens of people surrounded. The cold breath penetrated the whole scene. These dozens of people are all wearing strange masks, extremely ferocious. All the accomplishments surging in the body are above the realm of virtual king. Even a few people are the source of Tao. However, there are only two sources of Tao here. Laotian and an old folding fan in white. The sword in Yi Lingtian's hand has been drawn out. He controls the mount and is close to the carriage where the master is sitting. Once someone hands on the master, he stops the other party at the cost of his life. Laotian's cold eyes were staring at those masked strong men who were blocking the way. He angrily exclaimed, Bold, do you know who we are? If you don't get out of the way, you'll die. The head of a man wearing a mask, sneered, is not the Mo family, really when the rude onion? It's you that we've stopped. Lao Tian's face changed dramatically. It was obvious that the group of people in front of him had already made plans. This place is out of the canyon, some distance from Majia and Linhai city center. Sparsely populated, it's definitely the best chance to do it. He looked at the young lady behind him and said in a low voice, Miss, in case of conflict later, I will open a way for you. Please leave immediately. This place is about 20 kilometers away from the Mo family. You can only get a chance if you call the Mo family for support. However, Mo Ning shook his head, Laotian, I can't leave. I'm afraid these people are aiming at me. Although I don't know the identity of each other, one thing can be sure that these people are outlaws. Language down, Mo Ning's hands appeared a soft sword. The spirit sword rippled with aura and pointed at the group of uninvited guests. I want to see who is so bold, even Mo's family dares to touch it. The Mo family all listen to the order, and fight away together. The cold voice falls, Mo Ninger is the first to rush out. Although she didn't step into the realm of Tao's source, she was just the peak of Shiwang realm. However, with the help of some of the Mo family's techniques, we can fight against the strong Daoyuan environment. The wind howling, covering the world, dust rolling all over the sky, doomed today is a troubled autumn. Moaning was surrounded by a golden light and the sword was like a snake, which was padded on the body of one of the masked men. A strong man in the virtual kingdom exploded on the spot. In silence. The crowd then responded, do it, except for Monin, kill all of them. Words fall, a giant tree, even someone fell down, that is a broadsword. When Moning saw the sword, he immediately reflected who was behind the mask, Punishment Bureau, Xiang Yingjie. The sword is like a lion falling from the sky. Mo Ning's face suddenly changed, although she had stopped Xiang Yingjie's best punch. But all this is based on Xiang Yingjie's focus on Yi Chen. Now, Xiang Yingjie's breath seems to have undergone some transformation. It's definitely not what she's doing now. Think of here, Mo Ning no longer hesitates, finger pinches Ju, force out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence smashed on the body of the sword, a flash of light, the sword in her hand actually broke free of her arm and flew out. A substantial light, like a meteor, cuts through the sky. Boom! Under a burst of startling noise, Mo Ning's sword was directly cut off and split into two. At the same time, the mad lion seemed to open its mouth and devour it towards Mo Ning. Not good. She retreated in a hurry. Miss, I'll help you. Laotian splits two strong virtual kings with one sword. He holds the épée and pierces the shadow of the mad lion. The empty shadow was lax in an instant, but a strong Daoyuan environment fell with a sword, and a sword mark appeared behind Laotian. Fly out on the spot, blood spit out. Laotian. Mo Ning was so angry in her heart that she glanced around and found that only a few of her people could fight. The rest of them have been killed. If she goes on like this, she will fall into the hands of these people. She no longer hesitated, quickly pinched a few resolutions, wrist a turn, a white light shuttle out. Like a fiery phoenix, towards those who are in danger of Mo Jiaqian. The sea of fire is spreading, and the phoenix is singing for 9 days. Several masked men were engulfed in flames. Just then, a broadsword came. Carrying the surging weather waves, the fierce impact on Mo Ning's body. Mo Ning stepped back a few steps, the blood was surging, she just wanted to start, but found that there was a cold sword on her neck. She spread her spiritual sense, but she found that the man behind her was Sidu Feng. Chapter 928. Her face suddenly cold, angry voice Wei, Sidu Feng, do you know the cost of doing so? If my brother and father knew about it, you Sidu family would disappear in this world immediately. There was a trace of cowardice in Sidu Feng's eyes, but when he thought of it, he had to send it. He straightened up his chest and sneered, Mo Ning, you are just a stinky watch. Do you really think everyone is around you? If there is no Mo family, you are nothing. You might as well look around. Mo Ning Mao's son swept around, Mo family's person is annihilated. Laotian and another strong man of Mo family's outer world has almost no fighting ability. The whole body is covered with blood and scarred. They have achieved the ultimate goal, and also killed several strong Daoyuan environment. Now, there are only a few people on the side of Sidu Feng and Xiang Yingjie who are capable of fighting. But these people are doomed to win. Damn it! Mo Ning wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth and said, Sidu Feng, Xiang Yingjie, what do you want? I don't know what to do. The fault is that she is firmly in Linhai City, and no one dares to move her. But now it seems that she is too naive. In this moment, Sima Feng Ning's heart is full of enjoyment. Now, the woman's life is in his hands. It's a great feeling. Mo Ning, what do you want? Hey, to tell you the truth, I have coveted Miss Mo's body for many years. Beast! Mo Ning wanted to do it, but he felt the cold touch. She has to live. Only live, can be entitled to revenge. But today, if her body is defiled by these animals, what meaning does she have to live in the world? Mo Ning, take off your clothes. I'm talking about everything. Sidu Feng quite greedy smile, his breath is short, the tongue licks the mouth. Xiang Yingjie, on one side, remembered something and walked towards the carriage. Chen Yi didn't see it. If not, Yi Chen should be in it. Today's affairs are very important. No one can survive. Even this group of bodyguards has to be cleaned up. However, Mo Ning would rather die than give in, and said to Sidu Feng, even if I die, I won't make you such an animal. You're a beast, you're going to get back. As the words fell, Mo Ning suddenly felt something more in the air around him. Suddenly, her face changed and she held her breath, but it was too late. Her cultivation gradually disappeared, even her body began to soften. Sidu Feng laughed. Mo Ning, don't you feel like you can't use your true qi? It's a bad feeling. I don't want to outdo a woman who threatens my life. With that, Situ Feng put down his sword and rubbed his hands. Mo Ning bit red lips, forced operation of true qi, but the corners of the mouth spilled blood. It's hard. Looking at this disgusting man in front of her, she is going crazy. Is fate playing tricks on people like this? Seeing Situ Feng's hands getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, a breath of shock. A burst of air. The sound of breaking the sky flashed away. Situ Feng suddenly stopped. He was staring at a direction. He could feel himself locked in. He finally saw what it was. It was a long gun. Surrounded by black air, the spear is extremely cold, as if from hell. He knew very well that if he was stabbed by this spear, he would die. Get out of here. With a roar, he offered a jade pendant directly. Blood essence falls on the jade pendant. The jade pendant suddenly magnified and blocked him in front of him. Situ Feng breathed out a long breath. The jade pendant was a spiritual object given to him by his father. Can block most of the danger. There is a strong body protecting array inside. General force can't shake. Click. But the jade pendant is broken. Completely broken. Sichifeng's eyes were wide and unbelievable. He just wanted to say something. That long gun full of rolling black fog has appeared in front of him, with cold light penetrating the body. There is a big hole in the chest, which is breathtaking. Situ Feng lowered his head and looked at everything. He wanted to say something, but he had no strength. He fell back. Then he fell heavily on the ground. Turned into a cold corpse. He never thought that he would die like this, and at the last moment of his death, he saw the curtain of the carriage lifted by a hand. A proud young man gazed at him. This look, as if decided his life and death. Yi Chen. Mo Ning is powerless to sit on the ground. The death of Situ Feng, she never thought. She was a little overjoyed. That spear has never been seen, but in the whole city of Linhai, there are few strong people who use it. Is it brothers? Did brother feel that he had an accident and came to save her? At this time, a figure fell beside her, hands around her, directly picked her up. It's not a worry. The voice seemed to have a trace of boredom. The sound. Monin looked up and finally saw who was holding her. Chen Yi is. Yi Chen, you. Words have not finished. Yi Chen is to put Mo Ning on the carriage, lean on the side of the carriage. Forget it. Leave the rest to me. Yi Chen turns around and shoots at Xiang Yingjie, who is wearing a mask. Mo Ning's slightly open mouth, beautiful eyes are full of confusion. Xiang Yingjie, and even the rest of the strong Shuang state and Daoyuan state, none of them can be shaken by Yi Chen. But the boy said to give it to him. This is definitely the funniest joke of the year. Xiang Yingjie, wearing a mask, naturally noticed Yi Chen. He glanced at Situ Feng's body and said to Yi Chen, "Little beast, it seems that I really despise you, but you still have to die. You and I are all body refining, but the gap is like a natural moat. Just a mole ant is still trying to stop it. I don't know what to do." Yi Chen heard these words and shook his head, noisy. "Besides, I don't like your mask." Language down, Yi Chen 5 fingers a grip, that fly out of the 9U Sky Killer gun unexpectedly fly back. Direct to Xiang Yingjie. Rolling black fog, evil spirit into the sky, the whole world, seems to be controlled by Joyo Sky Killing gun. Xiang Yingjie naturally felt the danger, the body sighed. I thought I could avoid the 9U Sky Killing gun, but I didn't expect that the 9U Sky Killing gun still brushed along his cheek. Is to fly to Yi Chen's hand. Then, the mask of his face turned to pieces. Chapter 929. Even the fragments of the mask rubbed his face and made several bloodstains. This scene makes the whole world quiet. What's more, it's amazing. Who could have thought that Yi Chen has not started yet, but has broken the mask of such a powerful existence? This is Xiang Yingjie. There are more than 900 names in the sky list. Even Monin covered his mouth subconsciously. She stares at Yi Chen's back. I thought I could see through this guy, but I didn't expect to see only the tip of the iceberg. Xiang Yingjie reached out his hand and touched his bleeding face. He laughed darkly. Good. Good. Yi Chen, you have succeeded in infuriating me. In this case, I'll let you feel what it is to refine body and coagulate sword. As soon as he grasped the broad sword, Xiang Yingjie stepped out step by step. Every step is shaking the earth. A wild lion directly rushed out of Xiang Yingjie's body, and gradually turned into substance. The roaring lion, the mountain forest concussion. It's like a volcanic eruption. All of a sudden, Xiang Yingjie stepped out with a simple broadsword. Tear the world apart. Yi Chen did not have any hands. Touch the 9 you kill the sky gun. Wei, are you sure to break open that sword? Jiuyo sky killing gun slightly twisted, seems to be nodding. Good. Yi Chen Mao's sun a congealing, the whole body momentum suddenly erupts, the state is climbing to the extreme. And then one shot. One shot and one sword suddenly collided together. The power of destroying the withered and the decadent rippling. Zhou Wei's air wave is even more explosive. At the foot of Yi Chen and Xiang Yingjie, the land is even more fragmented. The furious air wave made the living people retreat several steps directly. But there was no result. Xiang Yingjie has a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He can feel the terrible power. Not from Yi Chen, but from that spear. There is such a weapon in the world. Suddenly, what does Xiang Yingjie think of? Is this gun the one hidden by the Yi family leader in Linhai City? If so, he must get it. Punk, hand over your spear. I can think about not killing you. Don't forget, there are still strong people in Shuang realm and Daoyuan realm behind me. You are the only one. How many chances do you think you will win? Yi Chen Mao's son is indifferent. Roll. The broadsword in Xiang Yingjie's hand has always been extremely cherished. It's broken. Then, Jiuyo sky killer gun never stopped, with the meaning of divine thunder, directly shot through Xiang Yingjie's shoulder. Xiang Yingjie's eyes were startled. His 5 fingers wanted to catch Jiuyo's Tianjing gun, but he just touched it, but he felt the burning sensation. He quickly let go. If you don't let go, you will die. His body was hard to shake back, not easy to stabilize. When he saw the wound on his shoulder, violent gas burst out. How dare you hurt me? His body, how many times did not bleed? But I was wounded by that gun. Yi Chen ignored. He looked at the Jiuyo sky killing gun in his hand, shocked to the extreme. He knew the gun was powerful, but he didn't know how terrible it was. It can not only destroy the spirit sword, but also break the physical body of the peak body exerciser in the super body period. Put it in the whole Kunlun void. It's shocking. On the level, far more than the dragon-asked sky sword. In his eyes, he is full of fear of the gun. Now, it is extremely difficult to kill Yi Chen. His eyes looked at the several people behind him. The strong man in Daoyuan state was injured, and the virtual king state could not break out of real strength. But if so many people unite, they will be able to win Yi Chen. Let's do it together, kill the boy, and I'll take the gun in his hand. Yes. All of a sudden, all the people toward Yi Chen. The light and shadow of the sword pierced the air, with a fierce spark, towards Yi Chen devour. Yi Chen Mao's sun is cold, he dare not be careless. The whole body was covered with thunder, and the sky was covered with clouds and thunder clouds. Rolling thunder and lightning hit Yi Chen's 9U sky killing gun. Seeing this scene, Xiang Yingjie found something. This sun not only controls the flame, but also the thunder and lightning. He shakes his head. No way. Sword light and sword shadow instantly hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's long gun swings, directly tears the sword shadow. At the same time, a gun points out, unexpectedly broke a strong man in the early stage of Virtual King's realm on the spot. Although strong, one person after all, some sword meaning still falls, will Yi Chen's leisure clothes on the spot tear. There were even blood stains. Fortunately, the blood is not deep. Yi Chen, how do you feel? I'll give you one last chance to give up resistance and hand over your weapons. Otherwise, many people approach. Only Yi Chen is struggling to support. Give it to your ancestors. Yi Chen, an angry drink. The fire in the center of eyebrows suddenly burst out. The temperature rises, as if engulfed the surrounding, into a flame arena. Package everyone. Far from over. Blood dragon, come out. There was another roar, and the dragon's song exploded. In the eyes of all, a blood dragon burst out of Yi Chen's body. The blood dragon went straight to the sky and then dived down. This scene is shocking everyone's sight. Blood dragon, God, thunder, fire. These three have at the same time only one person. Yi Chen, you are Yi Shitian. Xiang Yingjie exclaimed in surprise, and his voice could not hide his astonishment. When Yi Shitian appeared, even those who were strong in Daoyuan could not help taking a breath. Because there are too many rumors about these three words. But no one can believe that the illustrious and illustrious Yi Shitian of Kunlun is right in front of them. And at the moment Yi Chen has no desire to answer, he closed his eyes. The breath is misty. A gun skill came to mind. 3 unique guns. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes open, the air seems to tear. His body moved, a step out, full of more than 10 meters, Joyo sky killing gun in the hands like a snake dance. It also draws an ancient rune. Today, I will let you feel the first shot of 3 unique guns in the sky. With a shout, the spear breaks the rune. The light completely erupts, devours the heaven and earth, such as volcanic eruption. As if the flame burning, full of the whole world. Yi Chen's gun intention spread, the power of destroying the withered and decaying crazily spreads. The meaning of the spear turned into countless cold lights. The momentum of terror suddenly soared, God thunder, blood dragon, immortal fire, 3 forces wrapped in the meaning of countless cold light, shrouded in the crowd. How can it be? This power is impossible. Feel Yi Chen this moment burst out of momentum, people panic, after all, the feeling of crushing is too strong. Don't talk about the virtual kingdom. Even now they can't break out. The terror crisis contained in this gun made everyone on the scene seem to be wrapped in ice, such as falling into the ice cellar. It's too hard. Xiang Yingjie showed a look of horror. Is this the strength of this young man in his 20s? How can it be so powerful? At this moment, he really felt the threat. Chapter 930. Yi Shitian. Mo Ning's beautiful eyes are full of wonder and doubt. During this time, of course, she had heard the legend of Yi killing the sky. The power of one person will destroy the family. It can be said that it is the nightmare of countless clans and families in Kunlun. The whole Kunlun Su is looking for Yi Shitian, but until now, everyone knows too little about Yi Shitian. It is not even clear about his cultivation and real strength. Some people talk about the virtual king state, but others talk about the origin of Tao, even the emperor's respect. It is said that there are people in that place who personally inform the world that Yi Shitian is his disciple. If you dare to do it, all living beings will be destroyed. All along, she was too curious about Yi Shitian. Even father and brother mentioned it many times. However, she may have never dreamed that the existence of Kunlun, which made him feel frightened, was even more than 10 meters away from her. She stares at Yi Chen's back. At this moment, she finds that she can't see through Yi Shitian's cultivation. Yi Chen, Yi Shitian, what kind of person are you? At the moment, for Xiang Yingjie and others, the sense of threat is growing. In the eyes of the public, this blow almost exceeded the strength of everyone present. And even those who were strong in the early days of Daoyuan. People subconsciously want to leave, but Xiang Yingjie roared, "Run what?" Everyone forces out a drop of blood essence to block the gun intention with the power of blood essence. Yes. People wake up, so Chi forces out a drop of blood essence. The meaning of essence and blood suddenly shot out, but also collided together. Xiang Yingjie pinched his fingers and opened his 5 fingers. He immediately grasped the meaning of blood essence. And then I slapped it on myself. All of a sudden, a bloody armor appeared all over his body. The clothes on the body burst, and the bloody lines were shocking. He had no choice. If he did not kill Yi Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die! Xiang Yingjie's neck was full of blue tendons, and there was a roar of astonishment. Then, a bloody sword appeared in his hand. Then hold the big sword tightly and kill Yi Chen in the sky. I don't care whether you are Yi Chen or Yi Shitian. Today, I carry the power of essence and blood of many strong men. If I turn into a fierce ghost, I will kill you, a little beast. Yi Chen looks at the bloody sword breaking through the sky and smiles coldly. The blood dragon circled his body, and the dragon chanted the power of the world, which made him at least fearless. Xiang Yingjie has blood-colored armor, and Yi Chen is covered with red god thunder. He is also armor. He is not afraid of everything. Once again, he gathered the 3 unique guns of the heaven and stormed away. Boom! Even though the red light and the black fog are intertwined, the fierce roar broke open like a mad lion and a blood dragon in the air. The mad lion opened his mouth and wanted to bite the short blood dragon, but the whole body of the blood dragon had already wound it fiercely. Of course, the lion is the king of beasts in the mountains. But don't forget, the dragon is the king of 9 days. Who can fight? Break it for me. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth shows a sneer. Although he was invincible in his realm, he held innumerable cards and was afraid. Today, he killed this hero, set foot on the list of the sky, opened the road against the sky. The Jiuyo sky killing spear is full of dazzling and bright light. The light covers everything. In an instant, Xiang Yingjie's bloody sword is broken again. At the same time, he broke the armor of Xiang Yingjie. The true qi of Yi Chen's elixir field is losing madly. Exhausted at the moment, but his teeth are clenched. Today is not Xiang Yingjie dead, or he died. No! Looking at the broken bloody sword, Xiang Yingjie spat out a mouthful of blood, which is even more unbelievable. His pride, as if by Yi Chen a shot broken. He is a king, should stand tall in the world, how can lose to a suckling boy? Seeing that Jiuyo sky killing gun has cut through the air and touched his chest, Xiang Yingjie's eyes are red, as if to burst. Fierce evil qi makes Xiang Yingjie feel the cold sense of death. Xiang Yingjie no longer hesitated. With his right hand outstretched, a strong virtual king appeared in his hand. Then fiercely toward the 9 you kill the sky gun to smash. Boom! Under the terror of the strong man in the virtual kingdom, it turned into a blood mist. Reduced to death. Afterwards, Xiang Yingjie said angrily to the rest of them, regardless of everything, kill this little beast. Now, quick! People nodded. Now Yi Chen has no one to shake, if you don't move, it will die. Shadow Array, a few virtual king state and even the source of Taoism are strong in Yi Chen's left and right. The arms were buckled out one after another, and they even caught Yi Chen's hands and feet. Yi Chen was immediately bound. After that, Xiang Yingjie's eyes congealed, and his body burned up. The power of body refining can also burn. He has no choice. Must give Yi Chen a fatal blow. Right arm flame vertical and horizontal, looking at the bound Yi Chen, he snatched away. The price is very high. Seeing is about to smash on Yi Chen's body, let it frustrate the bones and raise ashes, but the latter is laughing. Then, Yi Chen's eyebrow heart unexpectedly appeared a black light. Black light is like an eye. Eyes from 9 hell. Open it up. Xiang Yingjie was stunned, this is. Before he reacts, Yi Chen unexpectedly overflows the rolling evil spirit. The momentum soared again, and for a while, the magic qi formed and turned into substance. The evil qi is extremely cold, and it goes to many strong people who limit Yi Chen. Crash! All of a sudden, one arm exploded. How could that happen? The crowd was terrified, even more so. No one can imagine that Yi Shitian is still a demon. Only the people of the demonic clan can kill people. Under the rolling evil spirit, Yi Chen's cold eyes shoot at Xiang Yingjie, and Jiuyo kills the sky gun, letting him into the devil. What's more, his feeling of killing broke out completely. When he stepped out, the devil's cloak danced, and Jiuyo's sky-killing spear was pointed out. The rolling devil turned into 100 zhang long spear. The breath of seeping people spreads all over the hall. In this breath, Xiang Yingjie only felt that he was in the middle of hell and blood sea, and the devil was attacking. Thousands of beasts, like a torrent, swept over. It's a sense of hell. That expanding spear, incomparably dazzling, is the scythe of death. And in front of him that is regarded as the mole ant youth, like the demon god born, momentum incomparable. He subconsciously wanted to dodge. But it's too late. Joyo sky-killing gun sweeps all directions, tearing the air through Xiang Yingjie's body. No! Xiang Yingjie's bully body was broken instantly. Wherever you go, there is death but no life. This moment is Xiang Yingjie's regret and fear package. If you know that this person is Yi Shitian, he should not have done it, let alone ambush again. He lowered his head and released the violent intention of Joyo sky-killing gun. He watched his body collapse. Resist? He is not qualified to resist. His red eyes staring at Yi Chen, want to talk, but found it is futile. Deep fry the flesh and blood. Xiang Yingjie, die. The name of the sky list, completely change owners. Kill the sky for Yi. Chapter 931. Xiang Yingjie's death made the whole world suddenly quiet. The rest of the living strong men in masks have only fear in their hearts. They stare at Yi Chen, who is surrounded by the rolling evil qi. In their eyes, Yi Chen at the moment is the master of 9 hell. How did the Kunlun people appear again? Isn't the demon clan long gone? In particular, Yi Chen in the hands of the 9 you killing the sky gun, blue light flashing, and even around the formation of gusts of wind. It's like a hell of killing. All of a sudden, Yi Chen raised his head and glanced at all the people with a cold voice, kneel down. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes are red, just like a sign of enchantment. 9 you kill the sky gun of course gave Yi Chen powerful power. But at the same time, it has great side effects. Magic will gradually devour people's mind and thinking. Even people become violent and cruel. I'm so annoyed to hear those words. How could they kneel down to a mole ant? But the cold eyes seem to dominate their lives. If you don't kneel, the consequences are extremely serious. Although there are strong Daoyuan environment in the crowd, almost all of them are seriously injured, and the real strength they can play is the virtual king state. These strength, how to counter the present Yi Chen? Not kneeling. Good. Yi Chen arm a shock, 9 you kill the sky gun is to fly out. As fast as thunder. Then, a body is directly pierced by Joyo sky-killing gun. Also with the temperature of blood splashed on everyone's face. Plop. This kind of pressure in the heart was too hard for a man to bear on the spot and knelt down directly. After that, the rest of them knelt down. No one dares to keep standing. This is a world where the strong are respected. Although Yi Chen's realm is no more than the Holy King's realm, its strength is enough to shake all the people present. Why don't they kneel down? Mr. Yi, we are just threatened by Xiang Yingjie. If we know that it is Mr. Yi, we dare not do anything. We would like to make a living for you. Monin leaned against the carriage and looked at the scene, his mouth wide open. But she knew that the group of people in front of her was so powerful that she had a certain identity in Linhai City. But at the moment, he knelt down to Yi Chen and begged for mercy. Enough to see how deep the shadow is in the hearts of all. Or the 3 words Yi Fage Tian represent too many meanings. At the moment, Yi Chen looked down at the group of people in front of him and said, "Are you willing to be a cow and a horse for me?" "Yes, yes, Mr. Yi, we will do whatever you want us to do. If our strength is restored, we can definitely help you a lot. Even build your own power." This group of people just want to survive. As for whether they really want to help Yi Chen, it is another matter. After stabilizing Yi Chen, go straight to the adult of the punishment bureau. This guy killed both Yi and Xiang Yingjie. There is no doubt that you will die. They don't even need to use the punishment bureau. As long as the news is revealed, there will be countless people chasing Yi Shitian. Do what I want you to do. Yi Chen Rao has an interesting taste. Yes. All of a sudden, Yi Chen stepped out, and the evil spirit rolled on his body, as if tearing the heaven and earth. Sorry, I want you to die. Inexhaustible evil chi is entangled on the Joyo sky-killing spear, and then the immortal fire is suddenly released. The flames spread, like a giant beast devouring all people. They struggle. They're scared. They want to break through the immortal fire, but they find that the rolling evil gas forms a black barrier around them. You can't leave at all. After a moment, the screams of pain faded away and the world returned to peace. At the moment Yi Chen is in extreme, he is very clear that Ye's secret of killing heaven will bring him a lot of trouble. This group of people cannot be as loyal to themselves as Yi Lingtian, so they can only kill them. After all this, he turned his head when the red and cold eyes fell on Monin. Mo Ning seems to fall into the ice cave, even feel this man dare to kill himself. Fortunately, the red eyes soon disappeared. Returned to normal. Yi Chen exhaled a breath, and then went in a direction. Yi Ning turned to the other party, but he didn't think of Yi Ling Chen's injury. Ling Tian, how do you feel? Yi Chen takes out a pill and asks Yi Ling Tian to take it directly. After a few seconds, Yi Ling relaxed for a few minutes. Such a move, it is to let Mo Ning gnash teeth. No matter how to say, she is also a beauty, but Yi Chen cares about a man first. As if, in Yi Chen's eyes, nothing counts. Not even a man. Lord, I'm fine. Those people. Yi Lingtian saw the broken arm and the blood and bones all over the ground, and her eyes were terrified. Looking at the temple master again, there is only a guess in my heart. Did the lord of the temple take all these people down? If so, it would be terrible. He finally understood why the ancestors should at all costs, but also with 1,000 years of life, to bind a man. This man may be on the top of Kunlun. Even Kunlun Su, for this man, is too small. Don't use the elixir field again today. When you get to Mo's house, I'll give you a pair of medicine. Take it a few times, and you will be completely cured. Yes, Lord. Then, and Yi Chen is toward Mo Ning to walk, stretch out a hand, point in the chest of Mo Ning. Mo Ning is extremely vigilant. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in your figure. I'm a doctor. After speaking, endless qi rushed into Mo Ning's body. 9 days Xianyang is the most yang skill in the world, and the true qi is also the existence of the highest yang. However, the gas inhaled by Mo Ning is most afraid of this kind of extremely yang qi. The real gas rolled in, and Mo Ning felt something strange on his chest, and his face was flushed. Her body became hot, and her clothes were wet. It's even a little transparent. She wanted to resist, but soon found that her soft hands and feet regained a trace of consciousness. She believes Yi Chen completely. Yi Chen is really helping her. Yi Chen, can I ask you one thing to help me save the rest of the Mo family? They also came to this end to protect me. If you save the Mo family, I will help you speak in front of your father and brother at all costs. After a few minutes, Yi Chen released his hand and went toward the remaining one. Mo's side, there is a person who has some breath, that is Laotian. As for the rest of the people, almost dead, even if Yi Chen wants to save, there is no way. Chapter 932. The silver needle flies into Laotian's body. With the silver needle as the array, Laotian's pale face is instantly ruddy. Then Yi Chen took out a herbal medicine and gave it directly. When he saw Yi Chen, just about to sit up, Yi Chen said faintly, I advise you not to move about. The disorder in your body can kill people. Finish saying, Yi Chen is to go toward carriage, and to Mo Ning Wei, my time is limited, hurry to set off. Mo Ning nodded, but what should Laotian do? It's impossible for her to help Lao Tian up. At this time, Yi Ling Tian recovered a few, stretched out his hand and seized Laotian. Laotian wants to resist, but he has no strength. He's in pain. Don't struggle, old man. I'm not interested in men. After that, he put Laotian on his mount, then turned his head to the temple master and said, Lord, can you start? Well. Yi Chen light rode behind the curtain. Yi Lingtian took Laotian to the front. At the moment, Moning's face was hesitant. The driver of the carriage has fallen. Someone has to be the so-called groom outside. She looked at the closed curtain, shook her head, sat quietly on the mount in front of her, and then patted it with a whip. The carriage went to Mo's house in an instant. She never thought that the princess of Mo's family, who was high above her, would be a groom for a man. If said, it will certainly shock the whole coastal city. But at the thought of not only sitting behind Yi Chen, but also the one who made Kunlun Su feel frightened by Yi Shitian, she was still relieved. Not only relieved, she must guard this secret for Yi Chen. This matter can be big or small. If father and brother know, it will also be bad for Yi Chen. Her life is saved by Yi Chen, and she will not be an ungrateful villain. At the same time, in a palace. Mo family. Although the Mo family has been hidden from the world since ancient times, it has spent many years building a huge foundation, just like an emperor. In the palace, an old man with great prestige is standing in front of a wall. This old man is Mo Weihai, the master of Zumo family in Kunlun. There are pieces of jade pendant hanging on the wall. Some of them have been completely broken to powder. Mo Weihai stared at the broken jade pendant on the wall, clenched his fist, and his breath broke out. It seems that something happened to Xiao Ning. Behind Mo Weihai stands a full 2 meters man. The man is full of violent body-refining breath. It's a terrible idea. This is Mo Ning's brother, Mo Ruffing. Mo family's real peerless genius, body training step into the vigorous period. Young, it's 701 in the sky. His body, general spirit sword can't break open. Even according to legend, Mo Ruffing is facing 10 strong virtual kings. Without moving a hand, he directly resisted everything with his body. What's more, he shocked all the 10 strong virtual kings. It's horrible. Mo Ruffing frowned tightly. Father, Xiaoning's jade pendant of life is not broken, but it is dim, which means that Xiaoning has nothing to do. I'll go to find Xiaoning now. Mo Weihai shook his head. I'm afraid this is an organized action. Of course you are very strong, but when you arrive, Xiaoning may have fallen into the clutches of evil. I've sent Mo Jiaqiang to find Xiaoning. No matter who dares to attack my Mo family's idea, he will surely die. Mo Ruffing knew that his father would not let him leave, but his anger was even more burning. Father, please give me a chance. I enter the vigorous period, and I may be able to arrive faster than those people. Mo Weihai shook his head. Ruffing, what you need to do now is to strengthen your strength. Those guys are coming again. It's only 1.5 years away from the 100-year-old. Well, I don't know if my family can survive this time. Mo family ancestors have already put fate into it. I do not know whether they are alive or dead. Even if we have Xiao Ning, we cannot detect anything. In the end, it will only be a bubble. Mo Ruffing has some doubts. He has heard too much about the 4 words of the Centennial Covenant. My father never said what the Centennial Agreement meant. My father just let him practice hard all the time. Only some people can be strong. But he didn't know what those people were. Mo Ruffing just wanted to say something. A servant rushed in. Master, young master, something happened. Miss. Here miss these 2 words. Mo Ruffing Mao's son a congealing, step out, 5 fingers directly grasped that servant's neck. Say, is something wrong? Who dares to move Xiaoning? The next man's face was white and pointed to his neck. It was the wind that released his hand. Young master, you misunderstood me. Miss, nothing happened. Miss came back, just outside, just. Before I finished speaking, a strong wind surged. Mo Ruffing has disappeared in the palace. He was very fond of this sister since he was little. He didn't allow anything to happen to her. Now, knowing his sister's whereabouts, he naturally wants to confirm it at the first time. Outside the palace, Mo Ruffing's body suddenly stops when he sees the carriage coming slowly in the distance. The stone in his heart fell completely. No longer hesitating, step out, is to come to the carriage. The pressure is released. The spirit beast driving the car cannot move instantly. Xiao Ning. You know what's going on. You almost scared me. Fortunately. All of a sudden, Mo Ruffing noticed something and fixed his eyes on the carriage. There is still a man. He can feel the man's breath is not good. The key, sister, is gold. How can you drive outside? This position should belong to my sister. The first time he thought that the people inside might have something to do with Monin. No more hesitation, feet burst out, the strength of body refining is like a red light around the body. Boy! Get out of here! The sound of yelling is like thunder. With Mo Ruffing's anger. It was too late for her brother to stop her. Chapter 933. And behind the curtain is running, 9 days. Xianyang Juyichen felt the crisis, suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself locked in. This place is clearly the place of the Mo family. Why are there people moving him? Is it Xiang Yingjia's man? He no longer hesitated, facing the fierce fist, a blow out. He didn't dare to be careless. The punch was almost full. Even the divine thunder and the immortal fire are entangled in the whole fist. However, of course, when the two fists touch, Yi Chen is feeling the overwhelming power of fury. His bones even clattered. And the whole carriage was torn apart by this terrible wave. In the sawdust all over the sky, Yi Chen's body flies out. Foot in the air, a few steps, a flip, steady landing, the corner of the mouth is spit out, a mouth of red blood. Mo Ruffing has no intention of stopping. Right foot such as bow, pull out directly, and then fiercely toward Yi Chen kicked out. His feet were covered with a red light. The light lifted the bricks off the ground. The earth is a crack after another. Even formed a curved moon-like knife, meaning. This moment of hand, such as lightning, across the sky. Once this blow falls, the strong under the source of Tao will be broken up. Brother, no. Monin finally regained his composure and even spoke. It's too late. My brother is so angry. Key brother's foot, who can resist it? Of course, Yi Chen is very strong and has no qualification. At the moment, Yi Chen looks at that powerful foot like a long knife, and he knows it's useless to dodge. Now he want to rely on the physical body to block it is very difficult. The only way to rely on is Joyo Sky killing gun. He just wanted to draw out his spear, but Mo Ninger's voice rang out in his ear. Tu Moner, don't be afraid. I'll lend you my strength. Over the years, I have found that there is a loophole in the Mo family's body refining skill. Do as I say. This vulnerability can only be used once. Yi Chen Mao's son, a congealing, good. Suddenly, Yi Chen chose to close his eyes. There seems to be no fear. Mo Ruffing naturally saw the scene in front of him and sneered in his heart. The mole ants, who don't know how to live or die, finally give up the resistance. Humble people, in vain attempt to attack the Mo family. You shouldn't live in this world. Master of the temple. Yi Lingtian's face changed greatly. He wanted to help, but he found the weak voice of Laotian, who was injured nearby. It's useless. The young master's physical training power is almost superb. If he wants to kill people, ordinary people can't stop it. Ah, I should have warned Miss Yi Chen not to let Yi Chen alone. Now the consequence is that the young master is famous for his violent temper. Anyone he wants to kill will surely die. Laotian's tone is desolate. Yi Chen helped their Mo family, but in the end was killed by mistake. It is no doubt the fault of the Mo family. At the moment when Mo Ruffing's refining body is about to fall, Yi Chen finally opens his eyes. The corner of the mouth is an arc. Then, the finger pinches the Jew, the Buddha light diffuses. One blow. Seeing this blow, Mo Ruffing has a cold smile on his mouth. It's just rubbish. I really think it can help me. In the whole coastal city, no one is qualified to block my attack. The cold sound fell down, and the body refining foot almost cracked the surrounding air. And Yi Chen is at this moment suddenly changed fist to point out. A purple light around the fingers, and then with the potential of thunder, hit Mo Ruffing's chest down on an acupoint. Mo Ruffing frowns tightly and doesn't know what Yi Chen wants to do. Until, under that finger, unexpectedly came to the heart of the pain. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he found that his foot full of the power of physical training disappeared. There was no one in the whole body. This how can it be? Don't set off all kinds of stormy waves in the heart of the wind. This never happened. Even let him at the moment a little embarrassed. Go back. All of a sudden, a roar of indignation came. The strength in Yi Chen's body hit Mo Rufeng's body along his fingers. Without warning, Mo Rufeng's body flew out on the spot. Click! Click! The sound of bone breaking came from his powerful body. He could hardly believe it. His body of Huagang has been cracked. The key is a finger. Of course, Mo's family has only fragments. But it is powerful. Mo Jia has felt. Mo Rufeng is even more clear than anyone else. This formula is extremely perfect. But at the moment, the perfect creation and practice of body determination has been cracked. Cannot help him to react, his body in the people's horror, high fall. Touch! The sound of the sound, but also severely hit on the ground. The ground broke into a deep pit and cracks began to spread, and the dust rolled, so that the wind covered a bit. At this moment, the world is quiet. It's too quiet. Mo Ning, Lao Tian, Yi Ling Tian, and even the Mo family leader who just got out of the house also stopped and looked frightened, just like a ghost. The wind failed. How can it be? Hiss. I don't know how long the silence lasted. Suddenly someone took a breath of air conditioner. No one can be defeated by other people. Mo Rufeng is the person in front of the sky list. Is that boy stronger? The key is to defeat Mo Rufeng with one finger. If you say it, who will believe it? Just for a moment, the cry of surprise came and went. Mo Ning's eyes are full of fear and fear. She knew that Yi Chen's origin was unusual, and her means were even more universal. But it's too much of an exaggeration. Even if he was Yi Shitian, he couldn't shake his brothers so much. In the panic of the people, Mo Rufeng in the pit got up and his face was ferocious. Blood around. His feet were bent and a golden spear was offered. What Yi Chen did just now inspired his desire to fight. He didn't enjoy this sense of failure for a long time, which seemed to make his blood boil. Good. Good. Come again. Mo Ning saw the elder brother's appearance, even the weapons were sacrificed, his face turned pale, and he came to Mo Rufeng's body in a hurry. He explained, "Brother, you misunderstood Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen who saved me. Without Yi Chen, I might have died at the hands of Xiang Yingjie and Sidu Feng, even innocent." Mo Rufeng hears this sentence, gushing a trace of special murderous spirit on his body. Is it the hands of the Sidu family and the Punishment Bureau? It's not the boy. Mo Ning nodded, such as pounding garlic. "Brother, I just came back to explain to you, you started to him, fortunately did not cause any disaster, otherwise my Mo family will be ridiculed by countless people." Chapter 934. Brother, if you don't believe me, you can ask Laotian. He saved Laotian's life. Mo Rufeng's eyes fell on Laotian. Seeing Laotian nodding at him, he suddenly took a look at Yi Chen in the distance and forced his anger to be suppressed. Then, he took back the spear. "Since the Sidu family and the Punishment Bureau dare to fight against you, I am asking them to ask for help now. I want them to understand what kind of price it will be if they dare to touch the people of my family." Mo Ning seized Mo Rufeng's strong arm and said, "Brother, no, Xiang Yingjie and all the people are dead." What? Mo Rufeng's shock breaks out completely in his heart. He stares at Yi Chen. This time, an old man of Taoyuanjing who was with him didn't come back. Enough to show the seriousness of the situation. Xiang Yingjie and Sidu Feng have sent many strong men. But at the moment, all this seems to be solved by the aloof young man not far away. What kind of strength does this need? What's more, the other party has just cracked his nature-refining body decision. Yes, it's cracking. He never understood where the weakness of the physical determination of nature was, but now he didn't expect to point it out directly. Break his body. Dispel all the body refining. Who is this young man who does not know his origin? At this time, Mo Weihai came slowly. He patted Mo Ruffin on the shoulder and said, "Ruffin, you should thank this person. If you change to another person, you may kill you while breaking your flesh. After all these years, you have been so successful that today's setbacks must be borne." Mo Ruffin looked at Mo Weihai and clenched his fists. "Father, from now on, my defects in the physical exercise of nature will not be controlled by others, and they will not even have the chance to make a move." Mo Weihai nodded, then looked at Yi Chen with interesting eyes, and asked Mo Ning, "Xiao Ning, we haven't come to visit Mo's house for a long time." Mo Ning suddenly came to Yi Chen's side and said, "Father, brother, his name is Yi Chen. He is a disciple of the medical god sect. This time, thanks to Yi Chen, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." After that, he said to Yi Chen, "Those two are my father and brother respectively. There was some misunderstanding just now. Please don't take it to heart." Yi Chen nods. For Mo family, he does not care at all. The only care is Han Yun. He must see Han Yun with the help of Mo family. Mo Ning seems to feel the urgency of Yi Chen's intention, and said, "It's windy outside. Let's go in together. By the way, father, Yi Chen's coming to Mo's house this time needs trouble. Let's go in and talk about it." Mo Weihai deeply looked at Yi Chen, or nodded. In the palace. Brilliant. Yi Chen can feel the details of the Mo family. The stones on the ground are all spirit stones. It's worth a lot. Anything on the wall is absolutely valuable in the auction. In ancient times, the Mo family really deserves its reputation. I don't know what the ancient Yi family was like. Mo Weihai sat on the top of the golden chair in Kowloon. Although the momentum did not release, it made people feel a little cold. "Yi Chen, for the sake of saving the little girl, tell me, what's the matter? As long as it's not too much, I will promise you." In Mo Weihai's opinion, Yi Chen only wants chance, and may even want to climb the high branch of Mo family. He can give it to Yi Chen. But Mo Ning would never want it. That's his limit. Yi Chen did not talk nonsense, step out, extremely serious way. "I know the relationship between the Mo family and the Han family. Today I come, not for the Mo family, but for the ancient Han family. I want to see Han Yun, the only one who survived the war in ancient times." This word Mo Weihai and Mo Ruffin Wen Zheng. The body is more rigid. They know Yi Chen may make rude demands. But I didn't know it was so rude. Han Yun was closed and protected by the Han family. After all, it was about the things of that year. It was too serious. I even heard that Han Yun has become a violent madman. Kill all the people who mention ancient things or blood spirit clan. No matter good or bad, there are even people from the Han family. Han Yun has almost become a taboo that cannot be touched by the Han family and even the whole Kunlun. But this young man actually wants to see Han Chen as soon as he opens his mouth. Die! No way! Mo Weihai yelled, and the pressure on the body is roaring toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his head, motionless as a mountain. Mo Ning saw this, and quickly blocked Yi Chen's body, and said to Mo Wei, "Father, you can see in my face, can you help Yi Chen? He has a special identity. This matter is very important to him. Besides, we are not going to the Han family these days. Just take Yi Chen. After we get to the Han family, we don't have to worry about it." Mo Weihai saw that his daughter actually stood out to help Yi Chen speak, but he was not angry. "Xiaoning, some things you don't understand. The boy doesn't know his origin. He wants to see Han Yun. Maybe it will bring us the danger of killing the family of Mo. I don't know what this boy's purpose is, but it's absolutely harmful to our Mo family, but it's not good for us." With that, his eyes were staring at Yi Chen and waving a big hand. "Yi Chen, you go, I will let the servants prepare some good pills and spirit stones for you. It should also be your love for saving Xiaoning." With the order of Mo Weihai, two old people came to Yi Chen's side in an instant. Both of them are the source of Tao. They looked at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, don't make it difficult for us to do it. Please." Yi Chen did not move, but raised his head, staring at the man on the high platform. "Mo Weihai, please make clear, this matter has nothing to do with me, Yi Chen is saving your Mo family." As soon as this word comes out, those two Mo family old people's faces change greatly. This boy is so rebellious that he dared to call the owner's name directly. What's more, it's just death. Look at Mo Weihai again, as expected, his face turns blue. Even a trace of anger. His authority cannot be questioned by ordinary people. Mo Weihai just wanted to talk, but Mo Ning was even busy. "Father, Yi Chen was not intentional, please don't forget to go in the heart." Mo Weihai snorted coldly and said to the two old men, "You don't need to give pills and spirit stones to this person. You can get rid of them directly." His patience has reached the limit. If not for the daughter's face, Yi Chen would have died. The two old people just want to buckle Yi Chen's arm, but Yi Chen steps out and breaks free of them. Then he stares at Mo Weihai with cold eyes. "Mo Weihai, have you ever thought about the consequences if you can't get the emperor to respect the strong one after a year and a half? Mo Rufeng's strength of bodybuilding can be taken away if you practice it again. Even your daughter may be taken away. But you really have the heart to give your children and people to the animals." Chapter 935. It's a pity that your obsession with Mo's family has failed since ancient times, even on moaning. Don't think I don't know your abacus. I can tell you very accurately, this catastrophe, only Yi Chen can help you. If you don't believe me, I've never been to Mo's house. Yi Chen's voice resounds through the whole palace, showing the supremacy. The momentum is too strong. So powerful that even the two strong people in the source of Tao lost their minds for a moment. And Mo Ning and Mo Rufeng are dead staring at Yi Chen. Although do not know what Yi Chen is saying, but they vaguely smell the wrong breath. Send them off. Why send them away? Two people follow Yi Chen's eyes to see Father Mo Weihai, but found that Mo Weihai's calm face is no longer, but extremely ferocious and frightening. They had never seen their father behave so badly. Can Mo Weihai not lose his temper? Only a few people know about the ancient things of Shuling clan. Everyone is a man of great family and top clan who controls supreme power. The whole Mo family, only he is qualified to control. But now, the youth in front of me has said it completely. It's not a joke. He can feel the affirmation in Yi Chen's tone. One man's power shakes the Blood Spirit clan. He can't believe it, but he can't deny it. Suppress the inner storm, Mo Weihai, 5 fingers a grasp, opened the door. Except Yi Chen, everyone left the hall. Everyone. The servants were stunned and retreated. They didn't understand what the owner was so eager for. "Father, shall we go, too? It's like the wind." Mo Weihai nodded. "Take Xiaoning out, no one can come in without my command. The violator, kill." Mo Rufeng wanted to say something, but saw Mo Weihai's extremely serious eyes, or with Mo Ning out. In his heart, Yi Chen must know something. The so-called year and a half, he heard his father mention it many times, but did not know the real meaning behind it. Anyway, he'll find out. Soon, only Yi Chen and Mo Weihai were left in the palace. Yi Chen found a place to sit down and poured a cup of tea. Mo Weihai came down from above and came to Yi Chen in front of him in a cold voice. "What else do you know?" Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it. After 10 seconds, he replied, "Moaning is a sub-body. Has it failed? Is it impossible to communicate with your ancestor of Mo family?" Mo Weihai's face changed. He believed Yi Chen's words and said excitedly, "Who are you and why do you know so clearly about Mo's family?" Yi Chen put down his teacup and calmly said, "It doesn't matter who I am. As long as you take me to Han's house, I can help you solve some difficulties. What's more, there's nothing to hide from you. This visit to the Mo family is also entrusted by your ancestors. Otherwise, I won't know so many secrets, right?" Mo Weihai's eyes are full of blood, his strength in the emperor's realm. But at the moment, facing Yi Chen, it is completely unable to grasp the direction. Everything is controlled by this young man. Did the ancestors of the Mo family really find Yi Chen? But this son is not the Holy King's realm. Even if he is still refining his body, he is not qualified to resist the Blood Spirit clan. Seeing Mo Weihai's hesitation, Yichen gave a cold smile and threw out a jade pendant. The jade pendant is engraved with the word Mo. This is refined by Mo Ninger of the Samsara Cemetery. Mo Ninger tells Yichen that as long as you show this jade pendant to Mo Weihai, you can understand everything for convenience. Sure enough, Mo Weihai sees the jade pendant that Yichen throws, looks frightened and stares at Yichen. After a few seconds, he directly arched his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, I was disrespectful just now. Please forgive me. This jade pendant is the jade of our ancestors. Holding this jade is to see our ancestors. How dare he neglect Yichen again? I don't want to talk nonsense with you, Han Yun. I must see you as soon as possible. Do you have a way?" Yichen Dao. Mo Weihai hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. "Mr. Yi, it's not difficult to go to the Han family, but there is only one way to see Han Yun. The secret place of Blood Spirit." Yichen heard the following 4 words and her eyes shrank. Is this Blood Spirit secret state related to the Blood Spirit family? Not in Kunlun. Mo Weihai shook his head and explained, "Mr. Yi misunderstood that this secret place was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of Kunlun's great powers thousands of years ago. In this millennium, almost all of Kunlun's great powers are preparing for the Centennial Agreement, and in this secret place there is the strong one of the Blood Spirit clan." What? Yichen stood up directly. "Are you sure?" Mo Weihai nodded. "The Blood Spirit clan is from a higher level of existence, and their strength is very strong. At the beginning, the elder of the Blood Spirit clan came to Kunlun empty. Although it made Kunlun empty a sea of blood, the top strong person of Kunlun Su also secretly won 6 people. These 6 people are locked up in the Blood Spirit secret places created by great power in Kunlun, but their accomplishments are suppressed, and their strength is not as strong as in ancient times. This secret place was originally intended to trap these people, but with the passage of time, somehow, it turned into a place of no chance. It has excellent aura and fierce beasts, and the injuries of the 6 men are gradually recovering. Although they are suppressed by the array, they are also the overlord in the inner world. It is estimated that these 2 people have changed everything in the secret place. Up to now, the secret place of Blood Spirit has long lost its original meaning and turned into a fierce place. It is extremely suitable for the experience of the strong. Some people even think that everything inside is similar to the place where the Blood Spirit clan is located. Any practitioner who comes into the world, as long as he comes out alive, will get no chance, and may even see the 6 Blood Spirit people. Most importantly, this time, Han Yun may also want to enter. I don't know the specific reason. The day after tomorrow, the Han family will hold a meeting to select some gifted peerless talents. The minimum requirement is level 8 of Virtual King Realm. My Mo family is also on the list of invitation, and I intend to let the wind enter it. This is the only chance to see Han Yun. It's just that there is a big gap between Mr. Ye's realm and the Han family's requirement to enter the secret realm, so he may not be qualified. Yichen fell into meditation, soon, raised his head and said, "It's okay. Mo's family will take me when it's time. I'll have a way if I can go in." Mo Weihai heard this sentence, can only nod. It can only be like this, but Mr. Yi can rest assured that this time, even if I fight for my old life, I will try to fight for a quota for you. After chatting about everything, it was late, and Mo Weihai arranged for Yichen to live in Mo's house. Mo Ning has too many doubts in his heart and wants to ask Yichen, but Yichen's door is closed. "I'm not going to meet people." His father also ordered that no one should disturb Yichen's practice. Chapter 936. In the Tomb of Samsara. Yichen runs 9 days, Xianyang Ju, the breath on his body is constantly breaking out, and has a faint sense of breakthrough. This breakthrough means 2 levels, cultivation and body building. But Yichen is not in a hurry to break through. He opens his eyes and looks at the girl in red in front of him and says, "Mo Ninger, why does the Blood Spirit clan take you away?" Mo Ninger shook her head, "Tomb owner, there are some things that we can't speak." You can also see that Elder Lin wanted to reveal something, but he was punished by the Samsara Cemetery. The existence of the Samsara Cemetery has limited the gods of us, and even more limited some things we know. But the tomb owner can rest assured that if you enter the blood spirit secret state of Kunlun Su, everything will come to light. What's more, since the reincarnation cemetery has chosen the tomb owner, he will not do anything to hurt you. He must have a reason. Yi Chen nodded, and then looked at the tombstone with blood for 7 nights. The light in the tombstone flickered, and a virtual shadow seemed to be looming. Yi Chen can feel that he has a pair of eyes staring at himself all the time. I'm afraid it depends on whether you are qualified as the apprentice of Blood 7 Nights. At the same time, Yi Chen feels the power of the magic bead in the eyebrow heart is getting stronger and stronger these days, and even has a tingling feeling. It's like something bad is going to happen. But I don't know when. The head of Joyo's sky-killing gun, the light of blue is more and more shining, just like the purgatory in the deep sea. 2 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, the door was knocked, and Yi Chen opened his eyes from practice. The door opens and it's Monin. Yi Chen, get ready, and you can go on your way. You haven't seen where your accomplishments have increased in the past few days. It's better to have a good voice than a good airway. Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it and goes directly to the outside. Not long, Yi Chen is to see Mo Weihai, this time Mo family with about 20 strong. 20 strong men are all above the source of Tao. At least it feels extremely dangerous. Mr. Yi, we are not the only family to go to the Han family this time. When we get there, we still hope to be restrained. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Mo Weihai reminds Wei, although with Yi Chen not too much lift, but he also understood Yi Chen's character. Completely fearless of everything, this character, the sky is the fate of trouble. He didn't know if his warning was useful. Anyway, he put it here. Yi Chen nodded, that's natural. I'm naturally quiet and don't like to make trouble. Yi Ling Tian. Laotian, it's just. Monin. All of a sudden, what does Yi Chen think of? Since this blood spirit secret state is related to many forces, will Ji Xiqing's clan also participate? After all, Ji Xiqing's talent should also be selected. Master Mo, will Tianlan Zong attend Yi Chen Dao? Mo Weihai replied, it's natural. Tianlanzong is one of the 10 major schools in Kunlun. Although it has declined a lot in recent years, it has fallen behind, but the details can't be underestimated. Besides, there is a talented girl Ji Xiqing in Tianlanzong. If I'm not wrong, Ji Xiqing should be one of the emperor's top talents trained by Tianlanzong. It's a pity. But this time the disaster, Kunlun Su will pity how many people, ah. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen Mao's sun suddenly suffused with cold light. Ji Xiqing should also be sent into the hands of the Blood Spirit clan. In the end, Ji Xiqing has become a prey given to others by Tianlanzong? If so, Yi Chen will never allow it. As if aware of Yi Chen's anger, Mo Weihai continued, in fact, before that day, everyone is not sure what will happen in the end. Mr. Yi should not think about it. Well, it's time to go. Linhai City is not far from the Han family. It's about a few hours' journey. Mr. Yi can take a rest in the car. The team of dozens of people left for the south in an instant. And at the same time, Kunlun is a very southern place. A huge stone tablet with a height of 100 meters. The stone tablet is like a supreme building in China. But it's airtight. There are countless bronzing names on it. The top is engraved with a few streamer flashing characters, the sky list. Kunlun Su to Hai, thousands of people are in its list. This list is more accurate than any ranking of Kunlun Su. These 1,000 people are enough to change the whole pattern of Kunlun Void. At this time, there are many people around the huge stone tablet, one by one paying attention to the changes above. It's been half a month, and the sky list hasn't changed. What the hell is this? I'm also puzzled. It's said that Tianqiangbang is set up by a person who has magical skills. He covers the whole Kunlun Void with arrays and can survey everything. As for the ranking, it is extremely strange. Even if you defeat others, the ranking will not necessarily change. It seems that it is completely measured by real strength. Forget it, it's nothing to see. The master urged me. Today is the meeting of the Han family. I'm on the sky list. I don't know if I'll have a chance to enter it. With your 980, do you want to join? If we really want to calculate the strength, Xiang Yingjie of the Punishment Bureau may still have some qualifications. After all, people practice physical fitness, and they have the same strength as the cultivation of physical strength, and they have many advantages in physical training. Several people were talking. But in a pavilion behind the stone tablet, there are two old people sitting there. One man and one woman. The two old people leaned on the rocking chair, and their eyes were also paying attention to the change of the sky list. One of them is the old man in the land of happiness. Alas, the sky list has been occupied by those people all the time, and I don't know how many talented people have not appeared. Unfortunately, by the way, I heard that the best place in your land of happiness was chosen to leave a few days ago. An old man said. The old man nodded. I have never met an interesting young man, but I always feel that this boy will meet me again. The old man said with a white eye, there are few interesting people you can say. I'd like to see you some other day. The old man just wanted to say something, but the whole sky was shaking. The onlookers exclaimed, the sky billboard has changed. Look! Only a few names at the end of the sky list disappeared. Damn it, Xiang Yingjie has disappeared. Is there something wrong with Xiang Yingjie? How can it be? Another exclaimed. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes have noticed a trace of strange. Because, there are two names actually strange in the rise. Faster and faster. Yi Chen. Yi Shitian. Soon Yi Chen's name is steadily falling in the sky list 912. Replace Xiang Yingjie. The coolness behind the crowd is obvious. Xiang Yingjie is dead. He died of this man named Yi Chen. However, the crowd's attention to Yi Chen soon disappeared. It's just staring at a rising name. Yi Shitian. This name is too dazzling. In the blink of an eye, it has been from the last to the 900th. Even on the rise. Crazy. Totally crazy. Chapter 937. 10 seconds. Yi Shitian's name has crossed to 800th. Still not stop. It's something that hasn't happened before. Around those practitioners, one by one, the expression of horror to the extreme. Everyone's eyes widened, just like sculpture. What the hell is this? Who is Yi Jingtian? Why so fierce? Said a young man in a robe and holding a folding fan. The folding fan in his hand fell to the ground because of his surprise. Did Yi kill a strong man? No, how do I feel that the name is familiar to me? It seems that I have heard it somewhere. Let me think about it. It seems that I have seen it in Kunlun Shuzhong newspaper. Someone took out a thick stack of newspapers on the spot and turned them over. At this time, a young man with long hair came over, staring at Yi Shitian's name, and said, "Don't look." Yi Shitian is the mysterious strong man who has been widely circulated recently. His accomplishments and strength are unknown. The only thing he knows is that he controls the divine thunder, the dragon, and the powerful flame. Every time Yi Shitian appeared, at least one clan was destroyed. It is said that the Blood Alliance and many forces died in this person's hands. What's more, a few days ago, you heard that 1,000 mysterious girls came to Kunlun Void and threatened Daozong that no one was allowed to move Yi to kill heaven, and even more, Yi Shitian was taken as a disciple. The protection of Qianjue Xuannu alone has made countless sects scared. You can't know which Zushida gate is in Kunlun, but you must not know Yi Shitian. The explanation of the young man with long hair awakened people's memory in an instant. The one who is sheltered by 1,000 mysterious women, Yi Shitian. Didn't Yi Shitian disappear, but appeared again? And this time it's directly aimed at the sky list? The key is how can he span so many words at once? 750 already. What the fuck? What the hell is this? People's hearts were extremely frightened, and they were staring at the golden text. Fortunately, the text gradually stayed down. Finally, it was stabilized at 727. This number doesn't look ordinary, but you should know that the sky list covers those ancient monsters. There are few who can step into the top 800 in their 20s. The key point is that no one has been able to jump to more than 700 in such a sudden. It's like hell. Under the stone tablets of the sky list, each expression is extremely frightening. Looking up at the stone tablet, the eyes are full of fear. And Yi Chen's name into 912 is a bit gloomy. If the people present know that Yi Jingtian and Yi Chen are the same person, I'm afraid their expressions will be more colorful. Pavilion. Two old men have stood up. The brows were taut. What way did ye kill heaven, and which sect did ye come from? An old man said curiously. However, the old man in the land of happiness shook his head. I have heard of this leaf killing heaven several times. It is extremely mysterious. It is said that it comes from China. As for the specific matter, I don't know. Forget it. Yi Shitian is against the weather, and it can't destroy the whole situation. It's still a year and a half away from the 100-year agreement. This time, I don't know who can carry the beam. I'd say that it's the latter. Those emperors in Kunlunxu's high position or those in charge of the clan's helm have no blood in the past, only fear of the unknown. They will never forget how powerful Kunlun Su's great powers were in ancient times. Another old man heard this. His eyes were full of loneliness. He held out his hand and patted the old man in the land of Fuse and said, "Forget it, there are some things we can't control. Isn't it the Han family's organization meeting today? I don't know which young talents enter the Blood Spirit secret area this time. The Blood Spirit secret area is stronger and stronger every year. 80 people died last time. I'm afraid the number will be more than 100 this time. But if we don't have a strong power in it, the final result will still be the same, the end." The two old men shook their heads and went back to the chair. They closed their eyes as if they didn't care about anything. When we're old, we won't get involved. At the same time, Mo's team is half an hour away from the Han family. The car was extremely quiet. Yi Chen closed his eyes and kept running the 9-day Xianyang formula. He found that this skill had a wonderful effect on body refining. There is no connection between physical training and cultivation, but the 9-heaven Xianyang Ju has a strong tolerance. Just then the line stopped. Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at Yi Lingtian outside and asked, "What happened?" Yi Lingtian's expression is strange. "Oh Lord, nothing, just found a few bodies in front of me, nothing." "Oh." Yi Chen nodded and ignored. Maybe it was the master of Mo's family who cleared the body in the way, and the team moved on. However, when the team passed by the bodies that had been removed, Yi Chen felt something, and her eyes shot in a direction through the curtain. In the line of sight is a blood-sparkling corpse. In the pocket of the corpse, there was a plastic bag wrapped in it. Just a corner. There are beautiful cartoon patterns on it. It even says China Tianhe High-Tech Food Processing Factory. It is not strange that Kunlun Su appeared in China. But it can only be a possibility. Ji Lin. Because these snacks are one of the ones he gave Ji Lin at the beginning. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen opened the curtain with one hand and turned into a shadow. What did the Majia team feel? It stopped. Mo Weihai looked at Yi Chen's figure, a little curious, made a stop sign, and then rode to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Do you know the dead? I think their injuries should be fatal with one sword. Although the means are not cruel, they are crushing." Yi Chen did not speak and took out the bag of candy from one of the people's pockets. Fingers pinched Ju, a red light around the palm, is gradually wrapped in the candy. But Yi Chen's eyes are intermittent, appeared a few pictures. Because his strength is limited, he can see some pictures belonging to Ji Lin, but he can't see the strong hands. It should be that the strong ones far exceed his strength. His eyes became very heavy. From the picture, Ji Lin should have an accident. As for whether he is still alive, it is an unknown. His technique is not even sure. What is the origin of the group of people who started it? Damn it! Yi Chen hits the ground with a fist, and a deep pit appears instantly. Both Ji Lin and Ji Xiqing are kind to him, so he can't be saved. At the moment, there are some doubts in his mind. Ji Lin should be with the people of Tianlanzong. Why is there a single person in the picture? Chapter 938. Even under special circumstances, Ji Xiqing should follow suit. Besides, since we pass here, we must go to the Han family. So many strong people, why did Ji Lin feel hurt at the beginning? Mo Weihai felt the anger in Yi Chen's heart and said curiously, Mr. Yi, what happened? Maybe I can help you. Yi Chen looked at Mo Weihai and stood up. If I didn't guess wrong, my friend may have been taken away. I want to determine her whereabouts. Do you have a way? Mo Weihai was stunned, but he shook his head hesitantly. Mr. Yi, there are many ways to find people, but this place has been closed and restricted by the great power with some kind of force. It is very difficult for general skills to know what happens here. But since you haven't found your friend around, your friend must be in front of you. There is only one way to the Han family. It is very likely that the people who started the meeting were some of the forces and sects who participated in the meeting. Although Mo Weihai is curious about Yi Chen's friend, if he can help, he will. Unfortunately, this is not a coastal city, but the boundary of the Han family. If he is really helpless, he can only lower his identity and go to the Han family for help. Yi Chen stands up, eyes slightly squint. Through the technique just now, he can vaguely feel some things that are covered. It was a piece of black wood. It should belong to those who took Ji Lin away. As for why these people took Ji Lin, he did not know. Come on, go to Han's house. The current search is obviously impractical. It is forbidden here, and general techniques cannot trace Ji Lin. Only with the help of Mo's family can we find Ji Lin. I just don't know if Ji Xiqing knows about it. Does this girl rest assured that her sister is alone? The team moved forward again. This time, Yi Chen did not close his eyes to practice, but gazed at everything outside the window. He found that there were not a few people who went to the Han family this time. On the way, he met at least 30 or 40 waves of troops. The lowest in the ranks is the virtual king realm, and there is no holy king realm. Even in each team, there are several extremely terrible breath, which must play an important role in Kunlun. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the place of Han family, Hansheng. Covering an area of 1,000 mu, it is extremely vast. The buildings are full of magnificence. At the same time, an inn in the land of the Han family. In the suite, Ji Xiqing paced back and forth, her face full of melancholy, and in front of her was standing the elder Ku of Tianlanzong. Elder Ku, you used the power of Zhongmen to look for Ji Lin last time. How can you not find Ji Lin yet? Ji Xiqing still asked. Her sister has been missing for a long time. Do not know whereabouts, as if the world evaporated. She knew her sister well and could not leave without saying goodbye, but she had not received any news since her practice in seclusion. This time she came to the Han family's place. She didn't intend to come, but when Elder Ku told the Han family that there were skills to search for people in the whole Kunlun, she broke through the barrier by force. But along the way, her uneasiness grew stronger. After all, they are sisters who can clearly feel the danger of each other. Ji Xiqing is talented and powerful, but in the face of everything in front of her, she is a little scared. Elder Ku, let's go to the Han family now. I must know the whereabouts of my sister. Ji Xiqing firmly said. Ku Elder Mao's son shrinks. She naturally can't say the thing that Tianlanzong pursues Ji Lin. Ji Lin heard what should not be heard. For the sake of interests, they naturally had to start with Ji Lin. Unfortunately, even if they used the whole power of the clan to find, still no whereabouts. In the view of the patriarch, Ji Lin's strength in Kunlun can only be regarded as good, but in the face of some powerful people, he obviously has no right to protect himself. Elder Ku patted Ji Xiqing on the back and comforted him. Xiqing, the Han family meeting has not started yet, and none of them will meet. As for Ji Lin, she is a very strange girl and will not have an accident. Now you'd better calm down and practice. This time, you have to pass through the secret place of blood spirit no matter what. This secret state has a high mortality rate, so you can't underestimate it. Ji Xiqing, now where there is mind training, the beautiful face is full of melancholy. No, Ku Elder, you go out. Elder Ku nodded and left directly. He came to another room. In the room, there are 6 Tianlanzong's art disciples pinching the formula with their fingers and using some kind of technique. Ku elder Mao's sun is cold, open away, this all how long, that little girl has not fallen. One of the disciples opened his eyes and said, Elder Ku, we feel that Jilin seems to be nearby, but that kind of perception is very weak. It must be that Jilin has some life and death disasters. What? Elder Ku's face changed greatly. She thought the girl was going to Danshu Tower to look for Yi Chen, so she asked her disciples to wait there all the time. After waiting for many days, there was no sign of Jilin near Danshu Tower. I thought the trouble was relieved, but I didn't expect that the girl came to the land of the Han family. Does this girl know that Ji Xiqing has also come? Elder Ku's face was a little ferocious, and continued to say, check again, we must determine the whereabouts of the girl. No matter what, we can't let her see Xiqing. This is the order of the Lord. Yes. Yi Chen and Mo family and others entered the land of the Han family. Because of the relationship between the Mo family and the Han family, they don't have to stay in any hotel like others. The servants of the Han family directly arranged a courtyard for the Mo family to live in temporarily. The quadrangle environment is quiet, and there is even a spiritual cultivation room. Mo Weihai could feel Yi Chen's worried eyes and said, Mr. Yi, well, I'll probably meet the owner of the Han family alone later. Do you have the name and portrait of the missing friend? Yi Chen nods and takes out a picture from the Samsara cemetery. The little girl in the picture is Jilin. Jilin sits on the sofa, holding a pile of snacks, grinning. The picture is fixed. This was taken in Jiangnan province in China, when Jilin came out to find him with a jade order. Jilin is playing with Sun Yi's mobile phone. When he knows that there is a photo-taking function, he asks Sun Yi to take a picture. Sun Yi is also quite considerate. She has developed all the photos and asked Yi Chen to give them to Jilin. After returning to Kunlun Su, because there were too many things, Yi Chen left the photo behind. Now it seems that this photo is still useful. Master Mo, the girl's name is Jilin. Thank you. Yi Chen thanks. Mo Weihai took a look at the photo. When he found out that it was such a small girl, he sighed helplessly, so young, don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will do my best. With that, Mo Weihai left in a hurry. Chapter 939. It's obviously about Jilin. Yi Chen has not closed the door, but is pushed open. Looking up, he found Mo's brother and sister. What are you doing? Yi Chen is curious. Mo Ruffing just wanted to talk, but Mo Ning took a step forward and seriously said, Yi Chen, I just want to know one thing. Why did my father expel me that day and chat with you alone? Do you know something we don't know? What will happen after a year and a half? Mo Ruffing also said, Yi Chen, if you tell this matter, I promise that from now on, anyone who dares to move you will step on me. Is it related to things in ancient times? This is the biggest guess of Mo's brother and sister. Yi Chen looked at the two men, but he didn't say it at the first time. Mo Weihai's concealment of nature has his truth. If some things are said in advance, they will inevitably cause unnecessary panic, and even have a great impact on the heart of Taoism. It is not a good thing for them. So, Yi Chen shakes his head to explain, in fact, there was nothing that day, that is to close the door with your father and chat casually about a few things, you can do whatever you like. Mo Ruffing was very angry in his heart, our brothers and sisters come to ask you for your face. If you keep your mouth shut again, my father will not come for a while now. I promise you to kneel down and beg for mercy. This time, it's useless. Mo Ruffing has a strong self-confidence. His last finger let him find that the biggest problem is the cultivation of the body by nature. However, after a few days of change, the problem has been solved for a long time. Now the First World War, Yi Chen absolutely cannot shake his strength. Yi Chen did not pay attention to, just planned to close the door, but heard a lazy voice in his ear. I may be able to help you with the person you're looking for. Yi Chen Zheng, this familiar voice, it is Xiao Huang. He glanced at the Samsara cemetery and found that Xiao Huang had completely woken up. I'm staring at a tombstone with interest. Yi Chen, are you? Mo Ruffin wanted to continue to threaten, but Yichen completely ignored and rushed out directly. It's a matter of life and death. Ji Lin may be nearby. Anyway, he must find Ji Lin as quickly as possible. Mo Ruffin frowned, but did not continue to chase out. Of course, he wanted to know the things behind him, but judging from the killing intention of Yi Chen's eyes just now, it was definitely something wrong. Leaving the courtyard, there is Xiao Huang on the shoulder of Yi Chen. Xiao Huang lies lazily on Yi Chen's shoulder, yawning. You know where Ji Lin is. Tell me. Yi Chen's tone is a little urgent. Xiao Huang jumps down from Yi Chen's shoulder, and the red pupil rotates, becoming more and more charming and weird. After a few seconds, the red pupil stops selecting, and the body directly rushes out in a direction. Come with me. 10 minutes later, Xiao Huang stopped and stretched out on the ground, as if preparing to go on sleeping. Yi Chen takes a glance at the building in front of him, which is similar to the quadrangle where the Mo family lives. Around is a bamboo forest, lush. Is Ji Lin here? Yi Chen took a look at Xiao Huang and picked her up. Seeing that the other party didn't answer his own meaning, he could only shake his head and go towards the gate. Outside the gate stood two young men in royal robes. In the early stage of Shiwang state, one of them entered Shiwang realm for a short time. For Yi Chen, there is no threat. The two men looked around, their eyes very serious. The cold killing intention is to wrap the whole body. I'm afraid the hands are stained with the blood of many people. Two people naturally noticed Yi Chen, a long spear in his hand, smashed hard on the ground, and the ground cracked. Even more threatened, Zaiwaizong's land, no one is allowed to enter. Those who disobey will be killed. Zaiwaizong? Ji Lin's eyes seem to frown inside, but he is not sure whether he is in the ear. After all, Xiao Huang stopped and didn't make a statement. In case she was just tired, she would be in trouble. He quickly took out a photo and said to the two people, Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever seen this girl? He's my friend. The two people glanced at the photo, their eyes shrinking, as if full of surprise, but this feeling fleeting. One of them said impatiently, Go away, boy. I don't want to say it again. Zaiwaizong, these three words, you should know what meaning. If you don't go away, don't blame us for being rude. Yi Chen's whole person is gloomy down. Xiao Huang does not take wrong. From the expression of these two people, we absolutely know Ji Lin's whereabouts, that he no longer hesitated and stepped directly into it. Those two people did not expect Yi Chen to dare to break through, and the spear in his hand was directly shot out, which severely hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen doesn't mean to obstruct, let the spear touch. Ding! Strange things appeared, the spear stabbed into Yi Chen's back, as if blocked by a piece of steel. Can't go deep into it. Even clothes can't be torn. How could it be? When the two people are shocked, Yi Chen suddenly appears in the hand of Joyo's sky-killing gun, and sweeps his right hand backward. A powerful gunshot concussion, but also accompanied by the violent god thunder. The two men did not fully respond, but felt a split in their bodies. Blood is constantly exuding. Their pupils are dilated. I can't believe that someone would dare to kill people here. This is Zaiwaizong. Looking at the whole Kunlun Su, though it is not one of the top 10 sects. But in terms of strength, we can also enter the first 15 of Kunlun. But this boy is like a madman. You may be innocent, but Ji Lin is more innocent. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls, regardless of the fallen body, directly toward the inside. Many disciples of Zaiwaizong practice in it. Although Yi Chen is strange, he doesn't say much. After all, before the meeting of the Han family began, many families would walk around each other. Chapter 940. Yi Chen sweeps around and doesn't see Ji Lin's figure. He frowns. He wants to spread his spirit to search the whole yard, but he finds it futile. There are also strong prohibitions in this quadrangle. It is impossible to find people with spiritual knowledge. Yi Chen stood in the middle of the courtyard, hearing all kinds of information. Suddenly, vaguely, Yi Chen heard the cry of the child. It's the second room in the southeast. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, as if the body into a strong wind, directly rushed in. A disciple of Zai Weizong noticed Yi Chen and rushed up. "Brother, who are you looking for?" "That place is our forbidden area of Zai Weizong." Words have not finished, Yi Chen, body of blood dragon meaning, directly rushed out. Those who want to stop Yi Chen's disciples all fly out. "Get out of here!" The sound of icy exclamations exploded. Then Yi Chen came to the closed gate, and Joyo's sky-killing gun appeared directly and shot out. Damon's array was mercilessly smashed on the spot. Sawdust flying. Everything inside is clear. When you see the picture inside, Yi Chen's anger is completely ignited. There are hundreds of cages inside. The iron cage is not big, each has rune suppression. But inside the cage is curled up a small body. It's all children. A living child. Grass. Yi Chen has only heard that there will be these inhuman abduction and trafficking animals in China, but he did not expect that there will be such a existence in Kunlun-su, the place where strong men stand for cultivation. Some of these children are even skinny, only skin and bone. Shocking. Yi Chen doesn't know what the so-called Zai Weizong wants to do with these children. He doesn't want to know. Not care. His eyes first look for Ji Lin's voice, and finally, in the deepest red cage, found Ji Lin. At the moment, Ji Lin is still active in the past. His body is bent, his lips are dry, his eyes are deeply sunken, and he is haggard. Perhaps because of the light, Ji Lin opened his weak eyes and looked at the source of the light. The figure of a young man appeared like this. When seeing this young man, the gaunt body of Ji Lin trembled, and he couldn't help the depression of these days. He cried out. She has never cried for so many years. But now I can't help it. All the emotional catharsis broke out. Yi Chen. Hearing this cry, Yi Chen suppresses his inner anger and rushes directly into it. Joyo's sky-killing gun directly breaks open the cage, and Ji Lin struggles to support himself and pounce on him. Yi Chen, why are you here now? I'm not dreaming. It's all your fault. If I didn't come to you with kindness, it wouldn't be like this. You must supplement me a lot of snacks. Many. Ji Lin holds Yi Chen's neck in both hands and buries his chin on his shoulder. He doesn't let go at all. She seems to have gone through hell. She never thought Yi Chen was so handsome. Yi Chen patted Ji Lin's back, took out a pill from the Samsara cemetery and handed it to Ji Lin. Take it, this pill is good for you. Ji Lin nodded. When the pills were taken, Ji Lin suddenly noticed something and even said, Yi Chen, be careful. A cold light broke through the sky. Yi Chen snorted coldly and stretched out his hand, holding a long sword in his 5 fingers. Click. With a sound, the sword broke into pieces. Bold, this is the important place of Zai Weizong. No one is allowed to break in. Look for death. More than a dozen practicing disciples are approaching Yi Chen. After all, this room is the secret of Zai Weizong. A young man who didn't know the origin of the story was not known. In this case, the young man cannot stay. The skill of Zai Weizong has always been special. It needs to be cultivated and accomplished. Or if you want to go further, you need pure qi. And this so-called pure gas, only on children. Yi Chen, these guys are hateful, but they are very good. Are you alone? Ji Lin said nervously. She is worried about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's strength level is certainly good, in Kunlun's Zongman talent battle is also extremely amazing, but how to say, he is only one person. Even Tian Lan Zong may not be able to eat the next Ziwei Zong. Can think of Yi Chen now facing the forces, how terrible. Yi Chen glanced at the numerous disciples of Ziwei sect outside, almost all of them were in the realm of Su Wan. Even one is the source of Tao.as for other threats, there seems to be no such thing. It must be Zai Weizong important figures or elders and Mo Weihai to see the people of the Han family. But it's hard for him to take Ji Lin out with him. All of a sudden, Yi Chen thought of something and directly took out Xiao Huang from the reincarnation cemetery. At the moment, Xiao Huang still seems to be asleep. I know you're pretending to sleep and take some road. What's your physical strength? Yi Chen Dao. Xiao Huang opens his eyes and stretches. He just wants to say something, but Jilin is in front of him. Wow, what a lovely kitten, Yi Chen, did you bring it from China? Or dress it up? Xiao Huang sees Jilin's hand stretched out, and quickly a spirit of excitement jumps down from Yi Chen's body, overflowing with thunder and lightning. Yi Chen outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth, and threw out several bottles of pills. He said to Jilin, you can let the others out. As for these guys, just give us two. Two? Jilin some doubts, she looked around, no one found Ah. At this time, Jilin thought of something, staring at the kitten on the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Yi Chen, you are not talking about this guy, this little thing, it is estimated that a sword cannot bear. Before she finished her words, she found that Xiao Huang and Yi Chen rushed out. Yi Chen in the hands of the 9U killing the sky gun sends out the cold light. In the face of these powerful people in the virtual king's realm, it is obvious that the sword can't be killed accurately. Only with the help of this long gun of evil spirit. Break the sky. With a roar, Yi Chen's Joyo sky-killing gun faces the sword meaning from Zaiwaizong, and has no intention of retreating. Black air swept over the sky, and even wrapped people in it. Chapter 941. The meaning of the gun completely blooms, as if turned into several black magic dragons from the sky. The roaring sound is constantly ringing, and the sword meaning of those disciples of Zaiwaizong was mercilessly smashed. Demons, they are demons. What did the strong man of Tao Source perceive and cry out in surprise? But soon, he felt a small voice coming towards him quickly. It's Xiao Huang. Little beast, go away. The strong man in Daoyuan environment hums coldly and cuts down mercilessly with a sword. I thought that with this sword, the animal would turn into a blood mist. But soon, he found out something was wrong. The fierce sword fell on the cat, and there was no reaction. It's like absorbed in general. This what the hell is that? Before he could react, Xiao Huang leaped away and his whole body was over 5 or 6 meters high. Pink tender hand exposed sharp long knife, directly patted down. The key actually has the red thunder and lightning encircle among them. Too weird. The strong man of Daoyuan never thought that the cat could still cultivate himself. Spirit beast? Fierce beast? Before he could react, Xiao Huang's sharp claws slapped on the sword he was blocking. Ding! The sword is directly broken. Heartless fragmentation. The force of terror vibrates, as if into the essence of the air waves through the body of the strong source of the Tao. The pain has not stopped. Because Xiao Huang's claws don't stop. Let alone ordinary spirit sword, even if it is a very high level of existence, accompanied by the god thunder will be mercilessly torn. The cold claws pierced the arm of the strong Daoyuan environment like a steel knife. The latter wanted to agglomerate the genuine qi to block, but when he saw the red pupil eyes of Xiao Huang, he found that the genuine qi of Dantian could not be used. It's like being restricted. What the hell is this monster? He panicked. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that the rapid cold light had cut his arm and even penetrated his chest. What a bully! How tough! He kept spitting blood out of his mouth, and his frightened eyes faded. He fell to the ground. In the dark fog, some people naturally find that the one with strong Daoyuan environment is dead. All of a sudden, there is no leader. Brother Lu is dead. Elder Marshal Brother Lu was killed by that beast. The sound of terror was everywhere. As if there were no heads. In the black fog, Yi Chen also killed several disciples of Zaiwaizong. He took a look at Xiao Huang and said in a cold voice, "One will not stay." Yi Chen has no pity for such a cruel and inhumane sect. Innocent? How can these people be innocent? If human nature is not in the way, it will leave the door earlier. After a while, the blood gradually stained the earth and spread over the whole outer ground. A keen wind blew, and the endless cold devoured everything, and the black fog disappeared. In the end, there was only one young man left. There is also a fierce beast standing on the shoulder of the youth. The fierce beast's claws and teeth are dripping with blood, and the red and blue pupil emits dim light. All of them infiltrate people. Ji Lin let everyone out. Everyone took the pills seriously. There is no big problem. But when she looked up and saw the scene in front of her, her body was shaking. Because these disciples of Zai Weizong were killed by Yi Chen. She knows that Yi Chen's progress is very fast, but now the strength is several times more exaggerated than that of the last time. Isn't this guy Van Gogh? Why can progress be so terrible? Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Yi Chen, "No. Yi Chen, let's get out of here. The change here will certainly disturb those guys, or we will not be able to leave at that time." Now for them, the most unfavorable thing is that the disciples of Ziwei sect have died, because the leader and elder of Ziwei sect must be angry. The anger of these big people is not what they can bear now. Of course, the most favorable thing is that this group of people have an accident. At least they left, without witnesses. Zai Weizong could not blame them. Yi Chen looked at the child behind him, nodded, and went directly to the outside. At the same time, the hall of Han family is extremely open. A long dark wood table, surrounded by many old people. Every old man's breath is extremely terrible. Even most of us here are the strong in the empire. Of course, there are many peaks of Daoyuan realm. These people, in the sky on the list, can enter the top 200. These people, anyone, stamp their feet, can make the whole Kunlun virtual earthquake. The old man with white hair on the top of the long table bent his back and held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. The eyes are very small. Although it doesn't seem threatening, no one in this room dare to despise it. Because this old man is Han Daoshan, the current owner of the Shuhan family in Kunlun. Han Daoshan is the only one who can talk and laugh with many families and clans. Not even afraid of any family. Only because Han Yun, the ancestor of his Han family, is still alive. Even if you are crazy, no one can stop this ancient power. Even once blocked, it is death. All of you are here today to show your respect. I know that many of you are still closed yesterday. For this small matter, I forced to break through the customs barrier. Today, I Han replaced wine with tea. Thank you. Drink a cup of tea directly. Han Daoshan's words made people feel comfortable, and most of them even echoed. The master of the Han family is joking. It's a big event in Kunlun. We can't be greedy about life and death, and let all the burden be on the Han family. The Han family is worthy of being one of the ancient families. No matter what they say and do, they are admired by people. Ziwei Patriarch Fong Qingjin sighed. Han Daoshan nodded and said, "The reason why I asked you to come here for a little gathering before the meeting is not only for the sake of the secret place of blood spirit, but also for another thing. It is said that..." Han Daoshan has not finished speaking, but Fong Qingjin, the elder of Zai Weizong, has changed his expression and stood up. Look flustered. Gradually into anger. Han Daoshan noticed something and said curiously, "Old Fong, why is your face so ugly? What's the matter?" Fong Qingjin did not dare to lose control. He clenched his fist and suppressed his anger. A low voice rang out, "I just sensed some special circumstances. All the disciples who came to the land of the Han family have fallen down." This sentence is like a heavy bomb to fall on this. The whole hall is quiet for a few seconds. You know, this is the land of Han family. Most of the places where the clan and the family were present were arranged by the Han family in various places. But at the moment, all the disciples of Zai Weizong had an accident. Chapter 942. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Han family? The key is that no one is stupid enough to do it here. People look at Han Daosheng, and sure enough, the latter's face is livid. I see. It was like the eve of a storm. Mo Weihai, sitting near Han Daosheng, did not know why his heart was cluttered. At this juncture, something happened to Zai Weizong. It doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Yi. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of Yi Chen, but on second thought, the disciples brought by Zai Weizong should not be weak. Although all the elite disciples were assigned to the special training room in the mountain, the whole army was not destroyed. Yi Chen doesn't have this ability. Only in this way can his heart feel better. After a few seconds, Han Daoshan stood up and said, Mr. Fong, are you sure about this? For thousands of years, no one dares to kill people in the land of our Han family. Besides, all the important members of the major clans and families gather here. It is not so impolite. Fong Qingjin took a look at Han Daoshan and said in righteous words, Master Han, I'm sure. I also hope that the master of the Han family can give me an account of the dead disciples of Ziwaizong. Han Daoshan realized that the matter was very serious. He waved his sleeve and went directly to the outside. Since this matter is confirmed, you will go with me. I want to see the thing that is not sure whether it is dead or alive, and rush to the place where the Han family lives. It's killing so many talented students. Han Daoshan is very angry, very angry. No matter who he is not qualified to challenge the authority of his Han family here. If this matter is not handled properly, how can his family stand in many families? Countless figures swept out. Speed is nothing to these top players. Besides, this place is not far away from the rest place of Ziwaizong. If you want to get there, 10 seconds is enough. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen old people fell on the roof of the courtyard. When they saw the bodies in the yard and the bloody ground, they all took a breath. What a cruel heart. No one left. Is it blood feud? They were used to life and death, and were shocked. Han Daoshan sniffed slightly at the tip of his nose and frowned tightly. What a powerful evil spirit. Is it the people of the demon clan who did it? No, the demons have long disappeared, and they can't make a comeback. Fong Qingjin's line of sight did not pay attention to the bodies, but to the flash of the broken door. His expression is extremely ferocious, even a little frightened. Because all the children who provided for the cultivation of Ziwaizong disciples have disappeared. Open the cages one by one. If this matter is known by the Han family, I am afraid that the secret of Ziwaizong will be known by the whole Kunlun Su people. Mo Weihai followed Fong Qingjin's eyes and saw the open cages. He said curiously, Old Fong, what are those cages for? Fong Qingjin chuckled in his heart and laughed, Master Mo, that thing is to install some spirit animals and fierce animals. After all, Ziwaizong needs to refine some things from spirit beasts. Although Mo Weihai doubted, he nodded and asked more. Fong Qingjin didn't want to drag things down. He turned to Han Daoshan and half knelt down, Master Han, I always respect you, but today so many disciples of Ziwei sect have fallen. I feel cold. If we let these disciples die, we will be the sinners of Ziwei sect. Please hold justice for me. Since Han Daoshan has been determined, he naturally wants to set an example. He closes his eyes and pinches his fingers. Display the skill. A second later, his eyes opened, and the cold light was shining in a direction. A little beast, he is so arrogant that everyone will follow me. I will let this little beast feel what authority is today. More than a dozen figures disappeared in an instant. At the moment, Yi Chen and Ji Lin with a group of children toward the north. Yi Chen can leave these children completely, but once under, I'm afraid these children can't survive. The key, he is not sure, along the way there will be such a Ziwaizong garbage door. Because the children can't keep up with the pace of people's progress is extremely slow. Suddenly, dark clouds spread in the sky. Such a vision makes Yi Chen's heart thump for a moment, should come or come. Little brute, killing people in our Han family's land, even want to go. Bang! A loud noise, a flash of black light. Yi Chen will walk in front of the Ji Lin pulled back. Then, not far away from Ji Lin, a huge stone tablet fell, blocking everyone's way. Those children are scared to face Yi Chen this side to shrink over. At the same time, more than a dozen figures slowly fall down. The cold and frigid atmosphere enveloped the whole scene. Xiao Huang also feels the crisis, grabs Yi Chen's shoulder and sends a low roar. Yi Chen. Ji Lin is a little afraid, tightly grasp Yi Chen's clothes. Don't be afraid. No one can move you with me. A step out of the body. Cold eyes shoot at all people, no fear. The landing of Mo Weihai see Yi Chen, although the heart has long guessed wrong, or was surprised. He also found Ji Lin. It is the girl Yi Chen asked him to find. A little thought of Yi Chen's killing is to understand everything. I'm afraid those forces that captured Yi Chen's friends are Zai Weizong. With Yi Chen's character, once found out, killing those disciples is normal behavior. But it is such a normal behavior, in the land of the Han family, it is undoubtedly breaking the sky. Now even if he wants to help Yi Chen, it's hard. When Fang Qingjin saw Yi Chen and the children who had been released, his eyes were ferocious and angry. He released his breath and roared, "Little beast, why do you want to kill my Ziwei sect disciple? Why?" Endless anger burning. Yi Chen hears this sentence, Mao Suna congeals, shoot to Fang Qingjin, "You are also purple Wei Zong?" Exactly. Yi Chen gave a cold smile, without fear, and even said, "I'm sorry, what I killed is your purple Weizong people." As soon as this remark was made, more than a dozen top strong people were confused. Now Yi Chen is undoubtedly the most dangerous forbidden area. In the face of these strong men, you can't admit it. Or ask for mercy. But the boy didn't have any intention to admit his mistake. Instead, he lied. No, madman. Fang Qingjin almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood and sacrificed a long sword in his hand. A sword to Yi Chen. This is the strong one of the source of Tao and even the emperor's respect. Just one move is to make the wind and cloud change color. The earth trembles. Fang Qingjin knows very well that Yi Chen must be killed before people ask questions. If Yi Chen pokes out that thing, there will be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 943. Yi Chen Mao's son Tinyamai naturally noticed Fang Qingjin's killing heart. Zai Weizong made such a tragic thing. If he did not arrive, these innocent lives would be devoured by these demons. Yi Chen claimed that he was not a saint, and that he was practicing killing Tao. We should not have sympathy, but at this time it involves Ji Lin, and even more involves these innocent lives. Those who kill the Tao are human beings after all. Seeing that Fang Qingjin is going to do it himself, Yi Chen is not afraid, even if the other side is very strong. He has no right to shake his determination. Yi Chen has no time to sacrifice the Joyo sky-killing gun, so he can only force one side of his body to avoid Fang Qingjin's sword. Strong sword, wind and storm. It's frightening. Even if this sword is avoided by Yi Chen's body is still shaken out. It hit the ground heavily. Fang Qingjin's strength is too strong. Even if there is no royal realm. It's also the later stage of Daoyuan realm. Yi Chen can now barely fight against the strong in the virtual kingdom, and even with the help of cards, he can still deal with some people in the early days of Daoyuan. It's a big gap in the later stage. Bang! Yi Chen's body is shaken to fly out. He felt his internal organs were shocked. Strong shock. And all the people around him stood by coldly. Even if they know that Fang Qingjin bullies a younger generation, some shameless, but all this is the fault of Yi Chen. Yi Chen killed so many disciples of Zai Weizong. How can Fang Qingjin vent himself? Mo Weihai wants to rush out to help Yi Chen. He can't see Yi Chen being bullied like this. After all, Yi Chen has a lot to do with the ancestors of the Mo family. But as soon as he took a step, a pair of thin hands grasped his shoulder. Mo Weihai turned his head in surprise and found that it was Han Daoshan who caught him. Han Daoshan, Mao's son, was not happy. "Lao Mo, this is the gratitude and resentment between Zai Weizong and that boy. You are a stranger. I know you are kind-hearted, but since some people have done something against the law, they should think that they will face the endless anger of Zai Weizong people." Mo Weihai shook his head. Naturally, it was impossible to tell Yi Chen and his ancestors. He said, "Lao Han, there must be a secret in this matter. What's more, Fang Qingjin is dealing with a boy in the Holy King's realm. If this is spread out, what will the younger generation think of us? Bullying the small with the big? Han's reputation will even be damaged." Han Daoshan laughed. "Lao Mo, you are living more and more back. That boy killed so many people in Zai Weizong. Do you think he can walk out of here alive? If he can't go out, who can tell the news? Mo Weihai was stunned, staring at Han Daoshan, seriously said, "What about those children? They are innocent." Han Daoshan glanced at the group of children and Ji Lin, and said in a cold voice, "Lao Mo, my words should be very clear. No one can disclose them. If you want to blame them, you should blame them for their bad lives. It's more than a year before the arrival of the Blood Spirit clan. During this period of time, the death of anyone is not important. What really matters is the future of Kunlun Su. Do you understand?" At this moment, Mo Weihai hesitated. At the moment, if he wants to save Yi Chen, he will be bound by Han Daoshan. The relationship between the Han family and the Mo family is good, but Yi Chen killed so many people in the Han family's land, which has made Han Daoshan angry. If the Han family knew that Yi Chen was brought in by him, the consequences would be extremely serious. He didn't know whether to save Yi Chen or not. The connection between Yi Chen and his ancestors was too fantastic. The key to the emergence of such a person out of thin air, and know the matter of the ancient Mo family, identity really let people cannot help guessing. He even thought, Moling and even himself have entered a game under this cloth, their Mo family reduced to a chess piece in the hands of this boy? Looking at Yi Chen facing the insurmountable Fang Qingjin, he finally chose to remain neutral. At least, don't help Yi Chen for the time being. At the moment, in the battle circle, Fang Qingjin's sword is too strong. Yi Chen reluctantly stood up, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his face was extremely ferocious. "Little brute, I have no injustice and hatred with you. Why do you want to kill? How dare you?" Fang Qingjin's cold light burst out, and the momentum soared wildly. Between the heaven and the earth, the wind is surging, and the air of killing seems to solidify everything around. The power of the strong is unquestionable. He stares at Yi Chen, but also holds the long sword in his hand and points to Yi Chen, "Little beast, kneel down for me. Then answer me honestly." Yi Chen sneers, naturally cannot kneel down. He looked at the shoulder of Xiao Huang, but the latter does not know whether to deliberately avoid. Fall into a deep sleep. That's not a reliable guy. Facing Fang Qingjin, this is the most powerful person Yi Chen faces except Mr. Jing Shui. The crisis is enough to wipe out everything. He must resist, even use the power of the reincarnation cemetery. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen in the hands of a long gun, it is 9 you kill the sky gun. The spear is too cold, just like 9 hell coming. Yi Chen has no fear. Jiuliu killing the sky gun points at Fang Qingjin, "You, the rubbish Zaiwaizong, have done something despicable. You know it. Zaiwaizong, such a garbage sect, should not exist in Kunlun. If I have the ability, I will not leave any strength to erase your Zaiwaizong. A mouthful of garbage, the key is to scold Zaiwaizong." This immediately let the top strong people in this room take a breath. In such a situation, I don't know how to behave. I'm afraid this boy is really looking for death. Han Daoshan shook his head helplessly, and said to Mo Weihai, "You can see that this boy is so fierce that he can't live long in Kunlun. If he doesn't kill now, he will die in the hands of others." This time Mo Weihai did not speak, just a long sigh. When he came out, he stressed again and again, but Yi Chen still didn't listen to his words. In that case, the consequences are for him to bear. At the moment, Fang Qingjin's hair stood upright, he no longer hesitated, and roared, "Little beast, Zaiwaizong is not something you can insult. This time I'll see how you hide." The long sword comes out, the cold wind dances, and the purple light flows on the sword body, making it extremely cold. Yi Chen feels a chill all over his body, as if to wrap him up. The flame in his brow flashed out in an instant, and the immortal fire was released, and the cold feeling gradually disappeared. Seeing the long spear coming, Yi Chen can only display the 3 unique spears. The first move. "Break the sky, open it to me." His arm was instantly surrounded by the fire, which spread to the spear. The black fog and the flame are intertwined and fired with one shot. Even Yi Chen's arm also condenses the strength of the blood dragon. In the face of such a strong man, if he does not pay attention to it, he will surely die. Chapter 944. Seeing the powerful gun wound by the magic gas and fire, Fang Qingjin's expression was a little strange. Because in front of all, is not a Saint King realm boy can have. If the boy's real spirit is more powerful, it may really make him feel a sense of fear. It's interesting. It seems that it's not a coincidence that you can kill so many disciples of Ziwei sect. In this case, Qingjin of our side will kill you on the spot. Fang Qingjin splits his sword down like a long river setting sun. This moment of momentum, for Yi Chen, like a mountain. Mountains that cannot be crossed. Even Fang Qingjin's eyes are full of madness, which is a feeling of prey. Killing, bloody. For Qingjin, the result of this hunting game is very clear. Under the strong killing opportunity, Joyo Sky Killing Gun and Fang Qingjin's sword collide together. Although Joyo Sky Killing Gun is very strong, but at this moment, there is still a force of anti-shock spread. Click, click, click. Yi Chen even felt a faint risk of breaking an arm. He gritted his teeth and insisted, but it was no use. The whole body still flew backwards. In the end, I hit a huge tree. A mouthful of blood. The gap is still too big. Some of the onlookers thought this was normal, but soon, their smiles were stiff. Because Fang Qingjin's expression is very ugly. The body is shaking. Suddenly, click. With a sound, the sword in Fang Qingjin's hand broke into pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, Fang Qingjin seemed to be shaking his body and kept retreating until he stopped after 6 steps. The expression is extremely frightened. This. People's expression is completely wrong, and then looking at the injured youth, there is a trace of accident and heat. What kind of strength Fang Qingjin has? They know it well. And Yi Chen what strength, they glance to know. The gap is like a natural moat. But it is such a gap, the boy even broke Fang Qingjin's sword in full view of the public and even beat him back. It's so weird that people can't believe it. People's eyesight is enough, and the first time they notice the injured Yi Chen's Joyo Sky Killing Gun. Their eyes are even blazing. To achieve this effect with the power of the Holy King's realm, the problem must lie in weapons. And that spear is a rare thing. Even in their eyes, this boy is not worthy of such a weapon. Only the Emperor's real respect. Once Yi Chen is dead, people will try their best to take down the gun. This is human greed. Naturally, Fang Qingjin also noticed that Yi Chen had some problems with the spear. He took a look around him, and he could not kill the elder Zai Weizong even in front of a boy. This is the most ridiculous thing in the world. He was a little angry and roared, "Little beast, even if you have a magic weapon, if I want to kill you, it's easy. No weapons at all." Words fall, Fang Qingjin fingers quickly pinch Ju, a touch of purple light ball appears in the palm of the hand. The sphere of light is expanding, and the energy is raging. Even on the light ball. Some people see this scene, Mao Sun suddenly shrinks, surprised Wei, this boy poor also good, unexpectedly force out Purple Wei Zong's secret skill. It is said that this secret state can compress the true qi of Dantian infinitely. Once it is released, it is very difficult for the Emperor to survive. That boy has been holding on for so long, but it's a pity that the outcome still can't be changed. There was a cry of regret. The ball of light in Fang Qingjin's hands shot out, instantly condensed into a beautiful giant wolf, and dived down. Only this blow, even let Yi Chen feel all over the blood as if agglomerated. What did he think of? He sacrificed a silver needle in his hand. This is Lin Qingxuan's first gift before he left. Although I don't know how strong the silver needle is, it should not be too difficult to deal with the current problems. The silver needle just planned to shoot out, a figure actually blocked in front of Yi Chen's body. "Yi Chen, I'll help you." Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Chen is slightly stunned. He never thought that Imo Ning would come out at this time. It's more of a vain attempt to help themselves block this blow. "What's wrong with you? Get out of here." Yi Chen Dao. But Imo Ning didn't have any intention to start. Instead, he winked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, don't worry. I can't stop these powerful emperors. I'll stop you, and my father will surely do it. This is the only way." At the beginning, you were desperate to save me. If I didn't help today, I would not be worthy of cultivation. Yichen helplessly shakes his head, this girl. Sure enough, the face of Mo Weihai in the crowd changed greatly. He never thought that his daughter would appear, which is not a mess. Although he didn't want to make a move, he didn't want to hurt his daughter. He stepped out and went towards Fang Qingjin. Han Daoshan Mao's son shrinks, originally wants to block, but when sees Mo Ning, still chooses not to block. I'm afraid it's not so easy to die well today. In a flash, Mo Weihai has been blocked in front of Yi Chen and Mo Ning, no longer hesitating, the momentum of the whole person is released. Fang Qingjin, sorry, this is my daughter's life, I must guard it. Then, 5 fingers a grasp, a group of virtual white light and shadow actually held in the hand, and then, fierce smashed out. It's a heavy collision with the purple light ball. Endless air waves overturn everything. The sword spread. The surrounding trees even disappeared, and cracks appeared on the ground. How could? Fang Qingjin was the first to bear the brunt. He has not yet stepped into the realm of Emperor's respect, but in front of him is not the same. He stepped into the realm of Emperor's respect many years ago. We dare not speculate on our strength. Space whales, Fang Qingjin spits out a mouthful of blood, smashes to fly out. Turning in the air to stabilize his body, he looked at Mo Weihai, and his anger rose in his heart. Mo Weihai, this is the gratitude and resentment of Zai Weizong and this boy. Why did you do it? Would it be too much? Mo Weihai did not pay attention to it, but looked at him and scolded him, moaning, do you know the cost of this matter? If you have an accident, how can I explain to your mother and the ancestors of the Mo family? Not yet. However, Mo Ning shook his head, Dad, why do you watch this group of strong men to Yi Chen? You know Yi Chen once saved me. Mo Weihai's heart cluttered for a moment, which undoubtedly pushed him to the top of the storm. Sure enough, there was talk around. Even let people have to doubt, Zai Weizong accident, Mo Weihai is the last black hand. Ma Jia and Zai Weizong have no contradiction, which does not mean there is no conflict of interest. Han Daoshan Mao's son Micro Mi, he found it more and more difficult to get up. The Han family and the Mo family have a good relationship. He also knows Mo Weihai, the other side will not be silly enough to shoot in his territory. But now, he has to take a stand. Chapter 945. Helpless, he stood in the middle of Mo Weihai and Fang Qingjin, and said, Lao Mo, you make it very difficult for me to do it. Are you going to protect this boy? Mo Weihai knew that arrow was on the string and had to send it. He said, Lao Han, I am willing to bear all the losses of Zai Weizong today. I also hope that Zai Weizong can see in the face of me, Mo Weihai, to let go of this ignorant boy. Fang Qingjin heard this sentence, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, Mo Weihai, don't think you are the Mo family, but also have some relations with the Han family. Ziwei clan will be afraid of you. How can I explain to the clan and the patriarch about the death of so many Ziwei sect disciples? What's more, if you can make all those disciples alive, I will never investigate this matter today. But can you? Such words immediately led Mo Weihai language block. Like an angry lion, Fang Qingjin was totally reckless. Mo Weihai, since you can't, then you can get out of the way. Only the death of that boy can get everything back. Otherwise, no talk. Han Daoshan wanted to ask Fang Qingjin what he meant. Now it seems unnecessary. He turned to Mo Weihai and said, now you can see the situation. With so many powerful people watching, I can't be partial to you. Mo's family is just related to your daughter. You can't drag the whole Mo family into the water. I think it's hard for me to do it without you. Today, this son disappears, is the only solution. It's up to you. Mo Weihai's expression is very ugly. He wanted to help Yi Chen, really wanted to help, but Yi Chen really broke the sky this time. He couldn't let the Mo family bear the anger of so many powerful people. This is not only Fang Qingjin's business, but everyone present. At this time, Yi Chen stepped out, staring at Han Daoshan without fear. What right do you have to decide the life and death of others? Do you know what the door behind you did? Or are you just a group of respectable people who stand at the top of Kunlun? Hearing this sentence, one side of Mo Ning are scared pale, want to cover Yi Chen's mouth, but found that it is too late. This guy is too bold to say it, even the Han family. Han Daoshan's plain expression appeared a touch of accident, then interesting said, "You mean, I should not kill you? Or are those people who live in the Purple Way clan, who should have died?" Yi Chen nodded, then pointed to a group of children behind him and said in a cold voice, "Are you not surprised at these children? I can tell you that Zai Weizong has imprisoned these children to satisfy their own selfish desires. What's more, the reason why I slaughtered is that these animals dare to attack my friends. If cultivating martial arts is only used for such behavior, it will be a great joke." Yi Chen doesn't worry about anything. He has Xiao Huang and Mo Ninger. Mo Ninger recovered a little bit with the help of Danshu Tower. Can help him now. But Yi Chen will never use this power unless he has to. After all, one use, one weakness. In the blood 7 Night Master has not been willing to come out, Mo Ninger is his only dependence. When they heard Yi Chen's words, they looked at the group of children and understood them instantly. In fact, it has long been rumored that the pure energy of a child is needed if the skill of Zai Weizong is to be successful or complete. Of course, this is just a rumor, and no one cares about it. But I didn't expect that it was all true. Although some people have some anger in their hearts, but at their level, everything has already opened up. What justice, what heaven's reincarnation, can't compare with the event a year and a half later. After all, this matter concerns the life and death of the whole Kunlun Su. If something happens to Kunlun Su, what's the use of these children? Of course, more importantly, at their level, these children are all ants to them. If the ants are killed, why not? The status of Zai Weizong is 100 times more valuable than mole ant. Even Mo Weihai didn't think it was a big deal. On the field some angry, in addition to Yi Chen, only Mo Ning. Mo Ning looked at those children, cold eyes fell on Fang Qingjin again, "You Zai Weizong is too much. Father, this kind of clan should not." Words have not finished, but heard a roar of Mo Weihai, "Xiao Ning, back down. Don't you think it's messy enough?" Monin could only swallow the words. And at the moment, Mo Ruffing also arrived. He looked around, Mao Sun some doubts. Mo Weihai snorted coldly, then ordered, "If the wind, take Xiaoning down, don't step forward." Although Mo Ruffing was puzzled, he did it. Now the situation has become Mo Weihai cannot control. If it is only the conflict with Zai Weizong, it is okay. But Yi Chen actually pulled the Han family into the water. Although Yi Chen may have some connection with his ancestors, the Bureau of Ancestors is not worth mentioning compared with the safety of the Mo family. He must first look at the present, must be responsible for the Mo family, for his children. After all this, he looked at Yi Chen and arched his hand, "Mr. Yi, I hope you will forgive me. I don't want to do this, but..." Yi Chen has understood the meaning of Mo Weihai. If only Mo Weihai is a person, perhaps also can stand up to help oneself speak. But as the leader of the Mo family, he can not only consider the present. Every decision he makes is about the Mo family. "I see. Go down and I'll deal with it alone." When this was said, people could not help but feel funny. One man. How to deal with it? Is it possible for us to face so many emperors and powerful people to retreat? Even Mo Weihai is helpless to shake his head. If Yi Chen is not crazy, maybe he will try his best to save Yi Chen, but now it seems impossible. Let each other live and die. After Mo Weihai left, Han Daoshan also stepped back and threw out a jade pendant, which was suspended in the air. The light came down, as if formed a huge cage. Yi Chen and Fang Qingjin are shrouded in it. Han Daoshan casually said, "Fang Changlao, this prey is for you to enjoy, and then no one can intervene." There is no doubt about his words. It's like, in charge of everything. Yi Chen is regarded as a prey for people to play with at will. This is his right as the master of the Han family. Under one person, above 10,000 people. You can control other people's life and death at will. One side of the Ji Lin looking at Yi Chen is locked under the cage, anxious tears are left. I'd like to go up and pry the cage open, but she doesn't have the ability. If only my sister is here, I hope I can help Yi Chen. She felt guilty, and her tears fell down one after another. If Yi Chen is so dead, how should she explain to her sister, Yi Chen is to save her to fall into this predicament? Chapter 946. Yi Chen's cold eyes stare at the Han family master who left. He has no interest in Mo family or Han family. If it wasn't for Han Yun, he wouldn't be here. But now, that Han Daoshan's attitude is kindling the anger in Yi Chen's heart. Who is the prey? Not necessarily. The array is completely closed. Everyone around was indifferent. It's more of a joke. In the eyes of the strong, the weak are nothing but playthings for them to play. And it's the leaves. They enjoy the thrill of the prey's fear. Fang Qingjin's mouth shows a sneer. Even if Yi Chen has that long gun, if he is moving, he is doomed to crush him. Looking at Yi Chen, he said faintly, originally I was worried about whether the secret would affect me. Now it seems that strength can determine everything. My Zaiwaizong plays an important role in an important event 1 year later. Although the secret is known by others, I must stay. As for you, a mole, how about killing it? Now, no Mo family, who will save you? Yi Chen shook his head and looked at Xiao Huang, who was sleeping. He said, don't you? Really not? Xiao Huang ignored. Fang Qingjin took a look at Xiao Huang. His expression was ferocious. He didn't expect that the boy who didn't know how to measure his strength should still find a cat as a rescue soldier. It's ridiculous. Forget it, I will send you on the road directly. I will step on every bone of you, and finally take off your head and burn your spirit, so that you regret coming here. The words fall, Fang Qingjin's 5 fingers open, fingertips around the bright purple light. Yi Chen doesn't talk nonsense. Jiuyo Sky killing spear is directly sacrificed, and the immortal fire instantly devours it. Fire up, and then a shot. Fang Qingjin sneered, little beast, this spear is good, but do you really think it can hurt me? It's just fantastic. But this weapon is good. From today on, it will be mine. All of a sudden, Fang Qingjin's hand surrounded by purple light directly caught Yi Chen's spear. The purple light fades away. It can be seen that Jiuyo's sky-killing spear is domineering. But Fang Qingjin's smile is still ferocious. As long as the boy doesn't have this spear, he's nothing. When the purple light disappears, Fang Qingjin's endless true qi sweeps over his arm. The powerful force wants to pull out the Jiuyo Sky Killer gun. But it's impossible. Well? How can I not move this spear with my strength? Fang Qingjin looked down, but he found that the spear was strangely bent and wrapped around his arm, just like a snake. His pupils are dilated. It's like hell. How can this weapon be shaped? Isn't it that only the 10-square artifact is qualified for the transformed weapon? Is this spear a rare artifact in Kunlun? Fang Qingjin is a little confused. Completely confused. Before he reacts, the twisted gun head flickers blue light, and then stabs it directly. Blood spray. It went through his arm. Fang Qingjin has committed one of the biggest taboos, which is contempt. He did not even think that Yi Chen's spear would be so strange. Cold pain let Fang Qingjin face ferocious. The gun head of Jiuyo's sky-killing gun is far from stopping. With a slight turn, it sweeps through the rolling black fog and goes towards Fang Qingjin's chest. This stab, if penetrated, the consequences are unimaginable. Fang Qingjin's face was pale with fright. Regardless of the injury of his arm, he tore it open directly. A strong emperor can be reborn by breaking his arm. He is not too far away from Emperor Zun. But as long as you give him time, it won't matter. If through the heart, it is a dead end. He forced out a drop of blood essence and smashed it out with a powerful anti-shock force. Jiuyo's sky-killing gun does not move like a mountain. And Fang Qingjin's body was directly blasted by the force of the shock. A mouthful of blood is spit out. At this moment, the onlookers were stunned. The emperor should have no waves in his heart, but now, the waves in his heart are too big. What the hell is this? Fang Qingjin, who was in the state of half-step emperor's respect, could not even defeat a holy king's realm. This even if Fang Qingjin's carelessness is not necessary. Even the corners of Mo Weihai's mouth twitched a little, and her eyes were deeply shocked. But Han Daoshan's body is trembling, the blazing heat of his eyes cannot be covered up. He is very interested in the Joyo sky-killing gun in Yi Chen's hand. It must be an artifact. No matter what, this artifact belongs to Han Daoshan. At the moment, Yi Chen naturally can't react. He doesn't do anything, but he doesn't expect that Joyo sky-killing gun should take the initiative. Do you take the initiative to protect yourself? Not yet waiting for his reaction, 9 You kill the sky gun is violent shaking up. At the same time, there was a tingling pain in the eyebrow. Yi Chen looked at the 9 You sky-killing gun in the palm of his hand, thought of what, and said curiously, "You let me go." 9 You kill the sky gun unexpectedly up and down nod. Although I don't know what Joyori going to do, Yi Chen still let go. At the moment of letting go, Joyo sky-killing gun turns into a cold light towards the injured Fang Qingjin. At the same time, the rolling evil spirit spread, and the huge array cage was covered. Those who respect the emperor and have a strong environment can't see the situation inside. It seems that this gun should be the vision produced in the sky over Linhai City that day. Gods and demons have come out. I'm afraid this gun comes from Joyo. Someone obviously recognized it. This gun comes from Joyo. Is this boy the remnant of the demon family? Otherwise, this gun can't be held by this boy. Joyo's object is the only thing after you have recognized the owner by dripping blood. If you want someone else to control this gun, you must first cut off the contact, or the gun will be destroyed if you die. The evil spirit is so strong, even if the boy is not a demon, he will not be the right way in the future. It may even be a virtual traitor of Kunlun. Maybe it's also related to the Blood Spirit clan. The Joyo power of Kunlun Su is the closest to the Blood Spirit clan's breath. This son must die today, not stay. In the dark fog. The temperature is suddenly cold, the blood is full, the sun and the moon are dark, like hell. Fang Qingjin could feel the cold light and quickly took out an array plate from his waist. The array plate was thrown out and smashed together. However, the array disc was broken on the spot. Trough, what the hell is this? All around is the magic sea. Joyo sky-killing gun is extremely powerful. One blow after another, cold and domineering power seems to be able to swallow everything. Fang Qingjin was injured and tried his best to stop him. But found all is futile. He felt that he was not facing a weapon, but a man. People from 9 Hell. What is the origin of the spear spirit? Is it a great power of 9 immortals? It has been delayed for a long time, rejected, deleted many, and finally turned into 4 chapters before it was passed. Recently, you should feel the storm. Most of the books are disordered and delayed to update, and many books are off the shelves. Extraordinary things. What's more, it's estimated that tomorrow's outbreak will be delayed. The whole network has been revising. Headache, the storm will soon be over, and I'll make up for it later. It's important to keep the book first. I'll finish this book completely and write it to the end, but I'll try to update it as much as possible tomorrow. Chapter 947. Fang Qingjin has never heard of it. There's a spirit in the gun. It's normal. After all, spiritualism. But the spear spirit in the case of no master to use, even the power of the outbreak is no less than the peak of the Daoyuan realm, which is really a bit of a mystery. The only explanation is that the spear spirit is a dead soul of Joyo. Such a treasure, though he wants to win. But according to the present situation, don't say to take down, even the uniform is not necessarily Damn it! As soon as his words fell, he felt the darkness devouring. Even flames. It seems to be the flame of the world's most shady place, without the blazing heat of flame, only the cold of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Endless darkness obscured his sight. He even found a figure in front of him in the black fog. The body is extremely huge, covered with black flame, with a long gun in hand, and a circle of skeletons around his waist. The supreme posture, as if looking down at Fang Qingjin. Fang Qingjin is frightened. The body condensed by the black fog is the spirit of the gun. The spear spirit has no substance, but the breath and the feeling far exceed the strength of Emperor Xuanjing. Everything is true. He even thought that as long as this 9U strong one's eyes can let his spirit all perish. We should know that this kind of power is the existence of shaking the heaven and earth. It is beyond the mortal world, and even reincarnation cannot be limited. Why do you stay in the spear? Now it's under the control of a little boy in the Holy Land. This can't be explained by any logic. At this moment, his mind was in a state of complete disorder. The black fog was too thick for him to see Yi Chen. But Yi Chen's eyes do not know why they can penetrate the thick black fog and see everything clearly. Naturally, he found the figure condensed in the black fog. The figure gradually becomes substantial. It's a great power. The breath of power is daunting. But this breath is totally different from the great energy of the Samsara cemetery. Very familiar. Very familiar. It's like blood from the body. At the thought of this, Yi Chen was shocked and shook his head in a hurry. Impossible. He and Joyo's sky-killing gun have not met, how can they have the same blood? However, he suddenly thought that Yi Lingtian called himself the master of the temple. The family had been waiting for him for generations, and he was also guarding the Joyo sky-killing gun. Is there really a connection between the two? In other words, is Joyo's sky-killing gun waiting for himself? 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. His blood and spiritual roots have not been determined yet. Kunlun Void cannot be tested. It can only be regarded as ordinary root and waste root. But the great powers of the Samsara cemetery emphasize again and again the particularity of their own blood. Yi Chen seems to feel that the Joyo sky-killing gun is the clue of blood origin. At the same time, Fang Qingjin sighed. There's no end to it. Fang Qingjin was scared to the ground. You don't come here. Why help that kid? Go away. His eyes were frightened, he wanted to release his whole body qi, but found that the black fog like vines had swept. It's all over his body. It's shrinking. There's blood spilling out. Go away. Fang Qingjin vomited out a mouthful of blood essence, his eyes were red, and he cried madly. But his power was limited. At this time, he was like a man without any accomplishments. How can we have the possibility of a World War I in the face of the most powerful? The 9 Yudaning looked at Fang Qingjin with great interest and said, Do you dare to kill the person I have identified? Do you know the origin of this sun? The thunder was rolling and the sound was in the ear. Fang Qingjin's ears seemed to burst and blood flowed. I don't know, my lord, I didn't mean to. It's all Zaiwaizong. I'm just an elder of Zaiwaizong. Please calm down. 9 You big can wave sleeve, 5 fingers a grip, hum. What does Zaiwaizong mean in my eyes? Even if you come to me, you must kneel down and submit to me. Why don't you kneel down? Another word, Fang Qingjin's eyes and nose shed blood. The power of supremacy is beyond doubt. Pooh! Fang Qingjin spits out a mouthful of blood again. But when he came to his senses, he thought of something. Taoist Ziwei, this is the one who created Zaiwaizong. The founder of the school. The leader and even the supreme elder all have to respect, but such a person should kneel down in front of the sword spirit. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it. Why does such a top figure become a sword spirit? Before he retreats from the shock, Joyo can gently wave his arm. The black atomization is sword qi, and it goes crazy towards Fang Qingjin. Fang Qingjin's body is pierced instantly. Everything around seems to turn into a sea of blood, into hell. The dead are crying. My lord, spare your life, I will be the servant of that boy. This is Fang Qingjin's last hope. Unexpectedly, that 9 You can sneer, servant. You deserve it if you are just a waste at the top of the source world. Die. The sea of blood seems to be turned into a giant beast, directly devouring Fang Qingjin's body. A burst of thunder shook the sky. The wind howls past, where is Fang Qingjin's body in the world? Not even the broken bones. There is no way to retreat from the sky and the earth. At the same time, when the barrier is broken, there will be no challenge. The plate jade pendant suspended in the air is also cracked, and the brilliance disappears and is very dim. It landed on the ground. Black fog disappeared. 9. You can see Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyebrows are flashing a dim light. There was a broad smile on the corner of his mouth. If you read about it, you can see the youth standing on the earth from afar. The Supreme Demon Lord, control reincarnation, red burning the sky, red to burn the sky. When you really set foot on this path of blood, you will achieve the supreme summit, and the universe will dominate you. Haha. With that, Joyo can finally turn into a spear spirit and drill into the Joyo sky killing gun. The black fog was gone completely. Everything returned to calm. 9. You kill the sky gun slowly fall. Yi Chen spread out his hand, hold. He looked at the thing in his hand and was surprised. Because the spear was completely dim, as if damaged, the fury of the past had disappeared. Chapter 948. Even the evil spirit is a little less. Joyo sky killing gun actually shot for me at the most critical time, even at the expense of itself. Why? Yi Chen no longer thinks much about it and looks at Fang Qingjin's direction. There was no figure, only a pool of blood on the ground. At this moment, everything around is completely quiet. Extremely quiet. The eyes of those who respected the powerful were full of horror. The black fog blocked everything. They didn't know what happened inside, but at the moment, only one person survived. The founder of Zaiwaizong is dead. And he died in a king's land. It's just incredible. Mo Weihai shortness of breath, widened his eyes are the proud body of the youth. The boy killed the elder at the peak of Daoyuan realm. How many realms does it have to cross? The key point is that Kunlun Su doesn't exist against the weather. Mo Ruffin clenched his fist. It was the first time he felt his reputation as a genius was under threat. He looked down upon Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart. But at the moment, the idea has changed. A gust of cold wind hit, as if from hell. People this wake up, a complete uproar. Old Fang was killed by a holy king. What's the origin of this boy? Is this man's name on the sky list? I'm almost familiar with that 1,000 people, but I haven't seen this boy. He shouldn't be on the sky list. The black fog just now, is this boy a demon? Return of the demon family? When the crowd was noisy, Han Daoshan, who had not spoken, spoke. He stares at Yi Chen's spear. Blazing. Even wished to take away Joyo's sky killing gun immediately. It wasn't the boy who did it just now. I think it should be the spear in his hand. The evil spirit in the spear is too strong to prevent even the elder Fang. I'm afraid it's the devil's thing. This kind of thing can't be revealed outside. I suggest that the boy teach the spear. As for the life and death of this little boy, we don't care. Everything is the gratitude and resentment between him and Zaiwaizong. As soon as the words come out, people will understand. Han Daoshan is standing at the commanding height to decide everything. If Han Daoshan attacks Yi Chen, it will inevitably lead to many unnecessary disputes and rumors. However, Joyo kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Daoshan is just trying to snatch the weapons in Yi Chen's hands. Even if you know it, it's impossible to say so easily. After all, offending the Han family is not a good thing for them. Han Daoshan stares at Yi Chen and says, "Boy, I have given you a chance. I don't care about the friendship and resentment between Zaiwaizong and you. I just hope you can understand that the demons are not something that ordinary people are entitled to possess. Hand over your weapons and let you go." Mo Weihai heard such words, but shook his head. Lao Han has played a good chess game. No matter what, the biggest beneficiary is always him. But this is the most cruel fact of Kunlun Su. He looked at Yi Chen and advised him, "Mr. Yi, if this weapon is not very important to you, you'd better hand it over. After all, life is the most important thing." Mo Ning heard his father's words, and quickly retorted, "Father, by what this is Yi Chen's thing, why give up to each other?" "Shut up." Mo Weihai angry voice way. Mo Ning this just stopped to explain, but look at Yi Chen, waiting for Yi Chen's answer. Everyone is paying attention to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen thinks for a while. He can clearly feel the weakness of Joyo's sky-killing gun, as well as close to his hand. It seems that Yi Chen will not let go. Will he teach his weapons? Of course not. I can't even defend the weapons in my hands. I'm still practicing. As soon as he throws it away, Joyo's sky-killing gun disappears. Then, he looked at Han Daoshan and sneered, "What if I don't hand it in? You can bite me. You." Han Daoshan didn't think that this boy should be so mischievous. The key is to live or die. He threatened in a cold voice, "It's your business to hand in or not, but you're stealing the things of the demon clan, and it may even be the remaining evils of the demon clan. If I want to kill you, I'm afraid the people around me will have no opinions, understand? I'll ask you for the last time, hand it in or not." Yi Chen did not hesitate. "If you let Han Yun behind you come out, I can consider a few points. As for you, impossible. Looking for death. I really think that if you kill someone who doesn't even cross the threshold of Emperor's respect, he will go to heaven. Today, I will let you feel what fury." Shan Daoshan suddenly shot. He didn't want to shoot Yi Chen, but the boy really angered him. That can't blame him. The whole world seems to have solidified down. Han Daoshan has a white light ball all over his body, which seems to tear everything apart. Yi Chen naturally felt the danger, even locked. It's a terrible feeling. He wants to use Joyo's Sky Killer Gun, but he finds that Joyo's Sky Killing Gun has completely lost its spirituality. The battle with Fong Qingjin just now consumed his energy of evil qi. It's impossible to rely on it again. He wanted to use Lin Qingshuan's silver needle, but before he had time to sacrifice, Han Daoshan appeared. A fist without warning hit Yi Chen's chest. The blood dragon in Yi Chen's body is aware of something wrong and takes the initiative to protect his body. The red barrier covers Yi Chen's whole body. There is a dragon on the surface of the barrier. Chapter 949. Pen. Han Daoshan was distracted for a moment when he saw the barrier, but he smashed it down with a fist. This hit, the barrier buffered most of the force, and Yi Chen was also blown out. Can't resist at all. Not even a chance to punch. Yi Chen's body smashed on a giant tree. The giant tree fracture is turned into powder. A mouthful of blood vomited out, but Yi Chen stood up again under the eyes of all. Well? I didn't beat you to death with my casual strike. It seems that you really belong to the category of Xiaoqiang who can't fight to death. But can you resist this blow? If you don't hand over the weapon, only death is waiting for you. Han Daoshan's right hand actually appeared a blue flame, the flame wrapped, like a meteorite falling into the dust. How overbearing. Even blocked all retreat. Yi Chen want to leave also impossible. When people thought Yi Chen would die, Yi Chen wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, and then coldly said, "Han family, is this your authority? Originally, I was still interested in Han Yun. Today, you Han Daoshan is my enemy of Yi Chen. I will not hesitate to pull you down from the altar and let you understand what is really unattainable. The god of medicine enters the way, a needle into the soul. Kaiyan. All things are destroyed." Yi Chen roared. The silver needle in the hand flew out directly. Too soon. Since Lin Qingxian upgraded the silver needle before he disappeared, he has never used it again. I don't know what kind of strength the silver needle is now. Today's calamity must be unavoidable. I have to carry it with force. The silver needle seems to penetrate the void and solidify time. Everything around is slowing down. It's getting slower and slower. Suddenly, a strange breath was released from the silver needle. Breath seems to be able to swallow everything. Even into a sword. This time is no longer a silver 100 zhang spear. When the silver needle turned into a sword, the weapons around the strong men's waists trembled. Even Han Daoshan felt something wrong. What's the origin of this boy? Why are there so many gods that are totally different from him? Regardless of everything, there is an array plate in his hand. If the array plate is thrown casually, it will overflow the golden light, such as turning into a huge sea, surging towards Yi Chen. The master of the Han family even took out this thing. Is this boy really that tough? Naturally, people didn't notice the silver needle. After all, the silver needle was too fast, and Han Daoshan covered everything with some techniques at the beginning. He didn't want to crush a younger generation and ruin his reputation. I'm afraid the boy can't live this time with such terrible power. In the euphemistic tone of the crowd, the silver needle hit the array plate severely. Yi Chen originally thought that the other side's array plate would be easily broken. But didn't expect Han Daoshan's array plate not moving? Did Lin Qingxian give himself a fake thing? When Yi Chen was surprised, Han Daoshan said with a smile, "Boy, if I have not guessed wrong, your silver needle should come from a medical god. Do you know what I am doing? This is a relic left over from the war in ancient times. It is also the thing of the god of medicine. If you can let me sacrifice this array plate, you will die in a proper way. Some of the things that come out of you, you must have a good chance, and today, these opportunities will all belong to me." Haha. Array plate and silver needle stalemate, Han Daoshan appeared again, a palm even toward Yi Chen's dantian to shoot. No matter how, if touched, Yi Chen even if not dead, the field will also be destroyed. Is as like as two peas. Yi Chen looks at the scene in front of his eyes, and his pupils are not restrained from shrinking. As an ancient family, Han family is really terrible. Such strength is also a source of pride. He quickly communicated with Mo Ninger of the Reincarnation Cemetery and said directly, "Mo Ninger, give me a strength." "Yes, grave master." Cold voice came. Yi Chen's right hand was covered with a red light. The red light is extremely dazzling. "Show it out, spread out." Even towards Han Daoshan's arm. Tomb Master, use the 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist. Yi Chen naturally understood, the strength of bodybuilding broke out, and then a blowout. The shadow of 10,000 Buddhas seems to spread out. The two fists collided. All eyes around. Madman, complete madman. No one would have thought that Yi Chen would go to meet hard, how to touch the key. With a blow, the wind blows. Get out of here. In a burst of roar, Yi Chen stepped on the long wind and waves, facing the surging waves. This is how the two fists fight. The ground exploded. Around the field aura, like the roar of the waves. No one would have thought that Yi Chen did not step back in the face of Han Daoshan's attack. On the contrary, I carried it out. What's the situation? Even Han Daoshan's expression is ferocious. No way. Who the hell are you? You have no right to know. Yi Chen said coldly. Han Daoshan felt as if his authority had been questioned and became more and more angry. The true chi of Emperor Dantian's revered realm came out violently. From the beginning, he did not intend to deal with Yi Chen's hand, but now Yi Chen's growth and explosive power are uncertain, he has no choice. Since Feng Qingjin can't kill this sun, it's up to him. All over the sky, the real gas erupts like a volcano. Rage to the extreme. Han Daoshan's strike is enough to make the mountain and river burst. The sky is also a cloud of thunder, too frightening. Finally, Mo Ninger's power still collapsed. After all, Han Daoshan's ranking in the sky list is extremely high, enough to shake everything. With a burst of fierce roar, Yi Chen's body shape is a meal, the corner of his mouth spills a trace of blood, and his body is regressive. Then, he fell to the ground. His arms were trembling, even with a sense of anxiety. It's too painful. This is the strength gap. With a smile in his mouth, Han Daoshan thought of Yi Chen step by step. What if you have that magic gun? Are you aware today? Give me what I want, and I can give you a whole body. In the land of my Han family, no one can save you. I'm afraid of Mo's family. His tone is high, as if to eat everything. Yi Chen got up and held a stone in his right hand. He just wanted to say something. At this time, an old voice fell slowly. Oh? Is the old man qualified? Then, a figure in a white robe came slowly. Every step was extremely smooth. His presence made the air solidify. Even Han Daoshan's expression has changed. What happened to this guy? Damn it. If we really want to talk about Kunlun Shuzhong, there are several people he can't provoke. This old man is one of them. Chapter 950. Yi Chen naturally noticed the old man. He thought he didn't know him, but when the old man turned around, he found that it was the old man who kept the gate in the land of bliss. Compared with that day, the temperament of the old man today is extremely different. His verve is terrible and his eyes are even more powerful. He really did not understand, two people do not have too much intersection, then why the old man at this time to help himself? Han Daoshan couldn't understand. He stepped forward. Although he was not happy in his heart, he still said, "Mr. Yuan, what are you doing? This son has some contact with the demons. Do you want to stand opposite to the empty people in Kunlun? Mr. Yuan, we respect you, but you should not stand in the wrong team on such a matter of principle. What's more, we all know that this boy is extremely murderous. Many disciples of Zai Weizong have been killed by him. This kind of inhuman person should not stay in this world. If this son grows up in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable." After that, Han Daoshan took a look at the people, and they immediately understood it and quickly agreed, "Mr. Yuan, what the master of the Han family said is right. This son has a demon weapon, and his heart is so heavy. There is absolutely a problem. If we don't eliminate it today, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable." The old Yuan in the land of happiness ignored the people, but turned to Yi Chen and said, "Boy, are you a demon?" Yi Chen shook his head and just wanted to say something. Mr. Yuan turned around and said to those with strong imperial respect, "Well, I have investigated. This man is not a demon at all. He is a common mortal monk. This is the end of the matter." What? The expression of people is extremely strange. Where the hell has this been investigated? The boy just said a few words. Is old Yuan so sure? How could you be so partial to this guy? In the hearts of all people, Han Daoshan is even more unhappy. There is no doubt that old Yuan is determined to help the boy. What's the key? Yuan Lao to personally help to protect. Is this boy of great success? After hesitating for a long time, Han Daoshan said, "Old Yuan, this boy can't be taken away. What you said just now is totally groundless. I think." Old Yuan heard Han Daoshan dare to refute, cold hum, step out, the mountains and rivers shake. A powerful influence was hanging over them. Those who are in front of the emperor are shocked to fly out. It was smashed on the wall. Who dares to stop the anger of the strong? Even Han Daoshan couldn't carry the qi and blood in his body when he was attacked by old Yuan. Although there is no retreat but also pale. Yuan's old mouse son glanced at the crowd, and then said, "Now, who dares to have an opinion? If there is, then stand up. It's too boring for me to guard the land of blessing these years. Today I'm just taking you kids to practice." As soon as this is said, who dares to stand up? This is Mr. Yuan. On the sky list, all of them are extremely terrifying. Once upon a time, a man respected 6 or 7 emperors with powerful territory, without using aura weapons, but only a wooden stick, which shocked the whole Kunlun void. Now, there is obviously some anger in Yuan's words. Who dares to provoke? 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. No one's moving. There is no one to step closer. Yuan was very satisfied with the performance of the people around him. He nodded, turned around and looked at Yi Chen. He walked over and patted him with his hand. Almost instantly, Yi Chen is feeling a warm current package. The injury recovered completely. It's extremely weird. Boy, if you go with me, you'll have some revenge. You can't get revenge now. These guys aren't half as good as you are at your age, and when you're old enough, they'll shake. Come on, I have something to say to you. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded. Although he has some cards, but early exposure in the eyes of these people will threaten himself. Only a Joyo sky-killing gun makes Han Daoshan crazy. If you let him own Ninger or Xiao Huang hand, the consequences will be extremely serious. The reincarnation cemetery can only hold him for a while, but not for a lifetime. Only the king is powerful. Yichen followed Yuan Lao's back and went in a direction. Jilin and the rest of the children also followed. Now Jilin has undoubtedly become the backbone of this group of children. Looking at the duck flying, Han Daoshan clenched his fist and released the strong breath. The strong people around him were short of breath. His Han family is a hermit family from ancient times. Today, I was ruined by an old man. However, Mr. Yuan can protect Yichen for a while, but he can't protect Yichen I. Naturally, he can get what he wants, but now it seems that it is troublesome. At this time, he thought of something and said to the distant Yichen, "Boy, today you appear in the land of Han family. I'm afraid you come for the secret place of blood spirit." Yichen hears the secret place of blood spirit and stops. Indeed, this is his ultimate goal. Several powerful members of the blood spirit clan may be the key to the whereabouts of the 100 great powers in the reincarnation cemetery. Anyway, he must go. Han Daoshan saw Yichen stop and sneered, "It seems that I guess right, but don't forget that the secret place of blood spirit is under the control of Han family. Without my nod, you don't want to step into it. I advise you to give up. Even if I feed the dog, I won't give you any chance. From today on, I will order every clan or family master to guard the secret place of blood spirit and the land of Han family. As long as you step in, you will die endlessly. I don't believe you can hide behind old Yuan all your life." Yichen turned around and glanced at Han Daoshan with cold eyes. He said faintly, "Don't worry. As soon as the secret place of blood spirit is opened, I will be in it. If Yichen can't have it, you don't want to have the whole Kunlun virtual power." With that, Yichen and Yuan Lao disappeared in the sight of the public. Only Han Daoshan and many strong people were left surprised. "Do you want to enter the mysterious world? It's ridiculous." Mo Weihai looks at Yichen's faraway figure as also a long sigh. He wanted to help Yichen. But Yichen is too good at making trouble. Maybe the Mo family will be implicated by Yichen. Yichen may have something to do with the ancestors of the Mo family. He knows something about ancient times. There are too many doubts about this matter itself. He does not risk helping Yichen, just for the Mo family now. What to do next? Yichen must go to the secret place of blood spirit. Now Yichen is equal to being banned. "Father, do you have a way?" Monin pulled his father's clothes and said. Mo Weihai didn't say anything more. He sighed, "Let's talk about it. As for the secret place of blood spirit, you two brothers and sisters can enter it. Remember, I'd rather give up the chance than stay back. This is no joke."